Chapter 464. Suyu frowned, imagining the scene of her and Qin Bao fighting. Brainiac Teddy analyzed the height of both sides and felt that he had no disadvantage, so he was not afraid. "Will your sister hit me if she sees me in your room?" she asked. "I don't think so." Qin Zhe was very scared. "Of course she will. If she knows that you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, she will tear you apart alive. I'm not afraid even if she hits me." Suyu was full of confidence. "Girl, where did your confidence come from?" "I'm telling you, I won't hide in the toilet or the closet. I didn't do anything wrong." Suyu crossed her chest. Hiding in the closet was a sad story. He remembered the night when he moved into the new house. In the cold night, he slept in the closet. The heartless sister Ziwei forgot about him that night and didn't get up in the middle of the night to ask him to go back to the room to sleep. And hiding in the closet was not safe. If he was found, wouldn't it be a confession without being pressed? He smiled calmly, took out the script from the bag, and threw it to Suyu. "It's okay. Just say that we are talking about the script." Hiding in the closet was too low. Predecessors' lessons were the teachers of future generations. Similarly, the experience of predecessors was the example for future generations to learn from. Qin Zhe strode to open the door with his head held high, and was surprised again. Standing at the door was not his tall and charming sister, but Wang Zijin. She was also wearing a bathrobe. Her hair was wet, and her face was red, making her face look like a red apple. He wanted to take a bite. "Sister Ziwei. How can you come?" Qin Zhe's smile gradually disappeared. "Why is it Sister Ziwei? She doesn't like to talk to me. Isn't she angry?" Wang Zijin pouted coquettishly and threw a charming supercilious look. "Why did I come, don't you know?" Of course, it was to find Qin Zhe. It was normal to find a boyfriend to sleep with. But she was just sleeping. Wang Zijin flashed into the door and saw Suyu sitting on the sofa. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually turned ferocious. "Why is she here?" Wang Zijin glared at Qin Zhe. "Let's talk about the script," Qin Zhe said seriously. "Talk about the script. What's there to talk about?" Wang Zijin said in a deep voice. "It's her first time acting, so she's not sure," Qin Zhe said. Suyu glanced at Wang Zijin and ignored her. She sat on the sofa like a queen, giving her pressure. "Are you done chatting? If you're done, scram." Wang Zijin was domineering. "It's just the beginning. I feel like we won't stop until dawn," Suyu argued. Wang Zijin sat on Qin Zhe's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. She nodded and said in a serious tone, "You guys talk. I'll watch from the side and learn while I'm at it." Qin Zhe was shocked at that time. Sister Ziwei must have been stimulated today. She dared to do this. We agreed to be salted fish together. Why did she suddenly become tough? She shouldn't have noticed something and declared sovereignty in front of Suyu. Suyu's eyes burst into a sharp light, her small fists clenched, and she secretly gritted her teeth. "In front of me, she sat on my man's lap. Well, you finally got your revenge." Suyu felt that there was a grassland of lumber on top of her head. Qin Zhe was very embarrassed. "So, how about this? We'll talk about the script another day. I'm a little tired." "It's not an excuse. I'm really tired. I want to sleep." Wang Zijin was happy to hear it and squinted at Suyu. The look in his eyes made Suyu very unhappy. "Qin Zhe, my head is full of acting. If you don't teach me, I won't be able to sleep." Suyu frowned and looked pitiful. "You don't have to learn. You're a drama queen now. It's funny. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about the script?" Running to a man's room in the middle of the night to talk about the script, don't you have any shame? Wang Zijin sneered. Why can old Lu talk about the script, but I can't? You know what you're thinking. Do you need to wear a bathrobe to talk about the script? Wang Zijin squinted. Suyu was angry. You're the only one who can squint, right? I'll do it too. Underscore Qin Zhe silently covered his face. I'm not as good as you. Knock knock knock. The sneaky knock on the door came again. Suyu and Wang Zijin looked at the door at the same time and looked at Qin Zhe at the same time. Qin Zhe threw the blame, it must be my sister. The sound of your quarrel alarmed her. After that, he opened the door immediately. Qin Zhe's heart was calm. There was a kind of calmness that didn't weigh down on him. He knew that his sister would come. When he opened the door, sure enough, there was a tall and charming beauty at the door. When she saw Qin Zhe, she smiled before saying anything. Her bright and beautiful eyes rippled with joy and joy. Qin Zhe sighed silently. I may not be called Qin Zhe. I'm called Mississippi. Everyone wants to have sex with me. Come on, everyone come on to Mississippi. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. It's a bathrobe again. Can't she wear it neatly? Taking advantage of his sister's coquettish tone to say, Little red man, sister will sleep with you, little red man, you're lucky tonight. Qin Zhe slightly turned sideways so that his sister could see Teddy and old Wang, who were competing in acting and eyesight skills. The smile on his sister's face gradually became ferocious +2. Why are you here? Qin Bao's face was black. Talking about the script. Suyu said lightly. Qin Bao looked at Wang Zijin. Watching them talk about the script. Wang Zijin was calmer. Suyu, Qin Zhe, what are you doing here? The two women asked. I'm here to see if my brother is sleeping well. Did he kick the quilt? Qin Bao said casually. Suyu suddenly looked at Qin Zhe and thought, sure enough, they are brother and sister. Qin Zhe looked left and right. It's late, let's play cards. I can't sleep anyway. Suyu said. She was an outsider now, and it was easy to be sent away by the reason of, it's late, let's talk about the script tomorrow. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao looked at each other and nodded. The poker cards that Suyu bought in the scenic spot for 10 yuan finally had a place to use. Wang Zijin threw a look at Qin Bao. Close the door. Qin Bao understood. Understood. Qin Zhe, my teddy bear was completely defeated in IQ. No, the palace intrigue skills were not maxed out. Qin Zhe was crying in his heart. After driving away a teddy bear, the atmosphere in the room was not relaxed. The two friends looked at each other, and their minds were brewing their own conspiracies. Be sure to drive the other party away. Hands on knees, back straight, eyes looking straight ahead, Qin Zhe sat in the standard sitting posture of a primary school student. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Suyu came back with the poker cards and found the door locked. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin gave Qin Zhe a look and let him understand it himself. Qin Zhe read the same meaning from the two's eyes. If you dare to open the door, you're dead. I'm going to sleep. Qin Zhe said. Bullshit, where are they? Suyu cried. They're gone too. Qin Zhe, open the door for me. Silence. Qin Zhe, if you don't open the door, let's see who will regret it. Silence. Qin Zhe, you, coming. Qin Zhe ran to open the door. Suyu glared at him at the door and was not surprised to see the two women in the room. Play poker. Suyu threw the poker cards on the table. What did you want to say? Qin Bao's eyes narrowed, and the long and curly eyelashes became more obvious. Qinze, you son of a bitch. Suyu, who almost exposed the horse's foot, smiled and turned to Qinze and said, I almost scolded you just now, I'm sorry. What you said was the same as my sister saying that she knocked on the door to see if I slept well. Qinze complained in his heart, and Jia Zijin pretended to be okay and laughed. The four people sat down to play cards. Qinze was sleepy, his brain was not bright, and he often made bad moves. They were playing with money, and whoever lost had to transfer Alipay. Jack Ma, give me the advertising fee. Qinze lost more than 10,000 yuan in half an hour. At this time, Wang Zijin aggressively threw out 4 kings, and Qinze held 4 aces in his hand and took the opportunity to eat her. Wang Zijin immediately regretted, saying that she made a mistake and had to start again. Qinze was stunned and said, okay. Sure enough, he who stayed with her sister for a long time, Sister Ziwei, also got a bad habit of playing dirty. Suyu held her hand and said unhappily, no regrets, you can't accept it, Qinze, right? Wang Zijin looked at him, A's, let me pass. Suyu also looked at him. Qinze, Omega winky face pass, but... It was not a multiple choice question, but a question of death. Qinze refused to answer. The master didn't say anything, you don't have to say anything. Wang Zijin insisted on taking back her cards. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Suyu despised, I hate people who go back on their words the most. You are short, and your mind is shorter. Your facial features are flat, and your chest is flatter. Suyu seized the opportunity to attack Wang Zijin, retaliating for the fact that she had just closed the door and played with her. As for why she knew it was Wang Zijin who did it, because Qin Bao just gave her a look. Suyu was famous for her poisonous tongue, and Qin Bao couldn't beat her. She kept mocking her for a long time. Paw! Wang Zijin suddenly cut her scalp. Suyu was stunned. Qinze's little heart missed a beat. Wang Zijin said lightly, there is a mosquito on your head. Oh, I saw it wrong. Qinze, Suyu was angry and waved her hand to give her a scalp. With a paw sound, it cut Qinze's head. Qinze smiled with exhaustion. Don't make trouble. I received a miracle with this slap, and I got full marks for it. You dare to hit him. Wang Zijin gave a backhand slap on Qinze's head. I. Why did you hit me? Qinze was stunned. He didn't take it because it was too late. She is a girl after all, it's not good to hit her. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Qinze's smile was full of forgiveness. I see. Qin Bao added fuel to the fire and said, you should have cried just now. Suyu thought it made sense, and her big eyes were immediately covered with tears. Qinze felt weak from the inside out. He wanted to go home and sleep. Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to act anymore. Qinze, who felt the awkward atmosphere, rubbed his temples. As a man, he had to be mentally prepared to act as a lubricant at all times. What's the point of playing cards? I'll tell you some jokes. Qinze said. You can tell jokes. Wang Zijin was stunned. Okay. Suyu stopped crying. Only Qin Bao's face changed. Don't let him tell jokes. Why? Wang Zijin asked. He doesn't tell good jokes. Qin Bao said. Dirty and cold jokes, it was very embarrassing to listen to. Qinze was not convinced, because I only told jokes to my sister, so I'm not very skilled, and I'm not very good at it. Wang Zijin thought, you black-hearted maggot, you even want to dominate the jokes. You don't allow your brother to tell jokes to other girls. Suyu thought, you don't let him tell, I'll listen. I'll listen, you tell. The two said in unison. It was also a man's accomplishment to make his woman laugh, even though there were a lot of people. Qinzhe thought for a moment and said, in a certain year and a certain month, foreigners broke into the capital. The emperor was scared and fled with his people, leaving a spy in the city to check the situation. The next day, the spy cried to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the enemy has lost their moral integrity, raping and looting." He paused and held back his laughter. Di Renjia was furious. When did IF*CK a zombie? After the joke, he looked at his sisters expectantly. Wang Zijin. Su Yu. Qin Bao Bao held her forehead. Isn't it funny? Di Renjia. Qinzhe was depressed. Then I'll tell you a funnier one, he said. Wang Zijin and Su Yu nodded expectantly. A pregnant woman had a difficult labor, and the situation was urgent. Her husband was outside in a hurry. After a long time, the chief surgeon came out, and the man hurried to ask about the situation. The doctor shook his head and sighed. The child couldn't be saved. Just when the man was in despair, guess what happened? Qinzhe kept them guessing. The sisters shook their heads. Qinzhe said, "At this time," the doctor laughed, "I'm lying, both of them are dead." Qinzhe laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha, laugh for me, laugh for me. Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. I'm exhausted, go to sleep." Hey! The sisters left in an instant. Chapter 465. Don't go, don't go. How is it not funny? I think it's funny. Qinzhe urged his sisters to stay. Everyone, please stay. I have an even better joke that will definitely make you laugh. His sisters didn't pay any attention to him. Their footsteps were even firmer than those of the Red Army during their long march. Zijin, I'm not used to sleeping alone in the hotel. Let's sleep together tonight. Go away, you plastic sisters. You're worse than plastic. Shut up. It's none of your business. The three women talked as they walked out of the room and closed the door, blocking Qinzhe from chasing after them. Qinzhe silently locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. His frustration was at its peak. System, are my jokes really not funny? Only the system could chat with him now. The system saw that he was depressed and did not pretend to be cold. It said blankly, "Was what you said just now a joke?" Qinzhe was speechless. The system said, "I checked the internet here. The essence of a joke is to make the audience laugh, not to make the person who told the joke laugh. You're just being self-absorbed. In conclusion, if what you said just now was a joke, then it's really cold." Qinzhe was not convinced, but when I saw these jokes, I laughed like a pig. The system said, "Maybe your posture is wrong. You don't have the talent, you're just being self-absorbed." Qinzhe covered his chest and said sadly, Don't say any more. Even if I'm handsome and knowledgeable, there are things that I'm not good at." He fell into a deep sleep and woke up at 6:00 sharp. He was so tired that his eyelids could not open and his whole body was exhausted. Qinzhe still got out of bed. Perseverance is the most important thing in everything. If you can persevere, you should do it. When it's raining or snowing, there's no need to force it. Running in the rain or snow is not fitness, it's showing off. After Qinzhe finished brushing his teeth, he picked up the cold water from the faucet and patted his face. He felt much more energetic. He sent a message to Wang Zijin instead of calling her. If she woke up, she would naturally come out. If she was still asleep, then Qinzhe would run away by himself. "Give me 10 minutes, Wang Zijin replied quickly. They didn't expect to meet Su Yu, who also got up early in the hotel corridor. Su Yu was about to knock on the door. Seeing the two in sportswear, he blinked. "What are you doing?" "Jogging," Qinzhe said. "Give me a moment, I'll change." Suyu immediately decided to step in. Half of his body walked back to the room, leaned back slightly, and straightened his neck. "You are not allowed to leave first, otherwise." He couldn't think of any threatening words at the moment, so he glared at them and said, "Otherwise, I'll fight it out with you." "What's the matter with Suyu?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "She likes you, you know." "How am I supposed to answer that?" Wang Zijin said, "Pretending not to know is a very coquettish operation." Qin Zhe, "So you didn't bring sportswear?" She wore a light outfit, a V-neck knitted sweater, gray casual pants, and white slow-running shoes. She knew that she had to travel a long way to shoot. She didn't bring flashy things like skirts and high-heeled shoes, so it was easy to piece together sportswear. The three people left the hotel and trotted to the east. The traffic on the road was endless, but there were not many pedestrians. At 6:30 in the morning, the roadside breakfast shops were already open, and the road sanitation workers had cleaned the street before 6 o'clock. In this city where the pace of life was not fast, it was very leisurely and quiet. Trotting 2 kilometers, they came to the small park in the navigation reality. The park in the third-tier city, the greenery and park equipment were far less than those in Shanghai. The most unbearable thing was that the road here was paved with sections of stone instead of a cement road. It was very uncomfortable to run. Suyu ran 2 kilometers and was already out of breath. She usually did yoga and occasionally ran. As long as she kept in shape, it was enough, unlike Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe, who ran every morning to exercise. After running a lap in the park, she gradually couldn't keep up with the team. Qin Zhe slowed down and waited for her. Wang Zijin was like a proud swan. Suyu gritted her teeth and ran another lap. She couldn't hold it anymore. She fell on the park bench like a salted fish and gasped, "Husband, I can't do it." "Then you take a rest," Qin Zhe said, and he quickly kept up with Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was listless and bad. Every time she passed by Suyu's position, she deliberately flirted with Qin Zhe and said something that she usually wouldn't say, such as, "I hate you, Ba, I don't like you, little enemy, I'll reward you when I get home after shooting." Qin Zhe was full of goosebumps. Gradually, Wang Zijin's physical strength was exhausted. She ran 6 kilometers in one breath, which was almost her limit. It was meaningless to continue to run. So she sat beside Suyu, panting and resting. Suyu had a bright idea. When Qin Zhe ran close, she greeted him happily. After half an hour of rest, she almost recovered. It was time to pay a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. She would return the shame of just now to Wang Zijin 10 times. But as soon as she got up, Qin Zhe stopped running. He stood not far away and took a posture, as if he was going to play Tai Chi. There was a sneer behind her. Suyu turned her head and saw Wang Zijin sitting with her legs crossed in the posture of a big boss. Her disdainful eyes clearly said, "You are far worse than my sister." She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The two women sat on the bench, resting and watching Qin Zhe play Tai Chi. They thought it was Tai Chi and ignored each other. Suyu gradually became obsessed and felt that Qin Zhe's every move and style was full of beauty and rhythm. It was much more pleasing to the eye than those little fresh meat dancing. "It's good, right?" Wang Zijin said, "Every day after running, I sit aside and watch him play Tai Chi. Watching and watching, my heart will calm down." "You don't show off, we have already seen each other frankly," Suyu thought gloomily. "How many boyfriends have you had abroad?" Wang Zijin said with a smile. "No." Suyu said stiffly. "No." Wang Zijin was taken aback. "You have been abroad for so many years. Have you been in vain?" She remembered that Suyu was 27 or 28 years old, right? She had never had a boyfriend. Qin Baobao was 25 years old and had not had a boyfriend. She was almost driven crazy by her family. If Wang Zijin had not been too independent, she would have been married under the arrangement of her parents. Wang Zijin certainly didn't know Su Yu's story. Everyone has a story. These stories connect people's character and even their whole life. What about you? How many exes do you have? Su Yu asked. No. Wang Zijin said. I don't believe it. Su Yu hummed. Believe it or not. Why don't you dare to say it? Who doesn't have a few exes? Su Yu teased her. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. My family is very strict. Other people are not allowed to fall in love in junior high school and high school. My family doesn't allow me to fall in love even in college. My mother said that one day when I have the ability to be self-reliant, I will find a life. I don't care. From childhood to adulthood, I feel that the boys around me are very naive. I am not happy to fall in love with a group of little boys. When I arrived at college, I was entangled by a brother who wanted to fuck me. I wanted to fall in love, and other boys dared not approach me. Want to fuck your brother? Su Yu tilted her head, and her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. Don't have any bad ideas. Ace knows about this. The last time I went to the capital, I took him to meet my parents. By the way, I told the brothers who still miss me, I have a boyfriend. You go back home, find your mother, and find your own future. What does your family think of Qinze? Su Yu asked. I don't like him very much. Su Yu suddenly smiled. Wang Zijin squinted, but I don't care. I only marry the person I like. You are so capricious. I'm happy. Su Yu was stunned and suddenly sighed. I've read a lot of novels these days, and I like a book. It's about two heroines fighting for a man. One of them is a princess with a noble status, while the other is born poor and humble. Wang Zijin looked at her and didn't know why she suddenly sighed. The man didn't like the princess at first. He preferred the white flowers that bloomed in the barren soil. Everyone advised the princess to give up. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life can't be forced. But the princess said, I want to force it. A woman's self-confidence, domineering, and imposing manner are vivid on paper. On the other hand, the white flower took root and sprouted from the barren soil and was destined to bear the mission of backfeeding. Later, she and the man missed. The man chose to be with the princess. Wang Zijin asked, and then? Su Yu thought about it and said, they broke up. The man said to her, let's forget about each other. She was silent for a long time before spitting out a sentence. What if I can't forget? Boring, too boring, so readers like the valiant and domineering princess who dares to love and hate. They don't like the humble and restrained white flowers. But, how many people in the world are lucky enough to be born in the royal family? Su Yu turned her head and looked at her. I like Qinze, no, I love him. But in this love, I am humble. Sometimes I am so humble that I even feel disgusted. But you are different, you are more confident than me, more trusting than me. You are the princess, and I am at best a flower in the barren soil. But the flower also has the dream of the flower. I will not give up on him. I will try my best to dig your corner until one day he says the word break up with you. Wang Zijin looked at her blankly. Although I am just a flower, I also have advantages that you can't compare with. Su Yu said. Wang Zijin was almost moved by her, so she asked subconsciously, what advantages? Su Yu gathered at the tip of her tongue, as if spitting out the 9 words mantra of Tantra, because I am more beautiful than you. After that, it was accompanied by wild laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on her forehead bulged. If there was no last sentence, she felt that she would change her view of Su Yu. This woman talked for a long time, just to pave the way for the last sentence. But despite being annoyed, Wang Zijin was unable to refute. In terms of appearance, she did lose to Suyu. For the first time, Wang Zijin choked and wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 466. Qin Zhe found that on the way back, the two women had been sulking, looking at each other with disgust, and kept looking for trouble. For example, Suyu said that she wanted to eat vegetable buns. Wang Zijin immediately said that she felt nauseous looking at the buns and did not want to eat them. Wang Zijin said that she wanted to drink soy milk, and Suyu immediately said that soy milk was not good, and she wanted to drink milk. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ridicule her and said that soy milk was breast enlarging. Suyu asked, "Why are your breasts so small?" The two almost fought. Qin not long out Yin Zhe, persuading both sides, being a grandson to both sides, mentally and physically exhausted. Back at the hotel, they each took breakfast back to their rooms, brushed their teeth first and then ate. Suyu must have brushed her teeth, but she was not happy with Qin Zhe's attitude. Qin Zhe knocked on his sister's door. His sister, who had never been used to getting up early, was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, she pouted, glanced at the breakfast in his hand, and said, "Come in." Qin Zhe hurriedly slipped into his sister's room to take refuge. By the way, he brushed his teeth again in his sister's room. The hotel's toiletries were double. He smoked a little too much and had to brush his teeth at least 3 times a day, otherwise, it would produce smoke. The brother and sister stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth. Qin Bao tied up her scattered black hair with bangs. When she bowed her head and spat water, her loose chest revealed a white and half-full ball. Qin Zhe looked at it intently. "What are you looking at?" His sister hit him with her big butt. "Recently, I suddenly want to play ball." Qin Zhe said shamelessly. "Really?" Qin Bao smiled. "I also want to play ball, table tennis." Qin Zhe smiled and was hit by a hand knife as soon as he finished laughing. His sister rolled her charming eyes. Virtue. They sat at the desk and had breakfast. Qin Zhe sat in the chair, and Qin Bao shrank on the single sofa, with her pointed chin on her knees, chewing the soup dumplings, and said vaguely, "What about the two women?" Qin Zhe sighed, "Fighting spirit, not here." Qin Bao was happy. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhe glared at her. "Can you not gloat? Our big group is not united at all." Qin Bao said, "The art of the emperor, pay attention to checks and balances. If I don't do this, how can I make your house stable?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. "Back house." Qin Bao said with a straight face, "It's just an example." Wang Zijin, this silly girl, don't think I don't know what she is thinking, but my Ace is a good man who won't marry a wife until he is 30. She can't even think about it. And Suyu, she is a love-struck fool. Let me tell you, you can't like her. I, as your sister-in-law, will not agree. Qin Zhe took a sip of soy milk. In front of his sister, he said sugar-coated bullets, "If I want to marry a wife, I want to marry a beautiful, gentle, considerate, generous and decent woman like my sister." Qin Bao still had a straight face and said angrily, "If you talk nonsense again, let Dad beat you to death." Her little fingers and feet were fighting happily, and the joy on her mouth betrayed her. Qin Zhe changed his words, "Then don't marry, it's not bad to marry Sister Ziwei." With a kick, his sister said angrily, "Can you change your wife?" "If I don't change, then let Dad beat me to death." Qin Zhe said innocently. "I'm just scaring you." His sister whispered. How did Wang Zijin and Suyu get into a fight? Qin Bao couldn't figure it out. Suyu and she were enemies, but Wang Zijin and she were also enemies. The wolf in the house coveted Qin Zhe, and as the sister, she desperately protected her brother. The two were always scheming against each other, loving and killing each other. In the end, they didn't fight with her, but with each other. Don't think too much. Qinze interrupted his sister's divergent thoughts and said something to divert her attention. This is called planting flowers with the intention, but the flowers don't bloom. Bao bao planting willows. Hee hee hee. Qin bao bao, question mark. She felt that his words were strange. After eating, go to the set and try to improve the progress today. You guys can play cards on the set, but don't fight, Qinze warned. Qin Bao Bao's slender and beautiful fingers formed an orchid shape as she winked and said, "Ah, I just happened to bring a whip and candle, so I can teach them a lesson." Qinze. He should be angry, but half of his body went limp. It was all his sister's fault for being too coquettish. Qinze pretended to be angry, dragged his sister to the bed, and spanked her butt. It still felt good to the touch. Round and perky, soft and bouncy, even more bouncy than Jean Mai Lang. Qin Bao Bao was never willing to be spanked by her brother, so she resisted fiercely during the process, rolling, kicking, twisting her waist in all kinds of positions. But Qinze sat on her waist tightly and pinned her down firmly. His sister, as usual, whimpered and scolded him for being a black-hearted maggot. Qinze knew when to stop. If he spanked her for too long, her glass heart would break, and she would cry, and he would have to coax her. Qinze had just stood up when a pair of slender and strong legs clamped around his waist. The force was so strong that he lost his balance and fell on the bed. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qinze fell on his sister's body, but it did not hurt at all. Instead, it felt soft. With the 2 lumps of meat on his chest cushioning him, he enjoyed the fall and felt comfortable. You hit me with 150 pounds. Qin Bao Bao curled up, hugged her chest, and whimpered. Did it hurt? Qinze knelt beside his sister and asked nervously. Seeing that his sister was only frowning, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not spoiled, or it would be a pity. Thank goodness it's real, or the silicone inside would burst. Get lost, your sister is in so much pain, and you're still talking nonsense. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red. She bit her lips and said coquettishly. You're asking for it, aren't you? I'm not hitting you anymore, and you're still thinking of making a comeback. Qinze lowered his head and admitted his mistake. My bad, does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and said angrily, It's none of your business. Then I'm leaving. You come back and rub it for you. I'll come back and destroy you. Qin Bao Bao leaped up like a strong tigress. She first pressed Qinze down on the bed, then turned around nimbly from 99 to 69. She then put her long legs on his shoulders and twisted her legs. He was really stunned. Qinze took a deep breath and smelled the scent of dihuajishio. Qin Bao Bao seemed to be determined to break her brother's neck. He was stunned for a few minutes until Wang Zijin knocked on the door. He had no choice but to let go. The sister was depressed to find that the fatal scissor kick that had always been successful seemed to have lost its deterrent power. Her brother not only did not suffer, but also enjoyed it. Qinze opened the door with a ruddy face. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood at the door and said angrily, What time is it? The shooting has already started. That's right, don't dawdle. If you delay the time, you delay the money. That's right. How much does it cost every day? The 2 women said one after another. Their target was not Qinze, but Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting by the bed and tidying up her image. Qinze said unhappily, You talk too much. Wait another 15 minutes. Suyu and Wang Zijin stared at him together. Qinze was suddenly scared. Suyu and Wang Zijin turned around and went back to the room. Qinze thought that he had to comfort them one by one. At present, he had to comfort the crying monster first. He said, "Sister, don't be angry. I admit my mistake." Qin Bao Bao said, and her eyebrows were extraordinarily soft. She whispered, "You go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qin Zhe left the room. Qin Bao Bao hummed a song and rolled happily on the bed. Qin Bao Bao changed her clothes and dressed up. When she came out, Qin Zhe and others were already waiting downstairs, with 6 assistants beside them. Qin, although he was not long out yin, he had a glib tongue. Zhe successfully coaxed Wang Zijin and Su Yu. 3 cars rented by the rental company drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and headed for the scenic spot 20 kilometers away. Su Yu drove, Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat, and Qin Zhe lay down on his side with his head on his sister's thigh. This was not his intention. Su Yu drove voluntarily, and Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat because Qin Bao Bao pushed her in. After getting in the car, his sister was considerate and gentle. "Ace, you got up so early. You must be sleepy. Lie on your sister's lap and sleep. There is still a long way to the scenic spot." Qin Zhe missed the taste of Dihuaxiu, so he was reluctant. In fact, Qin Zhe was not very sleepy. After playing a few sets of Times Are Calling, his spirit recovered well. Bored, he took out his mobile phone to watch the news. He happened to see a message: 2 dogs were stuck and hit by a car in the middle of the road. Because there was a video, it was posted on the internet, and the number of hits was very high. "What are you looking at?" His sister bowed her head, and her hair fell. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. "Didn't they say never let your boyfriend or girlfriend look at your face from top to bottom? Otherwise, your worldview will collapse." He found that his sister's angle was not bad, and she was quite beautiful. Looking at the news. Qin Zhe sighed, "That's why I said don't play carts. People will die, and dogs will die." Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and did not understand. She reached out and grabbed his mobile phone to watch the news. "But, what does it have to do with carts?" His sister did not understand. "Hey, you don't understand, but the younger brother demon probably understands." Qin Zhe grinned. Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Can you speak human language? What's the point of always saying things that I don't understand?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he suddenly heard Wang Zijin and Su Yu in the front row scream. Then there was a loud bang. The car hit something, and the inertia made Qin Zhe roll down from his sister's lap. "What's the matter?" Qin Zhe's face changed greatly. Wang Zijin scolded, "Why don't you look at the road? Turn and let us go straight." Su Yu's voice was aggrieved, "I was blocked by the bus. Who knew that the car suddenly came out?" Su Yu said, unfastening her seatbelt, "I'll get out and see." She did not forget to turn her head and warn, "You two don't come down. It's not good to be photographed." The 2 cars driven by the assistant had already gone away. They didn't seem to notice that the boss behind them had collided with someone. It will take a while for them to react. The car that was hit by Su Yu was a Rolls-Royce, black body, a long rectangular box. The appearance is as low as ever, without smooth curves, and without the beauty of a top luxury car. But its reputation is not lower than any branded luxury car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has a little golden man in the front. Su Yu's vision is very high. At a glance, she estimated the approximate price, between 8 million and 12 million. She frowned. It's not because she can't afford the money. Millions of dollars, she really doesn't care. Losing money is certain. She was just blocked by the bus parked on the side of the road. When she turned, the 2 cars collided directly. It's this kind of luxury, it's a big trouble to touch it. They have to rush to the shooting site today. Another one, 3 middle-aged men and 2 fashionable girls got out of the luxury car and surrounded them aggressively. The three men ran to the front of the car and nervously checked the damage of the car, swearing a few words in the local dialect. Chapter 467. The bumper of the Rolls-Royce was dented and the headlights were broken. The bumper of the Audi driven by Suyu fell off and the whole front was slightly deformed. Looking at the quality alone, the small Audi was completely destroyed. Although the damage was not big, this is a Rolls-Royce. You can't repair it without $1,000,000 yuan. This kind of luxury in the car is more terrible than a road killer. If you scratch it, you will go bankrupt. The pedestrians around stopped to watch. The vehicles also slowed down and looked at the car accident that was not tragic but would be tragic. A small Audi worth less than 200,000 yuan hit a Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan. The owner of the small Audi should be crying in the car at this moment. How much money would be paid for killing a person? A human life is not as good as a piece of iron, which makes people feel sour but have to accept the fact. Luxury cars are troublesome to repair for several reasons. First, for the larger damaged parts, many 4S stores only replace and do not repair. Second, the spare parts are imported from abroad, and the price is increased layer by layer, resulting in a surprisingly high maintenance price. Third, brand monopoly. Many things domestic technology can't reach, such as paint, domestic 4S stores can't transfer it. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly and was distressed and scolded Suyu. When many people were gloating, a tall and sexy beauty came out of the driver's seat of the small Audi. She had a slim figure, slim pants wrapped around her slender and well-proportioned legs, and a pair of slow-running shoes on her feet. First, she glanced at the Rolls-Royce, then at the small Audi, and apologized to the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly. When he saw Suyu, his eyes lit up. He was also a person who could be ranked in the local rich business circle. His mistress was the standard. He had played with all the little stars, but few of them could be as beautiful as the woman in front of him. This figure, this face, and long legs that can squeeze people to death. Suddenly, he stopped swearing and changed to dirty jokes. The man next to him smiled and echoed. Suyu, who had come to bow his head and admit his mistake, frowned and saw that they were getting more and more excessive. He couldn't help but say a dialect, "Non could I." Wu Yin's voice was soft, sweet. The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, "Oh, people of Shanghai, I haven't had sex with a woman in Shanghai." Others laughed. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was actually very angry. Most of the tycoons in third-tier cities were driving cars that cost a few million. Not many of them actually bought cars that cost more than 10 million. He usually hid it in the garage and treasured it. Today, he brought a big client out for dinner. He was already very unhappy that the client did not get into his car. Who would have thought that he would be hit by someone on the road? Suyu sneered, "With your toothpick, I'm afraid that with your hands, I can't satisfy you." The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned and his face darkened. He probably didn't expect this girl to be so sharp-tongued. "Then do you want to try it tonight?" she asked in a strange tone. Suyu sneered again, "What's so good about toothpicks, picking your teeth?" She looked around at the other two men. 3 toothpicks, form a match stem, waste. "Ha, this little slut." The men were furious. The quarrel between the two immediately escalated. The 3 men attacked one after another. "Who do you think you're here to be our mistress? Since you're pretty, why don't you accompany us tonight and we'll forget about this matter? One night is not enough. You have to sleep with me for a week. Look at you driving this broken thing. You can't afford to pay for it." In the car, obscenities floated in through the window. Qin Bao Bao was furious. "A few old bastards, I'll help Suyu." "Come on, you don't even know how to curse." Wang Zijin said. "It was just a small matter. They should pay for it. They should apologize." They didn't expect it to escalate into a war of words. Qin Zhe underestimated the quality of the nouveau riche in China, especially in economically undeveloped cities, the rich people who rely on the mountains to get rich. Such people may not even have studied for a few years. They have a rustic spirit in their bones. Their success is not based on knowledge and ability, but on the resources under the earth that gives birth to them. The rich businessmen in the 1980s and 1990s and after the 1990s are two different levels. Don't go down, I'll go. Qin Zhe took out a mask from his sister's bag and opened the door to get out of the car. If you don't meet this kind of person, you don't mind stepping on him. You should clean your mouth and pay for it. If your mouth is not clean, it's not over. In the past, my friend was like a friend, but now his grave is full of green grass. On the other side of the car, Su Yu, although sharp-tongued, couldn't resist the siege of the public. Women are naturally weak. Seeing Su Yu's weak momentum, several men jumped even more, scolding Su Yu for coming out to sell only a few hundred yuan a night. What's more, they made a gesture of shrugging their waist at her. Several men deliberately teased her. The traffic police had already called. Before the traffic police arrived, they made fun of Su Yu. If it was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to take care of it and directly let the other party prepare to sell the house. After Qin Zhe got out of the car, he glanced at them. The distance between the two sides was not far. The men glanced at him lightly and didn't care much. A timid man who let a woman come out to take the lead can only watch the play. Maybe he has been scared by the compensation. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe didn't come over. He turned to the rear of the car and took a baseball bat from the trunk. This bat was put in by the rental company. It is very popular in foreign countries to have a bat in the car, specially used to fight against road rage patients. This kind of phenomenon is not common in Shanghai, second and second-tier cities, third and fourth-tier cities and some counties. This thing is standard. The pot-bellied Rolls-Royce owner sneered, "Oh, you want to smash the car?" He was not afraid at all, but fanned the flames. "Smash, smash, if you don't smash, I will look down on you. This car is not expensive, only 12 million yuan. I didn't drive it for much time, but I'm tired of it. I just want to change to a new car." His eyes fell on Su Yu more often. Smashing the car was good. If the car was smashed, the man and woman would not be able to afford it for a lifetime. He had connections in the local area, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. He was even thinking about how to make the long-legged beauty in front of him obediently. Qin Zhe first kicked the man who was pointing at Su Yu and swung the baseball bat. Bang! The little golden man in the front of the car flew directly to the other side of the street. "You!" The Rolls-Royce owner rushed up and his face changed greatly. Even though he said that, he couldn't remain indifferent when he saw his beloved car being smashed. However, what greeted him was a swift and fierce kick that sent his body, which weighed 180 kilograms, flying 3 meters away. Bang! The front windshield was broken under the huge force, and glass fragments splashed. Bang! The hood was dented. Bang! 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 In less than half a minute, all the windows of the Rolls-Royce were broken, and the body was full of dents. The street was full of onlookers taking photos and videos. There was a lot of discussion. He really dared to smash it. This is a Rolls-Royce. Road rage has to be cured. This is good. He can't afford it even if he goes bankrupt. Hurry up and post it on the internet. I filmed the whole process, and I also filmed the scolding just now. It's so domineering, it makes my blood boil. Why is this person wearing a mask? I can't capture his appearance. Qin Zhe held the baseball bat high, leaned back slightly, and bent his spine like a strong bow. The moment the baseball bat struck, the friction with the air made a sharp whistling sound. Bang! There was an unprecedented loud noise, the edge of the roof was completely dented, and the baseball bat was broken into 2 pieces, flying in the air and clattering to the ground. The 3 men, including the middle-aged owner, were livid. The Rolls-Royce, with excellent safety features, was beaten like this by a bat. If it falls on a person's head, the skull will burst. Several men were horrified. The Rolls-Royce owner's face was black. Did you record the video just now? It was recorded. Destroying private property, I want to see how he ends up. As he said, he glanced at Suyu. In Suyu's eyes, everyone and the scenery became black and white, only the sound of Chin-zae waving the baseball was colorful and dazzling. She knew that Chin-zae was not a domineering person. After knowing him for so long, she rarely saw him really angry. His actions were most likely to help prevent her anger and stand up for her. It felt good to have a man to stand up for her. Chin-zae turned and pointed half of the baseball bat at the man's face. Do you still have a luxury car at home? Drive it over, and I'll smash it together. He was really not afraid at all. In a society ruled by law, let's talk about the law. The legal department that the 3 companies spend millions every year is not useless. For this kind of thing, at most, they will lose money. There were no casualties, and the traffic police's consistent style was to mediate and compensate. As they were talking, a luxury car came over, an Audi A8. The Audi A8 stopped on the side of the road, and a man came down from the driver's seat. He looked at the Rolls-Royce in surprise and walked to the middle-aged man. Brother Rong asked me to come over and ask what's going on. The Rolls-Royce owner stared at Chin-zae with gloomy eyes. This son of a bitch did it. Chin-zae grinned and turned to look at the Audi A8 not far away. Is that car yours, too? At this time, a police car turned from the intersection and came this way. The traffic police came. Chapter 468. Chin-zae looked around and found that no one dared to scold and refute. Everyone's face was livid. He thought to himself, is this the legendary shocking operation? When the traffic police came over, the men who had been scared for a long time immediately became energetic and pointed to Chin-zae and shouted, "Police comrade, this is the person." 2 traffic police, a middle-aged man and a young man, frowned. What's the matter? The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, they hit my car. Not only did they not pay for it, but they also smashed my car with a stick. He also hit me. Several men chimed in and added fuel to the fire. The traffic police frowned again and again. The driver of the Audi A8 was listening, and his eyes fell more on Suyu. This woman is really beautiful. He looked at the little Audi again and saw a very beautiful woman through the windshield. He felt that she was familiar, but the woman took out a mask and put it on to cover her face. The young traffic police looked at the old traffic police, or, take the car away and hand over the people to the police station. The old traffic police glanced at him and did not say anything. He said to Chin-zae, young people are a bit impulsive. When the traffic police came, Chin-zae couldn't continue to smash the Audi A8. He changed from a state of rage to his usual gentle behavior. Yes, a bit impulsive, but he insulted a woman first. The old traffic police suddenly looked at Suyu. He had seen such a wonderful woman for a long time, but he was too lazy to care about these bullshit things. Chin-zae said again, I will pay for it. Pay your ass, you have fart money to pay, just wait for the police station. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat and sprayed on Chin-zae's face. Chin-zae slapped him in the face. Pa, the man was stunned. The middle-aged owner was supported by his companion and his eyes were still a little dazed. The 2 traffic police quickly grabbed Chin-zae's shoulders and yelled, don't hit people. Chin-zae frowned, didn't you see him spitting? The old traffic police glanced at the middle-aged car unhappily and looked at Chin-zae. Do you have the economic ability, Rolls-Royce? Chin-zae calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a rose gold watch. The two traffic police officers were expressionless. Qinze reminded them helplessly, "My watch costs 5 million yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't achieve his goal. The two traffic police officers didn't recognize this luxury item and thought it was fake. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was so angry that his face turned ashen. He roared, "This is not over yet. If I don't make you pay, my surname is not Zhu." Qinze raised his hand, and he shrank back in fear. The owner of the Rolls-Royce walked towards the old traffic policeman. With half of his face swollen, he squeezed out an ugly smile and offered him a cigarette. The old traffic policeman did not take it. He moved closer to his ear and whispered for a long time. He spoke in a dialect. Qinze didn't understand, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. The old traffic policeman frowned. The owner of the Rolls-Royce made a phone call, said a few words with a smile, and then handed the phone to him. The old traffic policeman listened for a moment and his frown deepened. After hanging up, he said, "We're taking your car. You're coming with us too." Qinze said, "Okay." He wasn't afraid of the other party's little tricks. As long as he took off his mask, who would dare to play such bullshit with him? Not to mention the captain, even if it was the chief, Qinze just had to post a few words on Weibo and public opinion would drown him. These days, there were too many officials who were investigated because of public opinion. This kind of method was the stupidest. Qinze didn't even bother to use it. He could settle it with just a phone call. It was also possible that when he took off his mask, the other party would give up. His identity was there. The influence of celebrities was very great, especially a big shot like Qinze who was different from ordinary celebrities. He had countless ways to deal with the situation in front of him. It was inconvenient to take off his mask now. There were more passers-by. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed sinisterly. "Wait for your death, you bastard." The other men looked at him with sinister eyes. "You want to get beaten up again?" Qinze glanced at him. The owner of the Rolls-Royce stepped back and sneered. "You wait and see how I will kill you. I also want to fuck your woman." He glanced at Suyu. The traffic policeman frowned and said, "Don't talk, come back with us." The young traffic policeman stood in front of Qinze to prevent him from hitting people again. This kind of thing was very annoying. One side had a bad mouth, and the other side had a bad temper. If you were slapped a few times, the police could only criticize and educate at most, but they couldn't really arrest you. The young traffic policeman looked at Qinze sympathetically. In his mind, Qinze was going to be unlucky. On the other side, in the Audi A8. The driver watched the play for a long time and understood. He returned to the Audi A8 to report to the boss. Mr. Zhu's car was hit by someone. The other party took full responsibility. Because of a few words about that woman, the car was smashed by a young man who got out of the car. TSK, young people nowadays have a bad temper. They can't afford to sell their house. It is estimated that they will be locked up for a few years. The man sitting in the back seat frowned slightly. He had a deep vertical line between his eyebrows, which was formed by a long time of wrinkles. His facial features were ordinary, and his expression was slightly serious. When he didn't speak, he had a natural majesty. This was the temperament that had been washed by the wind and waves. The driver sat in the driver's seat, turned his head, and chattered, "I usually think that Mr. Zhu's words are unreliable. His mouth is full of dirty words. He is such a nouveau riche. He will be neither up nor down in his life." The man came here this time to inspect the project. Mr. Zhu used to work with him. Later, he went back to his hometown and set up his own business. With his support, he developed real estate, mining, and so on. Although the big part was with him, he had saved more than 1 billion yuan in assets in recent years and became a local rich businessman. This time, Mr. Zhu asked him to come to see the project and asked him to invest in tourism. He said that he had a lot of trouble with several competitors in the city and was in urgent need of funds. This industry was really profitable, so he came over. Ah! The driver patted his head and looked excited. I remember. The man in the back seat was startled by him and was slightly angry. What's the matter? The driver pointed at the small Audi excitedly. Brother Rome, the woman in the car is Qin Bao Bao, I saw her. The man was stunned. The driver said, Qin Bao Bao, why is she here? Is it a commercial or an act? After saying that, he revealed the thoughts that all men fantasized. Brother Rome, that woman is really the best. The man was stunned for a long time, and his face suddenly changed. He opened the car door and strode across the street. Brother Rome. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and followed. Suyao tried to control his footsteps, but he still couldn't help but speed up, trot, trot. Finally, he saw him again. The first time he saw him, he was in a white ward wrapped in swaddling clothes, and his tender red face was wrinkled. He had seen his face many times on the screen, but it was not him. It was unfamiliar and there was no sense of familiarity. He only remembered that ugly face for many years. Finally, they met again after more than 20 years. Suyao heard his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. When he approached and saw Qin Zhe, tears almost rolled out of his eyes. Yes, it was him. He was a little far away and wearing a mask before, so he didn't recognize him. Now, Suyao, who had been paying attention to him for a long time, recognized him by his eyes. Normally, Qin Zhe would be startled if there was a middle-aged man who quickly approached him and stared at him with burning eyes. But the moment he saw this man, Qin Zhe was speechless, and the irritation provoked by the owner of the Rolls-Royce also subsided. At this time, his mood was very complicated: confusion, disgust, resistance. In a sentence commonly used in elementary school, my mood is like an overturned bottle of 5 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. He knew this man because Sister Man had checked Suyao's background for him. His face was ordinary, and his height was ordinary. If he changed this high-end suit into a street stall and threw him into a crowd, you would have to use a magnifying glass to find him. Suyao, Su Ru's brother. Brother Rong, why are you here? The owner of the Rolls-Royce looked very respectful. Suyao glanced at him and slapped him. Slap. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned. The traffic policeman was also stunned and then shouted, "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe raised his eyebrows. The owner of the Rolls-Royce raised his hand to block the traffic policeman and looked confused. Brother Rong. What he got in return was another slap. Brother Rong, why did you hit me? Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong, slap. Brother Rong, slap. 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 The owner of the Rolls-Royce was able to take the slap at first, but then his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. He almost cried out in pain and dodged. The 2 men beside him didn't dare to say a word. Suyao glanced at them coldly and then at the traffic policeman. He said lightly, "Officer, we will not pursue this matter." Traffic policeman. The traffic police couldn't figure out this guy's method and looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The guy with the big belly shook his head. Don't pursue it, don't pursue it. Although it was very strange, the traffic police were too lazy to care about it. When encountering this kind of thing, they also focused on mediation and compensation. Hurry up and drive your car away, you can't go on the road anymore. The young traffic policeman walked to Su Yu and said that he wanted to see her driver's license, but his eyes couldn't help but peek at her beautiful face. On this side, Qin Zhe and Su Yao looked at each other silently. Two men who knew each other but didn't know each other. After a while, Qin Zhe chuckled. "Who are you?" Su Yao said bitterly. "Su Yao. Do we know each other?" Su Yao thought about this question for a long time and finally shook his head. "I don't know. Sorry to cause you trouble." Su Yao turned and left. Qin Zhe frowned. If the man who called his mother was him and the man he met at Hongqiao Airport was him, then he should know who he was. "Don't you have anything to say?" Qin Zhe shouted. Su Yao's footsteps paused, and then he walked away. Seeing Qin Zhe was not the purpose, it never was. Although he said so to Xiaolon, both he and Xiaolon knew that it was not the case. But Sister Xiaolon didn't agree, so he didn't dare to draw legs on a snake. It's not up to him to decide whether to open old debts or not. Chapter 469. Qin Zhe looked at Su Yao's back until he got into the Audi A8. He retracted his gaze and turned back to the car. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were very calm. The elder sister bowed her head and played with her mobile phone. Sister Ziwei took out the makeup mirror and looked at herself in self-pity. "Don't you say anything." Qin Zhe was not reconciled. "Don't you know how to shout 666? Qin Bao Bao tilted her head. "Old tie, double-click 666. Wang Zijin closed the makeup mirror and said perfunctorily, 666. Qin Zhe, "Well, one is a first-tier big shot in the entertainment circle, and the other is a golden branch in jade leaf of a wealthy family in the capital. In the eyes of others, the act of smashing the car may be a trivial matter in their eyes." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "It's hard to show off," but the sisters didn't feel it at all. It's too hard to show off in front of them. At this moment, the assistants finally reacted and made a phone call first. After learning that the boss had a car accident, they were scared out of their wits. It took them only 3 minutes to drive back after 10 minutes. 6 people stood outside the car, bowing their heads slightly. Under Qin Zhe's sharp eyes, they didn't dare to breathe. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "You leave a car, and then drive this car back to the rental company." The 6 people nodded again and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but heard Qin Bao Bao said lightly, "Next time, if you don't have eyes, you can all pack up and get out." The assistants nodded obediently. The 3 people changed cars, and Siu also dealt with the traffic police. The deduction of points was certain, and the fine was inevitable. Little Teddy wasn't depressed at all. Instead, it was overjoyed. It threw itself into Qin Zhe's arms and kissed him on the cheek. "What are you doing?" "Looking for death." 2 sharp screams. Su Yu was grabbed by the collar by the furious Qin Bao Bao and thrown far away. If this was at home, what awaited her was not a chest attack, but a face of confusion. On the other side, Zijin quickly took out a tissue and wiped Qin Zhe's face. "Sister Ziwei, that's enough, that's enough. You're peeling off my face." Qin Zhe felt his face burning. "Who told you to kiss him? Did I agree?" Qin Bao Bao glared at her. "You're a girl. Don't you have any shame?" Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Su Yu was not afraid of them. He crossed his arms and whistled loudly. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Bao Bao was furious. "I'll tear you apart." Qin Zhe quickly stopped his sister. "Sis, don't be angry. Don't be angry." Wang Zijin sneered, "Tear her mouth first, then sew it up." Qin Zhe freed his hand to stop Wang Zijin. "Sister Ziwei, take a step back." If he didn't pay attention, it would soon become a battlefield. His sisters were too hot-tempered. He turned his head and glared at Su Yu. The little teddy stood there quietly. It seemed that she also knew that she couldn't control herself and exposed herself again. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't provoke them, it would be fine. Well, Siyu was sometimes quite sensible. Thinking of this, he saw Siyu turn around, stick out her butt, and twist at Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. This was a suffocating operation. Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin exploded on the spot. Qinze silently covered his face. Sis, let's get in the car first. There are so many people on the street. Qinze begged bitterly. Probably also felt that it was shameful to quarrel in the street. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin got in the car angrily. Suyu was arranged in the co-driver's seat by Qinze, and he drove. Before getting in the car, Qinze glanced at the assistants who were watching the play and roared, "What are you looking at? Get out of here and do your work. Do you want to work or not?" The assistants dispersed in a hubbub, thinking to themselves, "You're just being rude to us." The car continued to move forward, and there was a bloody storm in the car. Suyu's words had always been rich, and she could easily deal with the two women. Although Wang Zijin was a woman with connotation, she had to consider her image. Some dirty words couldn't be used. Qin Baobao had no pressure. She could be cute and wild, but her vocabulary was too shallow. So the two were easily suppressed by Suyu. Suyu's eloquence was so sharp that Qinze had experienced it before. After some blowing and singing, he easily let him disarm and surrender. Mouth cannon. Qin Baobao was so angry that her face turned red. She rushed over from the back seat to tear Suyu's mouth. Suyu didn't give way. Two people, 4 hands, hit each other with a fist. Qinze was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Anyway, in the car, they could do whatever they wanted. He was really not in the mood. After seeing Suyao, his heart was smeared with a shadow. He was very uncomfortable. Suyao's silence revealed a lot of information. What about after he revealed the truth? Acknowledge his ancestors? Others may not agree with him, and he was not happy. What about his parents? Qinze glanced at his sister from the rearview mirror. And what about her? The car drove to the scenic spot, took the cable car up the mountain, and rushed to the set. Under the guidance of Mo Yu, the crew carried out the shooting work in an orderly manner. The protagonist was not there, they could play other scenes first. At this time, the crew was resting. Mo Yu was in the temporary sunshade, watching the weather of last night's camera. In documentary programs, this kind of shooting method was common. In order to collect the subtle changes of things, such as the blooming of a flower bud, it often took several days or even dozens of days. The better the details of the movie, the better the quality and reputation. "Boss Qin, I'm late." Mo Yu complained. There was an accident on the way. Qinze said and asked, "Where are you?" "Only one scene, now, continue with the previous one." "Yes." The progress returned to the time when Chunshir-san came to the Wuji mountain. While keeping the funny elements, a few fierce martial arts scenes were added. Feng Rui had never acted in a martial arts scene, but she had practiced dancing. Her body was very soft, and her high leg kick was no pressure. Cut. Mo Yu stopped. The martial arts director frowned. "Boss Qin, your posture is wrong. Why didn't you do the spinning kick just now? Is the posture too difficult? The straight kick is too simple and has no aesthetic effect." Boss Qin said, "I think it's more direct and effective." The martial arts director curled his lips. "You're like an ordinary person fighting. This is not martial arts." Qinze, Feng Rui smiled. "Boss Qin, of course you don't know martial arts." "I'm fine. It doesn't matter if we redo it." Mou suggested, why don't we take a break for a few minutes and you can coach Boss Chin alone? The martial arts director nodded. Okay. Chin Zhe, okay, I don't know martial arts. I'm a person who can tear tigers and leopards apart with my bare hands. Thus, Chin Zhe practiced martial arts for half an hour under the martial arts director's exasperated guidance. Wang Zijin squatted on the side and watched with great interest. She admired the bulging muscles under the tight t-shirt and his well-proportioned body. She really didn't have anywhere to sit. The few reclining chairs and a table were occupied by a few female stars. Wang Zijin watched for a while and slowly strolled to the other side. Besides Qin Baobao who was sitting, Xiu was also standing. Besides Tianfang's B-list actress Li Wei, there were also B-list and C-list actresses invited by other companies. There were a total of 4 people. Boss Qin has a great body. Yes, yes. He's handsome and has a great body. Let's ask him out for a drink tonight. What do you want to do? Ha ha ha. They sat at the table, laughing like silver bells. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and walked over with a gentle smile. Boss Qin asked you to go over. Seeing the girls looking over, she said, he said he wants to take a photo with you. The girls' eyes lit up. They stood up happily and walked over to Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin sat at the table and waved. Let's play Fight the Landlord. Qin Baobao and Suyu quickly got to their seats. On the other side, the female stars who were sent back by the confused Qin Zhe were discussing angrily. That person lied to us. I hate her so much. We were happy for nothing. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back and continue chatting. When they came back, they found that their seats had been taken. The 3 women were sitting at the table and playing Fight the Landlord. The female stars were speechless. Wang Zijin didn't have a system. Otherwise, she would have received a lot of negative emotions. Although they were angry when they saw Qin Baobao, they extinguished their anger. It didn't matter if they didn't know Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but they couldn't not know Qin Baobao. She was the big boss. She could ask you to get lost with one sentence. This time, Qin Zhe's new movie was made. The female stars used a lot of connections to get selected. Even if it was just a supporting role, they would be happy. Because Qin Zhe's movies, like his songs, would be popular. As long as the movie was popular, it didn't matter how low the salary was. How many stars had their value skyrocketed because of a film and television work with a good reputation? After playing Fight the Landlord for more than an hour, Su Yu, who had lost 50,000 yuan, threw her cards and stared at Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. I don't play anymore. Can't afford to lose. Play it or not. In response, she was ridiculed by her 2 best friends. Su Yu glared, Qin Baobao, are you interesting? Every time we are on the same side, you give cards to the landlord. We are on the same side. Wang Zijin, didn't you lose 20,000 yuan yourself? What's there to be proud of? Qin Baobao patted her forehead. Hey, Zijin, let's divide the money. I have 80,000 yuan here. 20,000 yuan will be returned to you. The remaining 60,000 yuan will be divided equally. Alipay or WeChat? Wang Zijin, Alipay to my card. TSK, money is really easy to earn. Su Yu, you all bullied me. You took my child and my money. You two wait, I will find a chance to revenge. I don't want to play cards. It's boring. Qin Baobao stretched, and when she straightened her chest, the heavy chest gave Su Yu and Wang Zijin 10,000 points of critical damage. Su Yu looked down at her C-cup and felt depressed, but looked at Wang Zijin's similarly small chest and felt comforted. Wang Zijin looked down at her B-cup and was also discouraged. She felt that she could not catch up with the size of a big cow in her life. Then she looked at Su Yu's chest, which was slightly smaller than her own, and immediately became confident. Qin Bao Bao saw the small movements of the two people, and the corner of her mouth raised. It was lonely to be invincible. She grabbed the mobile phone on the table, clicked on the live broadcast platform, logged into her account, and wondered if she wanted to play live broadcast. She did a live broadcast when she was in Star Art before, but that was a commercial activity. She has not played live broadcast since then. Would you like to broadcast the shooting live for everyone? Chapter 470. Playing landlord was no longer interesting. She and Wang Zijin teamed up to bully Su Yu, which seemed very interesting. But Su Yu looked angry and unhappy, but in fact, he was as calm as an old dog. It was only tens of thousands of yuan, nothing. It was more interesting to play live broadcast. If she was still in Star Art, she might have to ask for her agent's permission. Now it was different. She was the dignified female president of Tianfang. She could do whatever she wanted. What do you want to eat for lunch? Qin Zhe came over. Qin Bao Bao looked at the time. It was already 10:30. In half an hour, it would be time for lunch. Su Yu smiled. Double egg ham. Hey, little teddy leather. Wang Zijin thought for a moment and smiled reservedly. Virgin chicken. Qin Zhe's face froze and looked at her sadly. Sister Ziwei, this was really not available. Qin Bao Bao said, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Zhe was suddenly moved. Sister was still the best. Although she looked like a vixen, she was very loyal. However, Qin Zhe had a question that he couldn't answer. Was chicken stewed with mushrooms so delicious? Were they going to eat until the end of time? There was a complex of buildings halfway up the mountain for tourists to stay, eat, and relax. It was not here a few years ago, but with the rapid development of tourism, the facilities on the mountain were more and more complete. After a few scenes, the crew announced a break for lunch. Qin Zhe specially asked the crew to go to the mountainside to see if there was double egg ham, virgin chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Not long after, the crew carrying the phone box returned and distributed the lunch boxes. The person who sent the lunch box was a young man with a pretty good appearance. The reason why Qin Zhe remembered him was that after Wang Zijin finished playing Guanyin yesterday, Su Yu said sarcastically, "Drama team, give her an extra drumstick at noon." Then at noon, there was really a big drumstick in Wang Zijin's lunch box. Wang Zijin almost died of anger. When she asked who put the drumstick, a young man raised his hand. "I put it. The drumstick is delicious." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe almost laughed out loud. "Why are there no drumsticks today?" Qin Zhe teased him. The young man glanced at Wang Zijin's oval-shaped face and scratched his head. "She's a chicken." Qin Zhe was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. "You're the F***king chicken. Your whole family are chickens." Wang Zijin was too lazy to bicker with him. She rolled her charming little eyes, turned around, and continued to eat her meal. The virgin chicken was bought from a KFC chicken shop on the mountainside. Normal shops didn't sell virgin chicken. "How many years have you been on the set?" Qin Zhe asked with interest. "It's been 5 years." The young man revealed a reserved smile in front of the boss. "I came here right after I graduated." "What's your current job?" "Just running errands." "Do you want to be a director or a screenwriter?" "I want to be a star, but I have no acting skills, and I can't sing." "I'm just a little good-looking," he said. "It's enough to be good-looking," Qin Zhe said quietly. "When I was a child, my grandmother took me to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that I would be rich and successful in the future. Later, I proved it to my grandmother with practical actions." The young man said, "Feudal superstitions are unreliable. Qinze was speechless. He patted the other party on the shoulder. Comrade asterisk asterisk asterisk, go ahead. Boss Qin, my name is not asterisk 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 asterisk. You deserve this name. Well, go ahead. Oh. Qinze and his sisters sat at the table to eat. Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms was placed in the center, followed by the crispy virgin chicken that Wang Zijin tore with thin film gloves, as well as a stack of meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Suyu didn't share her double egg ham with everyone. She enjoyed it alone. After eating the double egg ham, she went to pick up Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms, but was blocked by a pair of chopsticks. Qin Bao Bao said unhappily, "You're not allowed to eat this much. I want to eat." No. Hey. Qinze called for a halt and earnestly advised, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? How many flowers will fall? Persuasion was also skillful. Of course, it was useless to persuade like him. On the contrary, Wang Zijin's light words made the two give up. Bao Bao, kill her. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her, curled her lips, and didn't speak. Suyu snorted and buried her head to eat. No one wanted to be a snipe. Qin Bao Bao was bored, so she rambled on and said some meaningless things. Let's talk about jokes. Qin Bao Bao suggested. Qinze's eyes lit up. Don't say it. The 3 women said in unison. Qinze, look down on me. You can insult my hairstyle, but you can't insult my jokes. I'm allergic to jokes recently. Let's play riddles. Suyu chewed her food. This proposal was approved by Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao thought about it. It was a good opportunity to prevent her brother from telling cold jokes. I'll say it first. Suyu swallowed the food in her mouth, held the chopsticks in her fingers, and looked around the 3. Snow White, take off your skirt and get a drink. Wang Zijin, Qinze, Wang Zijin thought, Teddy Sue's intentions are so sinister. Do you think I'll fall for it? In A's heart, I'm a reliable big sister. Wang Zijin pretended to think hard and then shook her head. I can't guess. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and really thought hard. Then her eyes lit up. Sprite. After that, she blushed and spat. Suyu showed a pure smile. It turned out to be like this. I finally know the answer. Ha! Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Suyu blinked her clear and innocent eyes. I saw it on the internet. I couldn't think of the answer for a long time. Bao Bao is really good. You guessed the answer at once. Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. She felt that she had lost in the knowledge reserve. Wang Zijin snorted. I also have a question. A man chased a beautiful female colleague. The female colleague wrote a note to him. The content of the note was, paper making, gunpowder, compass, printing. The man looked at it for a long time and understood. So the next day, the 2 of them had sex. Why? Poof, Qinze spat out a mouthful of rice and coughed. Crazy, are you finally going to start with the 4 major inventions? No, it can't be like this. Please let them go. Qin Bao Bao patted him on the back with her small hand, helped him breathe, and handed over the teacup. Suyu pretended to say that this puzzle is so profound that I can't guess it. Wang Zijin nodded with a dignified smile on her face. She said that she didn't know. She occasionally saw it on the internet. Qinze said in his heart, damn, I saw it on the internet. Why didn't I see it? Qin Bao Bao racked her brains and thought about it, but she couldn't figure it out. A's, what do you mean? I don't know. Qinze shook his head. You must know. Sister puffed her cheeks, and her sharp oval face puffed up like a bun. I really don't know. Then give me 3 minutes. I'll think about it. Wang Zijin and Siyu nodded again and again, and showed a malicious smile. No, this game is boring. Don't guess. Qin Zhe said. Teddy's tissues are all gone. Don't pollute my Bao sister. Perhaps because this question was too profound, Qin Bao couldn't think of an answer even with her clever mind. She could only give up. Before they had time to start the second activity, such as playing cards, Mu had already run over to summon Qin Zhe to film. Wang Zijin, who had already received her lunch box, was tired of the set. She hung a DSLR around her neck and played all over the mountains, with 2 assistants following behind her. Suyu curled up on the recliner under the shade and took an afternoon nap. Qin Bao was full of energy and couldn't sleep. She didn't like to wander around like Wang Zijin, so she sat quietly and played with her phone. When she was tired, she finally thought of live streaming. She opened the live streaming app and logged into her account. She had her own live streaming room, which was the account she used to live stream at home. There was no one in the live streaming room, and it was cold and cheerless. Usually, when a celebrity did a live stream, they would vigorously promote it. At the very least, they would post on Weibo to inform their fans. Otherwise, who would know? Hence, Qin Bao switched to Weibo and posted, "I'm doing a live stream. Everyone, let's do it together." There was a link to the live streaming room. A few minutes after the post was posted, the number of people in the live streaming room increased at an explosive speed. Is she really a goddess? There was no news at all, and she suddenly started a live stream. I'm so excited. Wow, eldest sister. Get lost, you uncultured people. How dare you call my goddess that? Do you want to die? Eldest sister was the first title that Qin Bao received on I Am a Singer. It was much earlier than the brother flaunting crazy demon. At that time, she wasn't famous, and the audience's most direct impression of her was that she was beautiful, long-legged, and big-breasted. For a period of time, whenever Qin Bao appeared on a singer's show, there would immediately be a eldest sister spamming the screen. Qin Bao was no longer the same as before. She wasn't as angry as she used to be. She smiled lightly and said, "Hello, everyone. The signal here isn't very good, but it shouldn't affect much, right? It's fine, it's fine. It's very clear. It's fine even if it's stuck until you die." Qin Bao didn't put on makeup. Damn, she's so beautiful even without makeup. Lick the screen. Type with both hands to show my innocence. As soon as Qin Bao finished speaking, the rich people sent rockets one after another. Thank you for your rockets. Qin Bao blinked. According to the rules, should I say, brother 666? The bullet screen was filled with, ha ha ha, and then brother 666 spammed the screen. Qin Bao looked at the phone and smiled coquettishly. Actually, I'm just bored. Shall I sing a song for you? The audience in the live streaming room was suddenly very excited. Qin Bao sang Blue and White Porcelain. There was no background music, no accompaniment, and no sound editing. It was just a cappella. The effect was definitely not as good as the album produced in the recording studio, but it still had a different flavor to it. Bao is a talented singer. Her singing is very good. Rich people, send rockets. Continue, don't stop. I want to listen to exaggeration. I want to listen to fairy tales. Let's sing The Most Familiar Stranger. That's my favorite song in your digital album. Qin Bao lay on the chair and chatted with the audience in the live streaming room while singing. After about half an hour, her throat was tired from singing. Actually, I'm just bored, so I came here to play. My throat is tired from singing. How about this? Qin Bao Bao said apologetically. No, no, no. Then don't sing. It's fine if you don't talk. We just want to watch you. I'm already satisfied to watch girls lick the screen. Let's chat a little more. I'll send you 10 rockets. Qin Bao Bao was a little embarrassed. At this moment, a sharp-eyed audience member asked, Bao Bao, where are you? I see a mountain behind you. Chapter 471. Someone should have vaguely seen the figure behind Qin Bao Bao, a corner of the blue sky, a continuous green mountain range. However, they didn't take it to heart. When someone mentioned it, many fans suddenly realized that Qin Bao Bao was definitely not in Shanghai. There was no such scenery in Shanghai. I'm filming. Qin Bao Bao didn't hide it. She smiled and said, I won't reveal where. The live stream room suddenly became lively. Filming. What movie? A movie or a TV series? Bao Bao is filming a new movie again. Why didn't I see any publicity online? Nonsense, does Bao Bao's movie need to rely on bottomless hype? Although she hasn't filmed many movies, every one of them has a good reputation at the box office. I love her Chu Xiangxiang to death. Wait, Bao Bao is filming. Does that mean that Qin Zhe is also there? Qin Bao Bao nodded. My brother is also there. He's filming. Then she pouted and said unhappily, my plot hasn't started yet. I've been waiting for 2 days. What movie? What movie are you two filming? Spoiler, quick. The audience was very excited. Some rich people sent a few more rockets. After Qin Zhe's debut, the first movie, Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, had a smooth plot and excellent acting skills. It was both hot-blooded and good-looking, and it had a good reputation at the box office. After Bloody Battle, he and Qin Bao Bao acted in a tear-jerking youth romance movie, If I Become Memories. Recently, the movie was released on social media platforms and became more popular. What Else Do You Want Me? Was still at the top of the music chart. The video of Qin Zhe playing the song in the piano room had more than 100 million views on the internet. How long had it been, and the siblings were filming a new movie? Could it be that after being a fast shooter in the music industry, Qin Zhe had become a fast shooter in the film industry? Where is my husband? Quick, turn the camera to my husband. Oh, there's a Qin Zhe fangirl in the live stream room. No, I'm a man. Qin Bao Bao stood up and asked the staff for a selfie stick. She fixed the phone on the stick and raised it high. Then I'll show you around the set. The audience in the live stream was screaming excitedly. There were quite a lot of people on the set. As Qin Bao Bao wandered around, she scanned the staff members on her phone. He showed the audience the general situation on the set. Actually, the filming process is tiring and boring. It's not as relaxed and happy as you think. Sometimes, in order to film a good scene, the actors have to keep repeating the scene over and over again. When we first came here yesterday, we ran into difficulties. We couldn't pass the test even after taking a few shots, Qin Bao Bao explained. While she was commentating, the live stream viewers kept sending her gifts. She also received a share of the gifts, although she was not a contracted streamer and was only a guest streamer. According to the rules of the streaming platform, Ruben Tail. When Qin Bao Bao saw the audience asking about the new movie in the comments section, she smiled and said, anyway, it's not a secret. Our new movie is based on a mythological theme. Everyone knows that I played the role of a fox demon before. However, that was more like an ancient romance drama. This movie is a little different. It's mixed with many elements. I won't reveal the details. Fans, you can watch the trailer when it's out. By the way, do you know who the scriptwriter is? Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked. The audience in the live stream room guessed. Many well-known and unknown scriptwriters' names were revealed. At first, they were serious, but later, they started to mess around. Some people said Yi Liangchen, some said Long Outyen. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "It's Qin Zhe." The atmosphere in the live stream room was obviously stunned. Then, the bullet screen flew by quickly. Is Qin Zhe finally extending his claws into the film and television industry after being a fast shooter in the music industry? This was a common comment from the audience. My husband is awesome. My husband is awesome in everything he does. I will definitely watch my husband's movies. This was the worship from the die-hard fans. Qin Zhe is awesome, but scriptwriters and songwriting are different creative fields. I don't think God is optimistic. Let's wait and see. This was a rational fan with a pessimistic attitude. Qin Bao Bao was very uncomfortable with the flirtatious fans who called her younger brother husband. Although the current trend was like this, and every little fresh meat had a fan's husband, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Ace is mine. I don't want to be your husband. She calmed down her unhappy mood and looked at the phone. Suddenly, she was stunned. The comments section was suddenly crazily flooded. What the F *CK, super beauty. What the F *CK, super beauty. What the F *CK, super. Qin Bao Bao didn't react for a long time. Is it necessary to do this? I'm so hot and beautiful. I'm not proud of myself. Why are you guys so high profile? Soon, she found that the super beauty in the live stream room was not her, but Suyu. Suyu was 3 meters away from her. Just now, the mobile phone camera swept her and was seen by the audience in the live stream room. The picture quality was clear, and Suyu's beautiful and refined appearance was suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Bao Bao was already a rare beauty, and Suyu was not inferior. One was as beautiful as a demon, and the other was as beautiful as a fairy. 2 different styles, but they were evenly matched. Suyu was lying on a spacious recliner, covered with a coat. Fortunately, she covered with a coat. Otherwise, the fact that her figure was not good enough would be exposed in front of the audience. Is this a newcomer? I haven't seen her before. Too damn beautiful. The way she sleeps makes people feel a trace of indifference and majesty. Who can tell me who this girl is? I'll be fans of both of them in the future. Bao Bao, please introduce. Please introduce. This ghost of Suyu, Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she grinded her teeth, and there was no flaw on her face. She said, she does occupy more scenes in the next film, but she is not actually a person in the entertainment circle, and I didn't want to find her in the entertainment circle. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and she carefully called a staff member and whispered, "Do you have a water pen here?" The staff member brought a water pen to her. Qin Bao Bao looked around at the drama team, sat down and made a silent action, and looked at the mobile phone. "I'll let you see my drawing skills right away." She pointed the camera at Suyu. In the video, a red and beautiful face. The water pen appeared in the camera, and the tip of the pen slid down 2 lines along Suyu's pretty face, and then drew 6 cat whiskers along the corner of her mouth. A small black dot was drawn on the tip of her nose, and the word Wang was written on the smooth forehead. Suyu immediately became like a cat but not a cat, like a tiger but not a tiger. Suyu went to bed late last night. In the morning, she got up half an hour earlier than Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. The reason was that she couldn't recognize the bed and it was difficult to sleep in a strange environment. At this moment, the cool mountain breeze was blowing, and she slept more deeply. When the job was done, Qin Bao Bao held back her laughter and slipped away with a selfie stick. "Goddess, you're really naughty. Is there a friend like you, old man? It hurts." Ha ha ha, Qin Bao Bao's operation is too conscious. High energy ahead, Shiraba opened, non-combatants quickly evacuated. Chapter 472. Qin Bao Bao looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She had to say that Siyu was cute after makeup. She was a little more lovely than usual, which made her a little jealous. According to her shallow animation experience, this is the type of sick girl that often appears in the film and is very popular, but it is only limited to the surface. Siyu is not sick or cold at all. She is a hateful shrew inside. Siyu frowned and moved her head slightly, but didn't wake up. She was very sleepy. She went to bed late last night and ran in the morning. Her body was particularly tired. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief and slowly relaxed her stiff body. If Siyu woke up, she would decisively quit the live broadcast and run away. Because she might be hunted down next. It's not good to fight with Siyu in public. I'm a big star, and I also want to save face. On the contrary, she felt that if Siyu woke up and found that she was being pranked, she would definitely put down her identity and wrestle with her. Siyu gave the impression that she was very paranoid and crazy. After all, she was a woman who could shamelessly scold Jinji is a disgrace, grenade-throwing mother, and I'll slap you to death, in the game. The comments section was very lively, and the audience was still asking for Suyu's name, praising her cute, beautiful, goddess. At first glance, she seemed to be more popular than Qin Bao. Qin Bao couldn't help but think of the sour poem, seeing the new smile, who hears the old cry. No, she couldn't let her go like this. Taking advantage of her illness, taking advantage of her sleep, of course, she had to humiliate her. She looks like she won't wake up. Let's play again. Qin Bao Bao pinched Suyu's soft face and let her deform in her hands. Everyone, take a screenshot and make an emoji pack. Qin Bao Bao urged. Screenshot. Make it into a desktop and lick it every day. Bao Bao, sign your friend, she will definitely be popular in the entertainment circle. Too much, when she wakes up, your friendship will be over. Enough, don't look at women, show me Qin Zhe, I want to see my husband. The viewers in the comments section were all over the place. During this period, gifts were sent one after another. In half an hour, the gifts Qin Bao Bao received exceeded the annual income of an ordinary white-collar worker. And as the number of people in the live streaming room increased, so did the number of gifts. She couldn't help but sigh. Live streaming was really profitable. She had heard that many female live streamers could easily earn millions a month, and all they had to do was sing, dance, and chat. Occasionally, they would take on private jobs and research how to make babies with the rich people who gave them tips. This was the exclusive skill of Goddess Nuwa, and it was another rich income. However, Qin Bao had heard from Qin Zhe that the streamer industry had a low threshold and high income, so the competition was becoming increasingly fierce. Live streaming of grave robbing, live streaming of survival in the wild, and live streaming of making babies were all outdated. If he wanted to make a name for himself in the world of broadcasting, he had to have the awareness that he could not swallow the rice field with his small mouth. Qin Bao knew about these two stories. There had been a heated discussion on the internet for a period of time. Thinking of this, she slowly shivered. In response to the audience's request, she turned the camera to the set, only to find that the actors had disappeared. Hey, where are they? Qin Bao Bao asked the staff and returned the pen. At the wooden house in the East District. The staff took the pen and pointed to the east. Qin Bao Bao held the selfie stick and said to the audience, then let's go and take a look now. Someone in the comments section said, Qin Bao Bao's chest is exposed. Don't tell her. Then, a bunch of people followed suit. Qin Bao Bao was shocked and looked down. Her chest was tight. She was not exposed. She looked at the comments section again and saw a series of ha 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 Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I'm not broadcasting anymore. How dare they trick her? The wooden house in the East District was a 5-minute walk from here. She held the selfie stick and looked at the scenery along the way. The scenery here is very good. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. It's rare to see such beautiful scenery in Shanghai. Qin Bao Bao walked briskly. The audience was flattering and praising their goddess's looks. There were no blind spots in her 360 degrees. Suddenly, someone shouted in the comments section, "Qin Bao Bao, look behind you, look behind you. Goddess, watch your back. Behind. Behind." Qin Bao Bao subconsciously wanted to turn her head, but she suddenly heard a shout, followed by a scream. Her hand trembled and she almost dropped the selfie stick. Wang Zijin held the DSLR in her hand and 2 assistants behind her. She was laughing. "Wang Zijin, are you trying to scare me?" Qin Bao Bao kicked her angrily. Wang Zijin easily dodged and smiled. "Are you going to the wooden house in the East District? Don't be afraid, sister will help you rub it." She reached out and touched Qin Bao Bao's big breasts that she was proud of. Qin Bao Bao took a step back and said angrily, "I'm broadcasting." Broadcasting? Wang Zijin glanced at the phone. The broadcast room was in an uproar. So beautiful, so elegant. Wow, I'm in love again. Big sister, what's your name? Are you also an artist on the set? Why haven't I seen you before? Is she a newcomer? One look and I can tell that she's a decent lady, unlike my goddess who's not decent. She's so elegant. Don't shake the camera, let me see clearly. Wang Zijin waved at the phone. Hi. Qin Bao Bao put her arm around her shoulder and raised the selfie stick. She introduced, "This is my best friend. Yes, she's also here to shoot a movie. When the movie is released, you must go and watch it." She patted Wang Zijin. After being her best friend for so many years, Wang Zijin understood and smiled elegantly at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I hope you can help us promote the movie. My name is Wang Zijin." Planes and rockets were launched one after another as if in response. I was so scared that I immediately searched for her name, but I couldn't find her. Is she a newcomer? Will she develop in the entertainment industry in the future? There are so many beauties in Tianfang. Qin Bao Bao looked at the phone and shook her head. She's also a guest star. She doesn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The audience was disappointed. Just now, the Sleeping Beauty also didn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The beautiful big sister is also not in the entertainment industry. Bad review. The entertainment industry is so profitable. Which beautiful girl doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry? Bao Bao, it's up to you. Pull them over. Even if they're just vases. Let's cut to the chase. I just want to ask, does the big sister have a boyfriend? A group of people followed the trend and asked if she had a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao nudged Wang Zijin with her shoulder. My fans are asking you if you have a boyfriend. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qin Bao Bao and thought, what does this woman mean? Is she testing me? Yes or no, that was the question. The more time they spent together, the more Wang Zijin felt that she couldn't make up anymore. Every time she was intimate with Qin Zhe, she had to sneak into his room to sleep. She also had to worry about Qin Bao Bao visiting in the middle of the night on a whim. Her heart was tired. Last year, she felt that it was time to lay her cards on the table, but she didn't want to be the bad person. She used a little trick and threw the blame to Auntie Qin. Who knew that Auntie Qin was also a disappointment? She was even more cowardly than her. When their children were not on the right track, as a mother, she should catch them and give them a slap. While slapping, she would ask, "Did the motherland give you the courage?" But Auntie Chin's style was not right at all. Wang Zijin hated it for a long time. Everything was wrong in the current society. None of them were righteous. Purple Light Pavilion used gutter oil to cook. The Youth League sold balls of green balls that could circle the earth. As a mother, she was inexplicably cowardly. Wang Zijin's smile didn't change. She rubbed Qin Bao Bao's shoulder. "I don't need a boyfriend. It's enough for me to have a girlfriend." With a smack, she kissed Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao's test failed. Instead of being angry, she felt a little sweet. Wang Zijin said in her heart, "I give myself full marks for this trick. It's a waste of resources. Lesbians are infinitely good, but they can't give birth. Hey, think about the feelings of us single dogs. Let go of that girl and come at me. No, let go of that girl and let me do it." Qin Bao Bao didn't pay attention to the anger of the audience in the live broadcast room. She walked side by side with Wang Zijin to the East District. The wooden house in the East District. There was a retro building complex here. It was half brick and half wood. It was originally a tourist area, but now the staff pulled up a yellow cordon to provide a site for the crew. Outside the cordon, many tourists stopped and took out their phones to film. Standing outside, they could only vaguely see the figures inside. "Wait, I'll put on a mask first. Otherwise, we might be surrounded." Qin Bao Bao took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. The mask had become a must-have for her. It was easier to wear than sunglasses. Qin Bao Bao put on her sunglasses and crawled under the cordon. The staff guarding outside recognized the two of them. "If you want to film, film outside. You can't go inside. It'll affect the filming." The staff stopped the crowd who wanted to follow Qin Bao Bao and go in. Then why did they go in? She's a staff member. They chattered for a long time. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this. How uncultured. Where are they from? Regional discrimination. This is a tourist area. There are people from everywhere. After entering, they saw a group of crew members in a circle. Director Mou was also standing on a chair. Qin Bao Bao said, "My new film with Qin Zhe is a comedy with a mythological theme. You'll know after watching a few scenes." She raised the selfie stick up high, facing the opposite direction. When the production crew saw her coming, they consciously made way for her. Qin Bao Bao found that they weren't filming a movie. In the circle, Qin Zhe and the muscular martial arts director were facing each other. The martial arts director was rubbing his neck and stretching his limbs. And Qin Zhe was standing opposite him, as straight as a javelin. "Wait." Qin Bao Bao turned the selfie stick to herself and said, "It doesn't seem like they're filming. Let me ask them what they're doing." She grabbed the staff next to her and asked about the situation. Chapter 473. The staff member glanced at Qin Bao Bao's phone. "I'm doing a live broadcast." Qin Bao Bao was all smiles. Suddenly, the staff member became a little reserved. He straightened his body slightly and stood up straight. Eggy smiled. "They're sparring." The situation was like this. When Qin Zhe made his move, he subconsciously used a few moves of real martial arts. Of course, he didn't pass. He was ridiculed by the martial arts director. Qin Zhe said, "It's not bad to do some real moves once in a while. Although the moves in movies were mainly flashy, it would be better to do some quick, accurate, and fierce moves occasionally." However, the martial arts director of the film crew was very domineering. Any extra moves by the actors would make him unhappy. The martial arts director retorted, "Chairman Qin, although most of the moves in movies are just for show, it doesn't mean that they're not real. It's just that when you actors perform them, they're flashy but not practical. It doesn't show the power. Qin was puzzled. Why don't I feel that it's real? In his view, any flashy moves were superfluous. When the martial arts director heard this, he was unhappy. He felt that his professionalism was being questioned. He said unhappily, Chairman Qin, you don't understand this industry. Don't be misled by the useless theories of Chinese martial arts on the internet. There are simple and flashy techniques. The staff member beside him said, that's right. Brother Zhou practiced in the Shaolin Temple when he was young. He won the Sanda Boxing Championship. He's also a third Dan black belt in Taekwondo. He's a real black belt, not someone who casually ties a black belt around their waist can compare to. The martial arts director smiled. Taekwondo is famous for its flashy moves. Don't be fooled by his high kicks and roundhouse kicks. A real master can dislocate someone's jaw with a roundhouse kick. Qin thought to himself, I'm afraid you don't take my Wudong Mountain seriously. Taekwondo does have some skills, but if you meet someone with tough muscles, they'll take a few hits first. Once they get close, Taekwondo will be finished. That's why Chairman Qin, you don't know real martial arts, right? Qin smiled. I've really practiced it before. The martial arts director asked curiously, what did Chairman Qin practice? Qin said, the times are calling. The martial arts director was speechless. Since it was a break, Qin said, why don't we have a spar? The martial arts director immediately shook his head. Why? When I get serious, I don't hold back. Qin was speechless. What a coincidence. When I get serious, even I'm afraid of myself. Seeing that the martial arts director wasn't tactful, Mou gave him an eye signal and smiled. Old Zhou, why don't you spar with Chairman Qin? Chairman Qin might not be inferior to you. The martial arts director hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. The director's intention was for him to go easy on Boss Qin and fight for 300 rounds. He would go in and out, up and down, and finally defeat Boss Qin. This would create an atmosphere of glory even though he had lost. After all, everyone could see that Chairman Qin was actually a hypocrite. If they lost to him, it would be obvious that they were flattering him. Not to mention the disdain in the hearts of the other employees, Chairman Qin might not be happy either. On second thought, the break time was quite boring. It was just the right time to have some fun for everyone. He felt that Boss Qin was thinking the same thing, so he nodded in agreement. Then, this happened. Spar. Qin Bao's eyes lit up. She looked at the camera and said, hey, it's like this. My brother is going to spar with the martial arts director. Do you guys want to watch? The audience in the live broadcast room replied, yes. Qin Bao snorted and said, sorry, I'm going to leave the live broadcast now. Then, she deliberately shook the camera and watched again. The live broadcast room was filled with cries of grief. You're leaving the live broadcast at such a critical moment. Be careful or I'll turn against you. Don't be like this, sister. I want to see my hubby get beaten up. I want to see Qin get beaten up too. I've never seen how actors act. I want to see Qin get beaten up even more. Why do I feel that Qin will definitely get beaten up? Maybe he can win. It's impossible. That martial arts director is all muscles. Also, how can Qin know martial arts? At most, he's practiced Taekwondo or something. It's actually useless. My cousin only practices Taekwondo. It's just like Tai Chi, it's just a little fancy. Qin Bao curled her lips. Who asked you to tease me just now? She said to the phone, my cousin has never practiced martial arts, but he's quite good at fighting. He might not lose. The response she received was, "Show off your brother. Your nature is exposed. They're about to start." Qin Bao Bao turned the phone screen to the center of the circle. The onlooking crew members were also whispering to each other. However, they spoke very softly because they didn't want others to hear what they were saying. Boss Qin likes to show off. Old Shou is so honest. It's really hard for him to pretend to lose. So what if he loses? Maybe Boss Qin appreciates him and gives him a raise. I'm jealous. In the circle, the martial arts director got into a fighting stance. He lowered his waist and gestured for Qin Zhe to attack. Since it was a big boss teaching a newbie, it should be the newbie taking the initiative to attack. Then, the big boss would defeat him and give him a few pointers. Qin Zhe nodded. He took a few steps forward, twisted his waist, raised his leg, and lashed out with a kick. The martial arts director raised his left arm to block. He only used half of his strength. He thought that he couldn't stay still and had to make it look like he was staggering. Then, he trembled violently. A huge force came from his left arm and directly swept him to the ground. The scene suddenly quieted down. The audience's cheers were stuck in their throats. A few seconds later, thunderous applause sounded. Old Shou's acting skills were praised. Mou's eyes lit up and were full of admiration. He thought to himself, Old Shou is usually so honest. Who would have thought that he would be so clever on the inside? With this fall, he really showed his level, his climax, and his bright career path. His future is limitless. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She suddenly remembered a video she had seen before. The CEO of a certain megacorporation, who was already quite old but still liked to show off. Once, he danced with a mask on during the company's annual meeting. What was he dancing about? It was at the level of an elementary school student. Anyway, it was terrible. The audience booed. Halfway through the dance, the CEO took off his mask. What the F***ck is he doing? F***ck, Daddy. Instantly, thunderous applause sounded. The audience in the live stream was much more honest. They all complained. His acting is too realistic. There's no skill involved at all. The martial arts director said, I'm the best actor this year. At first, I only believed in my conscience, but in the end, I couldn't help but see that the strong thing is reality. Bao Bao, let's listen to you sing. Qin Bao Bao didn't see these words. Her phone was still facing the circle. The martial arts director stood up with a dumbfounded expression. Hearing the deafening applause, he felt that his years of grandmaster prestige had been swept away. This wasn't the script. I should have fought with CEO Qin for 300 rounds and won by half a move. He could see that CEO Qin was really something. That was why he was swept away when he was relaxed just now. No, he had to get back his face. CEO Qin, I was careless just now. Let's do it again, the martial arts director said loudly. Sure. Qin Zhe nodded. He only used 10% of his strength in that kick. It was more of a test. He didn't expect the martial arts director to be so useless. The martial arts director got into a fighting stance again. He lowered his waist and gestured for Qin Zhe to attack. Qin Zhe shook his head and waved at him. If it was another one-kick KO, it would be embarrassing. The martial arts director stopped underestimating Qin Zhe. He took 2 steps forward and punched Qin Zhe's face, or more accurately, his chin. The chin was hard. Even if CEO Qin couldn't dodge it, it wouldn't hurt too much. At the same time, it gave him a chance to stop. However, his punch missed. Qin Zhe tilted his head and dodged it. At the same time, he punched him in the stomach. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the martial arts director's body stiffened. Then, he held his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. He curled up and kept retching. The crowd quieted down again. The audience was once again impressed by the martial arts director's acting skills. With his acting skills and his scheming in the workplace, it would be unforgivable if he didn't get promoted. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Elder Zhou vomited everything that he had eaten in the afternoon. When they took a closer look, they were shocked. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily. Ouch, what happened to you? 2 crew members went up to help him. They thought to themselves, this can't be an act. Otherwise, it would be too real. Even Qin Bao Bao can't act as well as you. The martial arts director sat up with the help of the 2 crew members. After a while, the pain in his stomach subsided and he could finally speak. He looked at Qin Zhe bitterly and asked, CEO Qin, did you practice martial arts before? I told you. Qin Zhe nodded. 20% of his strength could hurt someone to the point that they wouldn't even be able to call him daddy. 30% of his strength could cause a minor injury. This was his current strength. If he wasn't afraid of crushing his fists, he should be able to shatter rocks. CEO Qin, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? The martial arts director asked in admiration. The times are calling. The martial arts director was speechless. F***CK, the times are calling. If acting tough was against the law, CEO Qin would have already sentenced him to death. The lightest punishment would be life imprisonment. The applause became even louder. This time, it was different from the applause from before. To use a popular phrase, everyone was shocked. With a single punch, he had knocked out the martial arts director, who was tall and muscular, with an 8-pack. Was CEO Qin one of the legendary martial arts masters? Didn't they say that martial arts was a trick to gain fame? That he could be beaten to the ground by a boxer with just a few moves? Actually, it had nothing to do with martial arts. Everything was a reflection of strength and speed. There were no vital attack techniques like martial arts. Rest for a while. The pain will go away soon, Qin Zhe said. He didn't know that his performance just now was seen by tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Gifts and bullet screen comments were all over the place. Chapter 474. That's too fierce. KO with 1 punch. I don't think it's an act. Nonsense. He even vomited. How could it be an act? I thought it was an act just now. Did you guys see that? When Qin Zhe tilted his head, the explosion happened instantly. His reaction speed was too fast. I've only seen such movements on TV before, but this is reality. Did anyone record it? The comments in the comments section were changing at an alarming speed. The atmosphere was explosive. Most of the comments were from Qin Zhe's little fangirls. They screamed and said things like, "Hubby, I want to give birth to monkeys with you. Hubby, you're the most handsome." Qin Bao Bao held a selfie stick and went to the martial arts director first. She asked softly, "Are you okay? Does it hurt? My brother didn't know his limits. I'll help you hit him." The martial arts director was in so much pain that his stomach acid was churning. After this sugar-coated attack, half of his bones went limp. He forced himself to shake his head. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. I have a foundation. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Qin Bao Bao smiled gently. Have a good rest. Looking at the martial arts director's posture, it was as if a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Since he treated him like a national knight, he would treat him like a national knight. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and whispered, "Look, your sister is such a vixen." Qin Zhe glared at her. How can you say that? This is called winning over people's hearts. You're clever. Wang Zijin whispered angrily, is your sister more important or your girlfriend more important? She pulled his ear angrily. Why are you pulling my brother's ear? Qin Baobao walked over and pushed Wang Zijin away with her but Wang Zijin staggered a step. Her eyes were full of resentment. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. Her eyes curved into crescents. She stretched her legs and was about to sit on her brother's lap. You were so cool just now, Qin Zhe secretly patted her thigh. Qin Baobao suddenly realized that they were not at home. They could not be too casual in front of everyone. She had never seen a sister sitting on her brother's lap so casually. It was all A's fault. His legs were too alluring. She always wanted to sit on them. Therefore, she didn't sit down but stood, ready to wrap her arms around his neck and pinch his cheeks. You've got guts. Instead of focusing on acting, you only know how to fight. Qin Zhe pretended to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the surrounding staff members smiled kindly. Why are you holding up your phone? Qin Zhe asked. I almost forgot, Qin Baobao smiled playfully, I'm doing a live broadcast. Come, say hello to my audience. She pointed the camera at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe leaned back in his recliner, raised his head, and smiled at the camera. Hello, everyone. Qin Zhe saw that the comments section was filled with, Hubby, I love you. He was now a little fresh meat with countless fangirls. Back in the day, the people who chased after his sister lined up from the south to the north. He was the queen's little loyal dog. Now, he was a salted fish turning over. This metaphor was not right. A salted fish turning over was still a salted fish. Now, he was a golden carp turning into a dragon. He was no longer a fish in a pond. Thank you for the gifts. I'll ask my sister for them later, Qin Zhe said with a smile. The comments section was filled with 666. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more diligent. I'm about to start filming. I don't have much time. Well, you all know my habits. I'll answer 2 questions. You can post them in the comments section. I'll pick the most popular ones. The comments section was filled with all kinds of questions. Qin Zhe automatically filtered out questions like, who's your girlfriend, and does Qin Baobao have a boyfriend? How's the new movie? Qin Zhe said with a smile, it's absolutely wonderful. You must go to the cinema to support it. Is the theme song original? Yes, I've already written the theme song. I've been preparing this song for a long time. You all know that I write songs very quickly. So, if I can prepare a song, it shouldn't be bad. You want to hear it? I can't, but I can hum it a few times. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but the production team also perked up and listened attentively. Qin Zhe hummed a tune softly. In the process, Qin Baobao lowered her phone and approached him. After a while, he finished humming the tune. How is it? He asked with a smile. I want to hear the original song. It's not satisfying to hum it. Yes, I want to hear the original song. It's quite interesting. It was just a few simple tunes. They could only hear the general melody. Qin Baobao estimated that the live broadcast had been live for 40 minutes. When she was satisfied, she said, okay, the live broadcast ends here. I have to say goodbye to you all. Don't. No. I haven't had enough. I want to see my husband. The audience in the live broadcast room flooded with comments. Next time. See you next time. Qin Baobao blew a kiss to the camera and left the live broadcast room under the audience's reluctant persuasion. Qin Baobao. With an angry roar, Siu angrily rushed from the outside, her forehead bangs flying. Qin Bao Bao was inexplicably guilty. She left Qin Zai's leg, stepped back a few steps, and cried, Su Yu is crazy. She wants to hit me. Su Yu's face was mad. She was not like this in the past. She was rarely so angry. Without asking, Yuan Fong knew that there was something wrong. But Qin Zai still had to persuade her and greeted Su Yu. What's wrong? You go away. Unexpectedly, Su Yu was so angry that she pushed Qin Zai aside and rushed up to fight with Qin Bao Bao. Unexpectedly, the fight started quickly and ended even faster. It was almost as fast and nimble as when Qin Zai defeated the martial arts director. Qin Bao Bao held Su Yu's hand, the other hand wrapped around her arm, and then put her on the ground with a little force. From Qin Zai's point of view, Qin Bao Bao hugged Su Yu and gently put her down. Su Yu fell down admiringly. At most, she symbolically twisted a few times to express her dissatisfaction. Qin Bao Bao sat on Su Yu with her big buttocks. Su Yu under her twisted and scratched Qin Bao Bao with her 9 white bone claw, but she was held by Qin Bao Bao and suddenly lost all fighting power. Qin Zai silently covered his face. Why bother? Obviously, she was a slag, but she still wanted to die. Seeing Su Yu so useless, Qin Zai couldn't help but think of the video he had seen on the internet before. A little teddy wagged its tail happily. When it saw a big dog, it flew up and was killed by the big dog. Su Yu was undoubtedly the weakest in fighting power. She estimated that she couldn't even beat Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei ran every morning to exercise. And her sister could easily subdue Sister Ziwei. Years of dancing practice gave her not only a soft figure, but also a strong explosive power. Her sister could make a variety of difficult movements such as Z, G, M, K, etc. Qin Zai, as Su Yu's man and sister's brother, of course, couldn't sit idly by. He flew up, put his hands into his sister's armpits, and lifted her up. Then he helped Su Yu up and carefully patted the dust on her. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and was valiant. Su Yu pursed her lips and was about to cry. Qin Zai leaned over to her ear and whispered, Hold on, if you cry here, you will become a laughing stock. Su Yu took a deep breath and glared at Qin Bao Bao. I'll deal with you in the evening. He strode away. It was basically equivalent to, wait for me if you have the guts. Qin Zai pressed his hand to him. Continue to rest for 10 minutes, I'll go and see. He glared at his sister and caught up with Su Yu. As he ran, he took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. Su Yu squeezed out of the crowd and immediately began to trot. Instead of running back, she turned into a path and ran into the mountain. Slow down, don't fall. Qin Zai chased after her. Although it was a scenic spot, the mountain was so big and Su Yu was so beautiful. It would be bad if she met a bad guy. Su Yu ran for a long time and stopped in a pavilion and turned his back to Qin Zai in a fit of pique. Come on, I'll lend you my broad shoulders. Qin Zai teased and gently hugged her waist. Don't touch me. Su Yu twisted her body. Qin Zai awkwardly let go. She suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it back to her small waist. I said don't let you touch me. I asked you to beat Qin Bao Bao. Will you beat me? Qin Zai scratched his head, no. You. Su Yu's small chest rose and fell, her silver teeth clenched. She stared at him blankly for a while, then without any rhyme or reason, she burst into tears. They all bullied me. They all bullied me. They took away my child and painted my face. It took a long time to wash it off. Su Yu sobbed. Qin Zai. Wait, what's the matter with the child? What child? Qin Bao Bao painted my face while I was sleeping. Su Yu avoided the topic of the child. I'm useless. I only know how to embarrass you. Suyu cried and was sad. Chinze thought, you felt ashamed of being KO'd by my sister, and then threw the blame to me. It's okay. It doesn't matter how embarrassing it is. I don't mind. Chinze comforted. So you think I'm embarrassing? Suyu cried even louder. No, it's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing at all. Chinze said. It's still embarrassing. Suyu looked at him with tears in her eyes. Chinze said unhappily, don't be unreasonable. What else do you want me to do? Suyu's crying stopped. Suddenly, as if she had been wronged, she burst into tears. Oh, now you think I'm unreasonable and crazy, huh? Hiccup. Chinze, you men don't even know how to say sorry. Suyu cried with tears and snot, looking heartbroken. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Chinze suddenly softened and hugged her gently. Do you think an apology is enough? Suyu pushed him away. Chinze, say something. Why don't you say something? I'm so tired. I don't want to say it. You say it, you have to say it. Suyu sniffled and stared at him with red eyes. Your sister bullied me. Don't try to brush it off. You, listen to me, I don't want to listen. Chinze silently turned to the other side, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He thought, it must be retribution. This was the punishment for being impulsive. He used to think that his sister was bad enough, but he didn't expect Suyu to be bad too. After thinking about it, only Sister Ziwei was the most gentle, generous, and considerate. He had been a salted fish for 23 years and had been single for 23 years. In just over half a year, he suddenly became entangled with Wang Zijin and Suyu. Fate seemed to have returned him what it owed him before. But this was definitely not fate's compensation, more like fate's malicious teasing. This matter is not over. Do you want to help me or your sister? Suyu was angry. Others are fighting with their mother-in-law. Only I have a tragedy. I have to fight with my husband's sister. Chinze sighed, coward. Girlfriend and sister fight, who should he help? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 475. Even if you don't know the fighting power of Qin Bao Bao, don't you know that you are a trash? You rushed up to fight in real life, but you were killed in seconds. Do you blame me, the big dragon, for not running out to help you spray the enemy? My kung fu is not good, but I still have to fight hard. I was beaten by my sister. It would be strange if I didn't lose face. How did my sister provoke you? Chinze asked. She painted my face like a cat while I was sleeping. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, she just doesn't like me everywhere and always wants to find fault. Fortunately, she is your sister. If she is your mother, You broke up with me. After holding back for a long time, she didn't have the courage to say the words yes. Suyu said sullenly, I will elope with you and never come back. So be it. There are not many women in this world who can love you so much that they are dead set on you. Chinze defended his sister, she is not so naive usually. Maybe it's because of the live broadcast. Suyu trembled with anger, I'm going to fight with her. It seems that, it has the opposite effect. Chinze hurriedly hugged Suyu, Bao Bao, don't make trouble, I will scold her later. Suyu's tender body trembled, and she was even angrier, don't call me Bao Bao, I don't want to hear these two words. Well, this boyfriend and girlfriend's pet name can't be mentioned in front of her in the future. This is also good. If Suyu asks a husband, call me Bao Bao, when they are in bed, Chinze will be very painful. Bao Bao, I'm coming. Bao Bao, I'm coming in. Paw 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 paw. The picture is so beautiful that I dare not think about it. Women are all pretentious, women are coaxed. Qinzhe showed that many men have no patience and love, and issued a pile of sugar-coated cannonballs to Suyu. Because of similar things, he has long been accustomed to his sister. Suyu and her elder sister coaxed differently. Her elder sister likes exaggerated sugar-coated bullets and likes to listen to the hypocritical flattery of, "You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only myth." Suyu preferred the sugar-coated bullets with the theme of serious love education. Qinzhe said seriously, "Don't cry. A girlfriend's tears are a man's weakness. You can't let me have a weakness, or you won't be a good girlfriend." Suyu's eyes would shine when he heard it. The sound of footsteps and conversation came from afar and gradually approached. Qinzhe's hands left Suyu's small waist, and Suyu sat up straight and no longer leaned on his chest. A few people walked closer. They were all quite old and looked like aunties. They passed by the pavilion. Perhaps they were tired from walking, so they went up to rest. When one of the aunties saw Qinzhe, her eyes lit up. "Qinzhe." He took out his phone and took 3 consecutive shots without saying a word. Qinzhe smiled and cooperated with her. "Hello, sister," Qinzhe said. The auntie was overjoyed and smiled. "Qinzhe, my daughter likes you best. I like you too. I don't usually like little fresh meat." "Oh, thank you so much for your love. Come on, take a picture with him for me," the auntie called her companion. She inserted herself between Qinzhe and Suyu. Her fat buttocks squeezed Suyu's small buttocks. "Excuse me." Suyu, the auntie's interest in taking photos in various poses did not diminish. She let her companion continue to take photos while chattering. "Oh, Qinzhe, why are you so talented? The songs you wrote are so good, and the movies are so good. You are more approachable than those little fresh meat. My daughter likes you very much. You can sign for me later." If Auntie was 20 years younger, she would definitely be your fan. What do those words on the internet say? Give birth to monkeys. Her companion reminded. Yes, give birth to monkeys for you. The auntie clapped. Qinzhe maintained a gentle smile on his face as he replied with his mouth. In his heart, he was thinking, please don't give birth to a monkey for me. Although I have a sister complex, I'm not a mother complex. Besides, I'm not interested in something like having a female chick. After sending away the enthusiastic older fans, Suyu's anger dissipated. For Qinzhe's face, she decided to spare his sister's life. Qinzhe sent a message to condemn his sister. His sister had always been very naughty. She didn't admit her mistake. Instead, she said that Suyu usually provoked her too much. She couldn't bear it, so she was punished a little. Qinzhe had nothing to say. Suyu was indeed like this. Therefore, the battle between women will not end once it starts, unless one side completely falls. The man sandwiched in the middle can only use the heaven and earth great shift to borrow strength. A very classic example, the people who can't swim the most in the world are the mother and the daughter-in-law. Who do you save first when your mother and I fall into the water? The correct answer is in front of the daughter-in-law, say save the daughter-in-law first. In front of the mother, save the mother first. So Qinzhe's condemning text message unconsciously became condemning Suyu with his sister against a common enemy. Then he condemned his sister with Suyu. The survival method of salted fish is to be hard when it's time to be hard, and not be embarrassed to be soft when it's time to be soft. On the 8th day, the crew moved from the mountain to the karst cave. Most of the scenes were shot in the karst cave. The scenes such as the monster's cave were shot back to the mountain in the set-up video shed. It wasn't until half a month later that the heroine's part finally came. In the quiet valley, Qin Bao Bao's purple clothes fluttered, leading a donkey, her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a forehead band, and a string of exquisite bracelets on her white wrist. She was as beautiful as a fox fairy coming out of a painting. She was too coquettish and lacked a fairy aura. In fact, Siyu would play this role very well. Her natural cold aura and good looks were very suitable for playing Xixia Fairy. Moreover, Xixia Fairy was also an indecent fairy. Her character was very suitable, but Suyu's acting was not good. She was nervous when facing the camera, and her line skills were poor. She could barely play a supporting role. It was too risky to let her play the heroine. "Hey, don't barge into the cave of coiling silk," Joker shouted at Xixia Fairy's back. Cave of coiling silk. Xixia Fairy turned around and chuckled. "Do you think I can't read? It's obviously the water curtain cave." The charm of this smile, even Qin Zhe, who got along with her day and night, felt radiant. "I now declare that this mountain is mine, and you are also mine." Xixia Fairy stamped Joker, leaving 3 moles on the soles of her feet. Joker sat in the verdant valley and saw a ferocious Empress demon in the demon-revealing mirror. "Cut!" Mou shouted. "It's done, it's done. Everyone has worked hard during this time," Mou said. "It's done. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight." Qin Zhe clapped his hands. The crew was stunned for a long time and then cheered. Qin Bao Bao. "Hey, what do you mean? I just came out." Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother's sleeve. "How can it be done? There's still a pile of scripts. Don't tell me you cut them. The heroine just came out and had less than 10 lines. You tell me the movie is done. Am I a fake heroine?" His sister was confused. Suyu was also confused. She punched Qin Zhe with her small fists. "Where's my role? Where's my role? You big liar." Qin Zhe got on the director's chair and clapped his hands. "Everyone, come over and talk about something." The crew and the stars present put down their work and gathered in 2s and 3s. Everyone has read the script. It's very long. It's impossible to finish a movie of 1.5 hours. Yes, as you guessed, there are 2 parts of this movie. I didn't say it before considering everyone's mood. Since the first part is done, let's work hard and finish the second part before the end of the month. The crew whispered to each other and there was a commotion. Damn, this black-hearted boss really wants us to shoot 2 parts in one go. To think that they had thought that the filming of this movie would be completed in less than a month. But they didn't pay attention and fell into the boss's trap. Qin Zhe's words were mainly directed at the production crew. He didn't really care about the celebrities. Some of the roles in the first film, if they didn't appear in the second film, other than a few of the main actors, the rest could just take their pay and leave. After the show, Qin Zhe and Mou sat in the open-air cafe outside the hotel. They smoked, chatted, and drank coffee. The location of the next movie is in Hingdian. We'll stay here for at most 1 day. Tomorrow at noon, gather the staff and set off. Qin Zhe took a sip of coffee. It was so bitter. American coffee was really not for people. According to the progress of the first part, we should be able to finish the second part before the 10th of next month. But I still think it's too risky to shoot 2 parts at the same time. Boss Qin, your plan is? The 2 movies will be released a week apart. Mou was silent for a long time and smiled bitterly. I've never seen this operation before. How long do you think the post-production will take? It's hard to say. There's no problem with the special effects in the country, but it's very slow. The difference between 50 cents and 1 yuan is not only the price but also the time. After that, we have to do the post-production ourselves, dubbing, music, editing, and so on. The 2 parts together will take a long time. Okay, I'll have to trouble you with this. After the movie is released, I'll give you a bonus according to the box office. Qin Zai's expression said, "You've made a fortune." Mou was speechless. "Boss Qin, I think it's good to go with the original bonus. Forget about the box office." Qin Zai glanced at him. "You don't have confidence in me." Mou smiled awkwardly. That night, they had a wrap dinner with the crew and booked the most luxurious hotel in the city. Everyone drank moderately, but the atmosphere was very warm, cheerful and noisy. It was almost 10:30 when they returned to the hotel. Qin Zai was pulled into the room by his energetic sister, who couldn't sleep, to chat. For a moment, Qin Zai was a little excited. He hadn't slept with his sister for a long time. He liked to chat with his sister under the quilt. But he found that Wang Zijin was also in his sister's room. The two friends were lying on the bed, one wearing a mask and the other holding a mobile phone to watch a TV series. They talked about some non-nutritious topics, and Qin Zai talked nonsense. The older sisters were talking nonsense. More often, they ignored Qin Zai and chatted by themselves. Qin Zai knew in his heart that the two of them just didn't want to give Siyu any chance to take advantage of the gap. The three women had been scheming against each other for more than half a month. Every day, they were bored and racked their brains to think about how to cheat each other. "My mask is very good, and the skin is tender and smooth. Do you want it?" Qin Bao patted Wang Zijin. "I have my own mask, and our skin is different. I have oily skin." Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao. "I'm wearing a mask. Don't make trouble." Qin Bao patted Wang Zijin harder. "I'm watching TV. Don't make trouble." Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao harder. Qin Bao increased strength +2 Wang Zijin increased strength +2 Qin Bao use her legs +1 Wang Zijin use her legs +1 10 seconds later, there was a bang 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 sound on the bed, and the two friends wrestled together. Qin Zai looked at the quarrel scene, calmly lit a cigarette and looked out of the window at the night view. Occasionally, there would be infighting. Get used to it. Chapter 476. The room was a non-smoking room. Of course, there would be no ashtray. Qin Zai used the glass teacup on the table as an ashtray and poured some water. He always had to find something to do, and he couldn't be too spectator. Otherwise, they would say, "Why didn't you help me when your sister beat me? Why didn't you help your sister when Wang Zijin beat me?" So Qin Zai took out his mobile phone and chatted with Suyu. Suyu sent him a message first. "Big bad wolf, little rabbit, open the door." It was a message from 5 minutes ago, but Qin Zai didn't reply to her. It was purely flirting. She knew that he wouldn't go over. "The big bad wolf is not free." Qin Zai replied to her. "Is Pinocchio free?" Suyu sent a shy emoji. "Yes. Come here, sister will teach you how to lie." "Sorry, I'm not available." After a few minutes, Suyu sent a series of angry emojis. "Where are you?" "I'm in the room." "Fart, your room number is not lit." "I'm in my sister's room." "Why?" "Watch them fight." "I'll watch too." "Come on, if you come over, they will hit you." Suyu was really scared. Qin Zai finished smoking a cigarette. The two sisters were still wrestling on the bed. Qin Bao's mask was peeled off and thrown on the ground. Wang Zijin's mobile phone was also thrown on the ground. Why didn't he stop them? Because the scenery was too good, and he couldn't bear to destroy it. Pajamas were lifted in the tussle, revealing white and well-proportioned slender waists. The waist of the trousers was also pulled down a little. The sister's was black lace, and Sister Ziwei's was blue lace. Slowly, from the tussle to a one-sided beating, Wang Zijin was pressed under Qin Bao. After killing Suyu, the sister once again won and defeated the wolf Wang Zijin. Have you found me an eyesore since a long time ago? Wang Xin said. Oh, you're really self-aware. Qin Bao Bao hummed. What a coincidence, me too. You whining freak, you only know how to act cute and coquettish all day long. I've long wanted to beat you up. A strong sense of resentment could be heard in these words. It's as if you are a white lotus. You are a black-bellied woman. Don't think that I don't know your little tricks. You want to trap me all day long. Why have you been exchanging glances with Suyu these past few days? One could also hear the strong resentment in her words, the resentment of being betrayed by her best friend. Don't you? Wang Zijin said angrily. That was enough. If they continued to fight, her best friends would turn against each other. Although the two of them often fought, they never turned against each other. Qin Zhe threw the cigarette butt into the glass and stepped forward to pull his sister and girlfriend apart. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to kick her sister. Qin Bao Bao pounced on her again, but Qin Zhe pulled her away again. That's enough. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qin Zhe said angrily. Do it. Come and do it. Wang Zijin glared at him. Whoever doesn't do it is a coward. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Grandma. Qin Zhe was terrified. The next day, the crew of the production team took a rented coach to Hingdian Film City. The celebrities had their own nanny vans. Qin Zhe and his sisters chose to take the high-speed rail. From here to Hingdian, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to travel by coach. The high-speed rail would only take 3 hours. Including changing trains halfway, they could arrive in 5 hours. Wearing masks and sunglasses, as long as they did not expose their identities, no one would recognize them. The celebrities who were picked up by fans were either notified in advance or hired. Other than taking a few glances at his sister's impressive figure and Wang Zijin and Su Yu's looks, they did not encounter any trouble. They went back to Shanghai midway to update their luggage, change their clothes, and change their makeup. The next day, they took the high-speed rail to Zhe Province and got into the company's nanny van. The driver had been waiting in Zhe Province since yesterday. In the nanny van, Qin Zhe opened a bottle of red wine. His sister was sitting next to him, and Su Yu and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite him. Why did you split it into 2? Su Yu asked curiously. It's not a split. It was originally 2, Qin Zhe said. It's the first time I've heard of 2 movies being shot together. If that's the case, why not just combine them and make a 3-hour-long movie? Su Yu said. Qin Bao Bao held the glass and shook it gently. She sneered. Have you ever seen a 3-hour movie? There's a limit to the length of a movie. If you send in a 3-hour movie, the bureau will send you back and make you cut it to 90 minutes. Do you believe me? After that, his sister asked again, Ace, what are your expectations for the box office this time? Qin Zhe thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't have any expectations. I'm a little confident, but it's hard to say if it's suitable for the market. That's why I let the 2 movies be released a week apart, instead of waiting for a year and a half. No one, including Qin Bao Bao, understood the meaning of this sentence. Then let's make a bet, Qin Bao Bao said. Bet on what? If the box office exceeds if I become memories, I'll let you do whatever you want. If not, you'll have to promise me one thing. She winked at Qin Zhe. Su Yu. What do you mean I'll let you do whatever you want? Is it really okay to say that? Is this what an elder sister should say? Qin Zhe immediately nodded. Okay. Su Yu, what's so good about it? Is this what a younger brother should do? She looked at the brother and sister first. They actually looked so open and aboveboard. Is there something wrong with this brother and sister? Then she looked at Wang Zijin. She was expressionless, as if she was used to it. His girlfriend was also crazy. Suyu thought that maybe she was thinking too much. The brother and sister were so close that they didn't avoid getting along. Well, it must be so. When they arrived at the set in the afternoon, the people of the drama group had just arrived. They were all tired from the long journey. There was no shooting that day, so they went to the hotel to rest. The hotel had its own leisure club. Shinzei invited the company's artists to drink and sing. The culture of drinking was prevalent, and it was also applicable in the KTV. After a few glasses of wine, the little stars dared to put their arms around Shinzei's shoulder. The female stars kept toasting to Shinzei, showing that they would not stop until they got him drunk. Qin Bao Bao was a microphone hog, but she was also the boss. She pulled Shinzei to sing a love song and then stopped singing. Then Wang Zijin and Suyu were not to be outdone and asked Shinzei to sing a love song. So everyone knew that the two beauties had a close relationship with Shinzei. As one of the company's pillars who had filmed a kissing scene with the boss, Li Wei, whose cheeks were red, stood close to Shinzei in front of 3 pairs of unhappy eyes. Her breath was mixed with drunkenness, and she joked, "Boss Qin, why don't you have a girlfriend yet?" Shinzei burped and said, I have a girlfriend." Li Wei shook her head. "Who is it?" you pointed out. Shinzei suddenly didn't speak. He felt that the sister's eyes were burning and threatening. "Hey, you're guilty, I don't believe you." Li Wei rolled her eyes, full of a young woman's charm. "Have you never met a woman who makes your heart beat faster and your face red?" All of a sudden, the sister's eyes were more aggressive. And the people next to them also followed, and everyone looked at Shinzei. At this time, it would be very troublesome if he was not careful. "Yes, that's my sister." If he answered like this, the next day, the UC shock department didn't know how to write the shocking title. "Yes, Sister Ziwei." If he answered like this, his sister would destroy him, and Suyu would be sad. "Yes, Suyu." If he answered like this, Shinzei felt that he could type GG in laughter. This Li Wei, who was usually elegant and gentle, turned out to be a wolf with ambition. Shinzei said seriously, "Of course, I met her." Her sister's eyes were bright, Wang Zijin's eyes were expectant, and Suyu clenched her small fist. Li Wei's eyes flashed with the light of gossip, and the others followed. "Who is it?" "Lao Ganma." Everyone, Shinzei, with his own wit, successfully survived another disaster. Chapter 477. Cut. Mou shouted. "Boss Su, can you restrain yourself a little more?" Mou suppressed the anger in his heart very well. After Su performed the soul transfer technique, according to the script, after the actor who had become her posed as a lady, she couldn't help but laugh. This part could only be redone. It has been nearly 10 days since they came to the film and television city, and the shooting task went smoothly until Suyu's role appeared. She really can't act at all. At first, when she was being watched by people and cameras around her, she would be nervous and read the lines stiffly. She worked hard and often asked Boss Qin for advice on acting. Slowly, after a few days, she adapted to the atmosphere of being watched and watched by the camera, but her acting still didn't improve, and her expression was still not in place. It was either a zombie face or too exaggerated. After Suyu appeared, she stumbled for so many days, which seriously affected the shooting progress. If she was an actor or an employee, Mu guaranteed that he would scold her until she couldn't take care of herself. Shinzei said, "Well, take a break for a few minutes, and I'll talk to her." Shinzei and Suyu sat in a row and handed over a bottle of water. "Now you know how difficult acting is." Suyu pecked her head and pouted. "Why is Qin Bao Bao so successful in her first acting, but I can't? My IQ is very high." "Shinzei, you have no talent, and it has nothing to do with IQ. Besides, my sister's IQ is not necessarily worse than yours." She just doesn't have a strong desire for improvement and career. Most things are easy to satisfy. At the beginning, my father wanted her to go to graduate school, or even a PhD. She couldn't stand the hardship and refused, which made my father angry. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but she just wanted to be a star. She didn't expect to come to this point today. Every day, she talks to me about the hardships and tiredness, and doesn't want to do it anymore. So you took the opportunity to ridicule, your sister is a salted fish. Qinze thought about it, and it was true. He didn't notice this before, because his sister was too good, and he subconsciously ignored her nature. So that's it. Qinze wanted to understand one thing: why was I a salted fish since I was a child? Because of my elder sister's role model, and because of her influence, I gradually became a salted fish. Those who are close to ink will be stained black. This is not something that Qinze, said. This is what the ancient said, so it is the truth. I wasn't a salted fish, but I was forcefully turned into a salted fish by my sister. With this thought in mind, Qinze's entire body felt refreshed and his thoughts became clear. It's okay. If your talent is not good, you can practice. You have made a lot of progress. Next, relax yourself. When you are free, watch how others act. Soon, you can also act in life and perform well. Qinze was in a good mood and gave Suyu a bowl of chicken soup. Suyu nodded happily and smiled. She passed the bottle of mineral water to Qinze. Qinze took it. His throat was dry. He raised his head and took a sip. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw his sister and Wang Zijin glaring at him. Qinze shuddered and hurriedly spat out the water. He said in disgust, it's so dirty. Give me a new one. The sisters immediately restrained their killing intent. Suyu, why don't you think it's dirty when you eat my saliva? Bastard. Qinze winked at Suyu, regardless of whether she understood it or not. Don't waste your time. In Suyu's eyes, that look was simply a coward. The shooting continued. After several retakes, Suyu gradually found the feeling. Her performance was not amazing, but at least it was barely passable. Qinze and Mou discussed for a while and decided to give it to a supporting character who had a lot of screen time. However, the supporting character did not have an outstanding story or a distinct personality, so even if there were some flaws in the performance, it was still acceptable. Perhaps after the movie was released, the audience's impression of Suyu herself would be more profound than the role of Xiang. Late at night. In an antique house. Bull Demon King sat at the round table and said angrily, "Hey, you have been back for so long, and you want the moonlight cash all day long. What do you mean? When will you marry me? Will you marry me or not?" Xia, in a white fluttering dress, looked at the moonlight outside the window with an intoxicating smile. Bull Demon King's anger did not get a response, so he asked Zhu Beiji at the bedside, "Your sister talks nonsense all day long, is she crazy?" Xia sneered, "She is not crazy, she is crazy." Bull Demon King got up, "Crazy is okay, as long as you are willing to marry me, we will get married in 7 days." After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The two sisters were left in the room. Xia was lying on the bed and asked, "Are you really willing to marry him?" Xia said slyly, "I lied to him, I am waiting for my man to come back and pick me up." Xia laughed, "Do you really believe that little slippery guy will come to you? Even if he comes back, how can he take you back from Bull Demon King?" Xia laughed foolishly, more like a little girl, "Since God arranged for him to pull out my purple sword, he must not be an ordinary person. One day, he will wear a golden armor and step on a 7-colored cloud to pick me up." Xia, or Qin Bao Bao, said this sentence in a firm tone, the light reflected in her limpid eyes, flashing with longing and hope. Qin, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and was suddenly in a trance. Xia, in his heart, was not like this, but now, it perfectly overlapped with his sister. Cut. Mou stopped. Take a 5-minute break and prepare for the next scene. Mou's face was ruddy. He summed up a rule: as long as Qin Bao and Qin acted in the scene, they could always pass it in one take, at most twice. As long as Suyu acted in the scene, at least 3 times, at most, he could not remember clearly, countless times. Boss Qin, was the line a bit exaggerated? Mou said. When Qin frowned and looked at him, he said carefully, Fairy Xia is a fairy. She is too infatuated. Qin said, this is not a serious mythological drama. This is not serious, a romance movie with a mythological theme. Mou wanted to explain, but Qin patted him on the shoulder. Remember this line, it should be popular. Mou was stunned. He had asked the same question before, when Jizun Bao was fooling Fairy Xia. There was once a beautiful love in front of me. Boss Qin gave him the same answer as before. Mou scratched his head and thought, where does this confidence come from? Suyu said, Qin Bao, you are not playing the female lead, you are playing the infatuated role. Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. Bah, playing the infatuated role is not better than playing the supporting role. Qin Bao fiercely spat at them. Not all artists had read the complete script. Everyone was busy trying to figure out their own roles and did not have time to ask the director for the scripts for other roles. Qin Bao roughly skimmed through the entire script, then focused on reading the script for her role. In the eyes of the stars, the script lacked coherence. Filming was like this. Not every star had to read the entire script. As long as the director had the big picture, it was enough. What the stars had to do was to play their parts well. At most, they would have a general understanding of the whole movie. They would not delve into it, figure it out, or experience it. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the love between Jizun Bao and Fairy Xia could not even be called love. Because until the day of Fairy Xia's marriage to the Bull Demon King, Jizun Bao did not think that he had fallen in love with Fairy Xia. He thought that the person he loved deeply should be by Jingjing. A love that could not even be called love, how could it be moved? As Qingxia said, Fairy Xia was just infatuated. As a person who had watched 2 movies, Qin knew where the tears were. He did not explain to others because there was no need to explain. It was enough for the actors to play their own part. It was not necessary to move the actors, but it was enough to move the audience. They shot from day to night. On the way, they divided into 2 teams. One team stayed in the original place to continue shooting, and the other team went to the neighboring city of Hengdian to shoot. This was an additional scene added by Qin. He added the scene of Jizun Bao capturing the flood dragon. In his journey to the west, the Rui Jingu Bang was stolen by the flood dragon. Suyu followed, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao stayed in Hengdian. It was already 7:00 in the evening when they arrived in the neighboring city. Qin took the crew to find a hotel to check in. The shooting would be left until tomorrow. 9:00 in the evening. Qin took a shower and was about to go to bed when the door knocked a few times. He knew who it was without guessing. Qin went to open the door. Suyu ran into his arms, then jumped, wrapped her legs around his waist, and put her hands around his neck. You little demon. Qin did not speak, and his lips were covered by moist lips. Qin kicked the door, dragged Suyu's little butt, and kissed her all the way to the bed. Soon they were naked. You touch me, I model you. The room was filled with a pleasant intercourse sound. Qin had not exercised with Suyu for 2 months. It was okay to not have a taste of making a baby, but after tasting it, it was hard to hold back. During this period of shooting, thinking, and dealing with his sister, he had no mood to make a baby. Suyu wanted to, but there were two eyesores, and she had been asking for it. After going in and out for half an hour, Suyu screamed and shivered. After the first round, Chinze lay on the bed, looking at their reflection in the mirror on the ceiling. Suyu pillowed on his arm, panting. I'm finally full. Suyu said faintly, the more I look at you these days, the more you look like a book. The more I look at you, the more I want to sleep. Yeah. Hey Ice King, give me a child. Suyu twisted her buttocks in the quilt. Chinze, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what's the matter with a child? I've heard you talk about it more than once. Chinze said. Let's not talk about this. Suyu pouted unhappily, you haven't answered me yet. Okay. Yeah. Suyu sat up fiercely, and her upper body was exposed. She didn't care and sat on Chinze's waist, with her hand on Chinze's chest. You said it, don't go back on your words. I won't go back on my words. Suyu smiled and was about to climb down, but Chinze held her down. This position is just right, lie on it, and you can move by yourself. Suyu, again. It's getting worse day by day. Chapter 478. At the end of the second round, Suyu was still defeated. Well, the system's so-called teddy kidney finally showed its real ability. Happy. Suyu was lying softly on his body, her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Chinze held Suyu's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand was chatting with his sister. Are you asleep? His sister sent her concern. I'm going to sleep soon. Chinze replied. Beep beep beep. His sister sent a video request. Fuck, my sister wants to start a video call. Chinze's little brother trembled with fear. Suyu rolled her charming eyes. I don't care, I don't want to move. The system prompted, the other party cancelled the video request. Chinze, why did you cancel it again? I was just about to answer it. Chin Bao Bao, little brat, I'm just scaring you. Chinze, scaring me? If I'm scared by such a little thing, I'll call you mom. Chin Bao Bao, you're open and aboveboard, okay? Chinze, no, start a video call, it's like I'm doing something shameful. A few seconds later, the system prompted, the other party requested a video call. Fuck, my sister really sent a video call request. Chinze's little brother trembled with fear again. Cheap mouth. He cleverly turned off the hotel's Wi-Fi and used 4G. The signal in this hotel was very poor, and 4G would become 3G, which was very laggy. After the two sides made a video call, his sister's face appeared, but it was stuck and didn't move. The sound over there was quite chaotic, and Chin Bao Bao kept calling, little brat, saying why the picture didn't move. Chinze silently cancelled the video call and sent a message bitterly, this broken place, the Wi-Fi is very poor. Chin Bao Bao, so it is. Chinze, well, anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, so forget about the video call. By the way, where are you? Why does the sound so chaotic? Chin Bao Bao, sis is doing her hair, so is Sijin. Chinze was angry and immediately sat up, and Suyu immediately slid down from him. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Chinze crazily sent out video call requests. Chin Bao Bao. The two of them restarted the video call, but the image was still choppy and couldn't be seen clearly. So, Chin Bao Bao turned off the video. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Chinze crazily sent out video call requests. Chin Bao Bao. Your side is too laggy. I'll take a photo for you. His sister said. Qinze was so shocked that he forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi. A moment later, his sister sent a picture. She was sitting on a chair, facing a mirror. The picture was taken facing the mirror, and the hairdresser could be seen standing behind her. Opposite her sister was Wang Zijin. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. Sister was indeed sister. If she said she would do her hair, she would do it. She wouldn't lie. He didn't need to pretend that nothing was wrong. What are you doing? Sister asked. Nothing. I'm sensitive to doing my hair recently. Promise me that you won't do hair with Sister Ziwei for the time being. Qinze replied. Okay. 7 days passed quickly. In order to save her sister and her sweetheart's little friend, Zixia Fairy married the Bull Demon King as promised. In the square in front of the Bull Demon Palace, the demons held a grand wedding. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's get married. Zixia Fairy sat on the high platform, her face full of disappointment and loneliness. She didn't wait for her sweetheart to come on a colorful cloud to marry her. Tonight, she was going to marry the ugly Bull Demon King. Let go of my sister first, or I won't marry you. Bull Demon King, I won't let my sister marry you. Qing Xia knew that the Bull Demon King liked Zi Xia because of her beautiful appearance, not because she was Zi Xia. If the soul transfer technique swapped her with Zi Xia, then the Bull Demon King would be marrying Qing Xia instead of Zi Xia. Cut. Mou said, next, let's shoot the martial arts scene. Stand-ins will come on stage. Qin Bao Bao came off the stage and sat next to her brother. She watched the stand-ins fly around in the sky with all kinds of hand gestures. It feels funny, ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao laughed so hard that her weapon shook. She was tall and gorgeous, with snow-white skin and watery eyes. At this time, no matter where she stood, her sister was a beautiful scenery. The staff of the production team basically had the same thought: the quality of this film was not as good as If I Become Memories. Indeed, If I Become Memories didn't have stand-ins or special effects. The content filmed on the set was not much different from the content shown on screen. Everyone was silent because Qin Bao Bao was crying her heart out in the room. They were sad when they saw Qinze playing a solo in the piano room. They were moved to tears when they saw Qin Bao Bao say, I do, in tears. But what about A Journey to the West? The scenes were shot sporadically. Some scenes that required special effects were even more awkward. The actors were gesturing with their hands. Take the current scene for example. Everyone was hanging on wires in the sky and making hand gestures. Moreover, Qinze had already finished filming the scene where Joker saw through the world of mortals in the water curtain cave last month. How could they be moved if the scenes were not connected? Cut. Mou said, okay, Boss Qin. Do your makeup now. Let's go in for a while. Qinze followed 2 makeup artists into the dressing room. When he came out, he was wearing a golden armor, a tight headband, and an iron rod in his hand. Qinze was tall and handsome to begin with. Even if he had a head full of golden hair, he still had an awe-inspiring and heroic aura. Not to mention the other female colleagues and actresses on the set, even Qin Bao Bao and the other 2 people who were used to his appearance couldn't help but look at him with shining eyes. From the first to the second, it took a full 2 months. The film spanned 500 years, and Sun Wukong's image finally appeared in front of everyone again. Get ready, Mou said loudly. It's the climax, the last climax. The great sage equaling heaven arrived on a 7-colored cloud. He descended in front of everyone, looking majestic. Joker. Zixia smiled for the first time that night. Everything was as she said. Her sweetheart had arrived on a 7-colored cloud. Please, we're all immortals. Can you stop pestering me? You're so ugly. How can I like you? Get lost. If immortals look like you, don't be immortals. Just as she said, she guessed the beginning but not the ending. Joker, or rather, Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, easily wiped out the group of demons and beat the Bull Demon King until he could not fight back. But he was no longer Joker. The moment he put on the cuff, Joker had become a thing of the past and no longer existed. The Bull Demon King was at his wits' end. He took out his plantain fan and wanted to fan the entire city to the sun. The great sage equaling heaven wanted to turn the tide and save the city that was about to be destroyed. However, he was ambushed by the Bull Demon King. At the critical moment, Xixia Fairy blocked the fatal blow for him, but the price was her life. At this point, not only director Mou, but also the cameraman, the lighting engineer, Qin Bao, and Qin Zhe themselves couldn't help but feel nervous. As one of the biggest highlights of the script, even the slightest flaw would affect the quality of the movie. Perfection. Xixia. The man of my dreams is a peerless hero. One day, he will come to marry me while riding on 7 colored clouds. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I didn't know the ending. Fairy Xixia gave a sad smile. She passed away just like a beautiful woman. Mou clenched the script in his hands. He wanted to cheer for Qin Bao. His tone was perfect, and his expression was perfect. Next, it was Qin Zhe's performance. Boss Qin, please start your performance. Qin Zhe's face first showed confusion, then slowly became twisted and hideous. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache. He clenched his teeth and hugged Xixia Fairy's body tightly. But the band tightened, tighter and tighter. In the end, he let go. His sister's beautiful smile flashed across Qin Zhe's mind. For a moment, he felt that he was going to lose something forever. He hugged his head. In despair, with a twisted expression, he let out a roar that sounded like a cry. The camera kept zooming in on him, capturing his subtle facial expressions. The atmosphere on the set seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. From the start of the shoot until now, everyone felt sour in their hearts for the first time. Cut. It's over. Mou sighed softly. The effect was good. It was better than expected. As expected of Boss Qin. But as a director, his heart was heavy. He was a director, and his heart should be as calm as still water. He had watched it hundreds of times and imagined it hundreds of times. Sometimes, he would feel sad like he was in the movie. But the previous countless imaginations were not as impactful as seeing it with his own eyes. After the editing was completed, this would be a very touching scene. Not far away, Xiu looked at Wang Zijin and said softly, I think I should be happy, because Qin Bao Bao is dead, but I just can't be happy. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. It's probably because the little red guy acted so realistically that I can't be happy. Xiu said, although I don't want to admit it, this routine is really touching. It makes people want to cry. I'll write it down in my notebook later and write this routine in my novel. Wang Zijin's forehead was full of black lines. You're the one who's persistent. At 9:00 in the evening, A Journey to the West came to an end. The ending was left for tomorrow. Everyone left early. They didn't go out to drink and relax because the filming was almost over. Thinking back to the hard work of the past 2 months, the crew members felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. They had never filmed a movie until they wanted to vomit like this time. The main reason was that Qin Zhe was too perfectionist. If there was something he was not satisfied with, he would directly delete it and start over. The details were often the most tiring. It was not over yet. There was still a long period of post-production to endure. Early the next morning, the crew began to prepare. They recruited extras, hired a venue, and matched costumes. All the preparations were completed by noon. We'll try to pass it in 2 takes. Mou shouted with a loudspeaker. It was simple, but it was also difficult. It depended on whether they could grasp the charm of the script. If it was other actors, you wouldn't dare to boast that it would be okay. But if it was the two boss Cheens, it would definitely be okay. The camera looked down from above. Half of the city was reflected in the camera. Then it slowly descended, showing the streets and people. The passers-by in ancient clothes were in a hurry. After the great sage jumped into the moonlight cache, he woke up and found himself in a city. He met many old friends from the past. They had their own happy endings, which comforted the great sage's empty heart. Chapter 479. The white dragon horse, with its hooves facing west, carried Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples. They traveled tens of thousands of miles on the journey to the west. The journey to the west took more than 10 years. The great sage, heaven's equal, who had turned over a new leaf, escorted Tang Sanzang to the western paradise. He passed by the city and saw his old friends. His heart was as calm as water, peaceful and quiet. Until he saw a man and a woman confronting each other on the city wall. With his sharp eyes, he immediately recognized that it was the reincarnation of Zixia. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The great sage, heaven's equal, stood under the city gate with his iron staff and looked up silently with the crowd. His empty and lonely heart finally throbbed a little. The camera turned to his face and captured these small details. Looks like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize it now. Can't we leave some memories? I don't want memories. If you want to leave, leave your person. I already have a wife. Can you let me go? Sure. Kiss me and I'll let you go. The onlookers below the city gate cheered. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. Cut. MOU shouted. That's enough. Very good. Next, the double will come on. Boss Qin, prepare for the kissing scene. Qinze removed the great sage's disguise and changed into a Western warrior's costume. The great sage was played by the double. In fact, the Western warrior could have been played by a double. The main reason was that there was a kissing scene. Qinze remembered his original intention of filming, to film a kissing scene with his sister. In the end, the man who fell in love with the reincarnation of Zixia was played by Qinze, who was also Joker. Joker appeared at the end of the film, giving the audience the illusion that the ending was still perfect. It was a memory left for the audience. The great sage, heaven's equal, had cut off his past and devoted himself to Buddhism. Then the man on the city gate tower was Joker, but also not Joker. His beloved woman had found a home, and the great sage, heaven's equal, would walk west to seek the true scriptures and convert to Buddhism. The ending was sad and beautiful, but there was a trace of hope. Su Yu and Wang Zijin sat aside and said with jealousy, "Why didn't you let the double do the kissing scene?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "Wang Zijin." Su Yu. The great sage, heaven's equal, raised his head and looked at the woman in a daze. His eyes were filled with regret. Back then, there was a woman who had said something similar, begging him for a kiss, but he had pushed her away back then. The great sage, heaven's equal, conjured up a gust of demonic wind as he transformed into a streak of light and landed on the man's body. Just take it as a perfect ending to the regrets of the past. I owe her a kiss. I owe her. The man on the city gate tower trembled, and the sword in his arms fell to the ground. He strode toward Zixia Ferry. The two of them kissed passionately on the city gate tower. I will never leave. I love you. Zixia Ferry cried tears of joy, and the onlookers downstairs also applauded and cheered. No one knew that this, I love you, had been hidden in someone's heart for 500 years. It had been engraved in her heart for 500 years. She had always been deeply in love, but her fate was shallow. After the great sage equaling heaven left, the man regained consciousness and realized that he was hugging the woman tightly. He let go of his reservations and hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. At this moment, Xixia Fairy felt something in her heart. She turned her head and saw Sun Wukong's back as he left. He was walking further and further away, looking lonely and desolate. "That person is so strange," she said. "I saw it too." The man glanced sideways and mocked, "He looks like a dog." Ha ha ha. Under the setting sun, the four of them headed west and gradually disappeared into the horizon. The lighting engineer acted as the driver and brought back the four of them who had walked to the end of the line of sight. "Boss Chin, your lines are too heart-wrenching." The driver smiled bitterly and said, "He looks like a dog. Isn't this mocking us single dogs?" He didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Chin Zhe was stunned. He hadn't thought of this. When he first watched this old film, the term single dog had already been popular on the internet, so he didn't think much of it. This film was an old film from many years ago. Looking at the era, even in the parallel world, there shouldn't be such a term, right? In that world, could the term single dog have come from this film? The veteran actor who played Tang Xuanzang smiled and said, "Boss Chin, what do you think of the box office of this film?" Chin Zhe smiled and said, "I don't know." Everyone was stunned. Chin Zhe said, "I only know that it will be popular." The car was filled with laughter. The car drove slowly, and a white horse was tied to the back of the car. The white horse trotted to keep up with the car's speed. That day, the film was completed. Because he had a feeling that after the film was broadcast, not only would his personal fame rise to another level, but even Tianfang films would also become famous in the industry. This was for sure. The strength of an entertainment company was not just limited to its stars, but also its works. Chin Zhe was one step closer to becoming a big shot in the entertainment industry. Therefore, he completely let go of himself and downed the wine. Chin Zhe drank until he was dead drunk. He couldn't remember who carried him back to his room. Someone had been taking care of him by the bed. In a daze, he pulled the person into his arms and kissed and caressed her. The other party resisted a little and let him do whatever he wanted. Chin Zhe remembered that he even took off his pants. He rubbed and rubbed, but he couldn't remember how far he had gone. He was already unconscious. When he woke up the next day, he had a splitting headache. He was holding a soft body in his arms. It felt good to the touch, and a delicate fragrance assailed his nose. Chin Zhe tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't. After a hangover, all his senses were numb. He reached out and touched the other party's chest lightly, then immediately retracted his hand. That was enough. That scale was definitely his sister. So the person sleeping next to him was young mistress. Sure enough, second young mistress and third young mistress were unreliable. It was still young mistress who doted on him the most. She knew that he was very drunk and stayed by his bed to take care of him. Sister was wearing a thin nightgown. Her grapes were plucked, and she immediately groaned and woke up. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Sister's face was red. "Good morning, sister." Chin Zhe's expression didn't change. Chin Bao Bao nodded. "Well, it was you last night." Chin Zhe laughed dryly. Sister's face became redder. Her eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly said angrily, "If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Sister didn't care about you. Even if you died drunk, no one would care about you." Yes, yes, yes. Sister is the best. A real sister is not as good as a real sister. If conditions allowed it, of course liking sister was better than liking sister. Take your hand away. Hand. I didn't put my hand on your chest. Didn't I just take it away? Chin Bao Bao pinched the hand that was pressing on his buttocks and gritted his teeth, "This one." Ah. Qin grimaced in pain. Then, sleep a little longer. Qin suggested. Qin Bao thought for a moment and nodded, yes. I'll hug sister's waist. Approved. Just as he was about to sleep with his arms around her waist, there was a knock on the door. Are you up? Wang Zijin's voice. Sleep a little longer. I didn't get up. Qin responded. Sleep your ass. Get up. Suyu shouted. Qin Bao stayed in there all night, didn't you? Wang Zijin also shouted. Chapter 480. Sleep for another half an hour, get out. Qin Bao scratched her head irritably, tilted her head and shouted in the direction of the door. Don't sleep anymore, get up and eat breakfast. We're going back to Shanghai. Wang Zijin said. At the same time, there was a knock on the door like a storm. Unable to sleep anymore, Qin patted his sister's butt and said softly, get up. Qin Bao pouted. She really didn't sleep well last night. She rarely had eye bags and dark circles, but she actually had obvious dark circles. What time did you sleep last night? 2 or 3 o'clock. Qin Bao said angrily, you vomited several times. Did you help me clean up? Qin was suddenly a little touched. No, I asked the waiter to come up and clean up. So, sister, how did you take care of me? Look at my face, count my eyelashes, and then fall asleep happily. I didn't do anything last night. Qin remembered that his hands and feet were not well behaved last night. What can you do? Drunk like a dead dog. His sister's eyes drifted. Oh. It didn't matter. Anyway, he was very familiar with his sister's body. There was nothing to be embarrassed about when the facial cleanser hit her butt. He even accidentally broke in when his sister was taking a bath. Qin lifted the quilt and found that he was wearing pajamas. Someone helped him change last night. He remembered that the reason why he had the impulse was because of a little girl who picked mushrooms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved when he was drunk like a dead dog. Unfortunately, he was too drunk last night and didn't do too much. You helped me change my pajamas? Qin asked. Yes. His sister said. Oh, it's you, the maggot who picked mushrooms. Bao. Qin got out of bed and opened the door. Wang Zijin and Suyu frowned and entered the room. They looked around and saw Qin Bao sleeping lazily on the bed with different expressions. You two slept together last night. Suyu was tongue-tied. Embezzlement, Wang Zijin muttered. What did you say? Suyu glared at her. Qin Bao got up and stretched. Under the thin pajamas, her chest was tall and straight. Wang Zijin and Suyu turned their heads and cleverly avoided the heart-wrenching scene. You two are up so early. Qin Bao pushed her hair back from her forehead. Both of them ignored her. What time did the crew leave? Qin's brain was still not very bright. He was very slow after the hangover. 8 o'clock, Wang Zijin said. Qin took out his phone from beside his pillow. It was 7:30 in the morning. After pondering for a moment, he said, let the production team go first. We'll leave at 10 o'clock. Sis, you can sleep for a while more. Qin Bao nodded and said coquettishly, but I'm hungry. I'll bring some breakfast up for you. Brush your teeth first and go back to sleep after eating. Okay, Qin Bao said, I want to eat sesame balls, fried dough sticks, and crab roe soup dumplings. The hotel doesn't have crab roe soup dumplings, Suyu said. Qin Bao looked at him softly and said, I'll go out and look around. I should be able to buy some, Qin said. Wang Zijin and Suyu gritted their teeth in anger. After taking the nanny van to the high-speed railway station in Lin City, Qinzhe and the others changed to the high-speed railway. Unless it was a professional paparazzi, ordinary people would rarely notice them. Qinzhe and Qin Baobao had never been able to get rid of the professional paparazzi's tracking and candid photos, but they were too lazy to care. No celebrity in the entertainment industry was clean. This was the creed of the professional paparazzi. Countless examples were there. As long as they dug up a piece of gossip and the truth, the paparazzi would be rich. In the paparazzi's line of work, they would eat for 3 years if they didn't eat for 3 years. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe. One was the queen of the internet and a popular singer. The other was a well-known figure with a net worth of tens of billions. As long as they dug up negative news about them, the hush money would be at least 8 figures. However, Qin Baobao had been in the entertainment industry for almost a year, and there was no negative news about her at all. There were also no photos of her entering or leaving a hotel with a man. Her fans also believed in her. They said that Qin Baobao was the boss of Tianfang, and all the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry were useless to her. She would always be pure. The more this was the case, the more excited the paparazzi became. As long as they kept an eye on them, they would be able to dig up shocking news. This was the belief of the professional paparazzi. Once they dug up negative news, it would definitely be earth-shattering. There was also Qinzhe. There was also very little negative news about Qinzhe. In the entertainment industry, there was almost no news about him sleeping with a certain female celebrity. Instead, someone had taken photos of him and a mysterious woman strolling in the rain. However, this was at most entertainment news. It wasn't earth-shattering at all. Wasn't it normal for a single young man to have a girlfriend? He wasn't like those little fresh meats who relied on the support of their female fans, so he had to maintain his image of being single at all times. In the first-class seat, his sister leaned her head on his shoulder and slept soundly. In front of them were Su Yu and Wang Zijin. The two of them didn't drink much yesterday. They were supposed to take care of Qinzhe, but their sister chased them out on the grounds that it would damage their reputation if a single man and woman stayed in the same room. However, they both felt guilty and couldn't refute. Since that was the case, their drunk brother would naturally be better taken care of by their sister. Hence, Qin Baobao stayed. Su Yu was still fine. At most, she was a little disgusted by Qin Baobao and her brother's overly close relationship. However, Wang Zijin kept a straight face the whole day and was very unhappy. She knew the character of this pair of siblings. Qinzhe tilted his head slightly and looked at his sister's eyelashes that fluttered like bird wings and the outline of her handsome nose under the mask. Every time this happened, his heart would always be at ease. Years had passed, but they had never changed. On the second day after returning to Shanghai, Qinzhe went straight to Tianfang Film and Entertainment and personally participated in the editing. The level of editing directly affected the quality of the film. For Qinzhe, who had high hopes for this film, he wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't personally monitor it. He also did the same for the previous film, If I Become Memories. At that time, he had no choice but to carry the system's task on his back. If there were any problems with the editing, he would definitely fail. Qin Baobao also joined in the fun. After 3 minutes of enthusiasm, she found that editing the film was not as interesting as she thought. She turned around and ran to practice dancing and singing. Have you found a special effects company? During lunch, Qinzhe asked Mo, who was sitting opposite him. Next to him was his sister. At noon, he invited the staff of the post-production team to lunch. They didn't gather in the conference room, so that the staff wouldn't be restrained. Yes. Mo nodded. Because Qinzhe had repeatedly reminded him, and it happened to be during the company's reform period, Mo didn't dare to slack off at all. Let me take a look at the special effects first. If it doesn't work, call them back and ask them to redo it. Qinze picked up some food with his chopsticks and suddenly said, "Oh right, have you thought about that matter?" "What?" You didn't understand. According to the usual standards, or according to a certain percentage of the box office. You looked very hesitant and forced a smile. Chairman Qin, I chose the usual standards. It's not that I don't have confidence in the box office, but I'm used to stability. That's right, he didn't have confidence in the box office. Qinze said, "Okay, when the time comes, your bonus will be distributed with the others." Qin Bao immediately said, "Then what about my bonus?" Qinze rolled his eyes and searched in his pocket for a long time before taking out a coin. "Here, this is your salary and bonus." Qin Bao happily took it and carefully put it into her pink wallet. This pair of siblings really knew how to play. Qin Bao was Tianfang's biggest shareholder, but as the boss, she still wanted a salary and bonus. What didn't know was that Qin Bao only received the CEO's salary every month, and all the profits were kept in the public account. She never used the money to expand her little treasury. The real controller of the funds was Qinze. Not only Tianfang, but Baoze and Amethyst were also like this. Qin Bao wanted to expand her little treasury, but she spent too much money, so she looked for her brother to top up her wife's money. Qinze estimated that with the money he saved with his sister, he could buy 10 wives. Chairman Qin, don't forget about the theme song, reminded. I won't forget. Qinze smiled calmly. I've already written it. When did you write it? Why didn't I know? Qin Bao was stunned. When did you know I wrote a song? Qinze said in annoyance. Qin Bao thought about it and realized that it was true. She was always with her brother, but she had never seen him write a song. Logically speaking, whether it was excitement or frustration during the writing process, there should be traces of it. But her brother seemed to just slap his head and the song came out. When I was writing the script, I wrote the song as well, Qinze explained to himself. Anyway, I'm a fast shooter, famous for being fast. Even if I finish it in a flash, don't be too surprised. Then record it as soon as possible, Qin Bao said. A Cantonese song, can you do it? Qinze looked at her. A Cantonese song. Qin Bao was stunned again. She would rather it be an English song than a Cantonese song. At least she could speak English very well. In Cantonese, she only knew how to say, eat shit, poop boy. Eat shit, poop boy. Do you have a Mandarin version? Qin Bao kicked him. The last time she sang exaggerated, she practiced day and night for 7 days, and her throat was hoarse. Of course a Mandarin version is good, but if it's sung in Mandarin, it feels a little lacking. Qinze touched his chin and thought. Actually, you don't have to sing it perfectly. After all, making music in a recording studio is not as delicate as singing live, right? Besides, our sound recordist is a professional, interrupted. Qinze slapped his sister's butt. Go, get the staves. Qin Bao eagerly went to rummage through the cabinets. Tactfully looked down and did not say anything. He was already used to the free and unrestrained way of getting along with the siblings. Qinze taught his sister in the office for the whole afternoon. Qin Bao felt that it was about time and went to the recording studio hand in hand. Chapter 481. The sound recordist gestured OK to the two boss Qins through the soundproof glass, indicating that they could begin. Before he gestured, he turned his head helplessly. There were 7 or 8 people standing behind him. There were singers from the company, director and composers. They were all of high status. Since when Boss Qin's new songs were released, there would always be a group of people who came to watch the show. With a curious and admiring mood, he listened to the songs silently and quietly. It was also possible that they wanted to personally witness the fall of the legend of Qinzai's songs must be the best. At least the two composers had such thoughts. The sound recordist was sure of it. Why? Everyone only had one brain. Why was it that Boss Qin could easily write a song that was the best? They racked their brains and would be thankful if they could come up with a good song. They didn't even dare to think about a hit song. It didn't make sense. They refused to accept it. Qinzai's existence had indeed caused 99.9% of the composers in the music industry to suffer 10,000 points of critical damage. Director Mo, you've heard Boss Qin's new song. What do you think? One of the composers couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked over. It's okay, Mo said. Have some sincerity. Don't give such a jack-of-all-trades answer. The other composer was dissatisfied. Is it a hit song? How would I know? Mo said angrily. I'm tone deaf. My appreciation of music is limited. Is the first impression as shocking as exaggerated? One of the singers asked. Nope. Mo shook his head. Exaggerated is my favorite song. Its position is irreplaceable. The two composers heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. It's not a hit song. It should be a hit song. That's normal. It's not that easy to create a hit song. One of the singers said, even if it's Boss Qin, a hit song is a bit difficult unless he's given time. One of the composers said, it's not time. It's inspiration. Boss Qin hasn't released a hit song in a long time. The sound recordist turned his head and said unhappily, quiet. At this moment, Qinzai in the recording room gestured for them to wait. He grabbed the remote control on the table and turned on the projector. What are you doing? His sister asked. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder long-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans. She was youthful and fashionable. She looked beautiful in everything. I feel that singing while watching a movie clip will reveal more of your emotions, Qinzai said. This was the clip that Qinzai had copied out during the editing of the movie. In the image, a man and a woman were standing on top of the city gate tower, facing each other. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, while the man was handsome and dashing. He was holding a treasured sword. Below the city gate tower, a group of onlookers gathered to watch. After a few conversations, the woman asked the man to kiss her, but the man refused. The great sage, Heaven's equal, who was standing in the crowd, created a gust of demonic wind. He turned into a ray of light and leaned over the man. At this moment, music began to play. Qinzai, past, present, past, never again. Red, fallen leaves, buried forever in the dust. His voice was deep and magnetic. In the image, the man walked toward the woman. The beginning and the end are always the same. You on the horizon, drifting beyond the white clouds. The man hugged the woman and kissed her, continuing the unfinished kiss from 500 years ago. He raised his voice, the sea of bitterness flips over love and hate. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Blind dates, unapproachable. Maybe I should believe that it's fate. Amid the applause. Qin bao bao, ah, 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 ah. Qin bao bao sang with only one note, full of emotion. However, her singing skills made the two singers present feel ashamed of their inferiority. Outside the recording room, 7 or 8 people were watching the movie for a while the song echoed in their ears. At first, they were surprised, then they were amazed, and then they were silent. At this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they were filled with melancholy and emptiness. This song might not be that shocking when heard alone, but when it was combined with the movie, it was a bit invincible. At least Mou, who had participated in the shooting, stared at the projector in a daze for a long time. Qin Zhe was calm. It was not the first time he had watched this movie. But Qin Bao Bao was the first time. Besides, girls were sensitive and emotional. When she started to sing, there were tears in her eyes. After the song, Qin Zhe took a few tissues and handed them to his sister. His sister wiped her tears and snot. "This is the movie we filmed. How is it?" "It's not good at all." His sister said angrily, "Are you trying to trick me into crying? You black-hearted maggot." Qin Zhe scratched his head. Why is my little fairy's nose running?" Qin Bao Bao chopped him with her hand. Outside the recording room, the composer said faintly, "Mou, you finally believe that you don't have any musical talent." Mou said awkwardly, "Didn't I say it's not bad?" Another composer said, "You call this not bad? I'll be damned if I believe you." Everyone nodded. There was something wrong with this person's appreciation. One of the singers sighed. "If only I could sing this song. Famous all over the world, popular all over the country." "Of course." Mou said, "Then is this considered a hit?" To judge a golden song, the first is to look at the market, and the second is to rely on time to ferment it. No matter how good a song is, it can't be a hit right after it's released. The composer said enviously. "But it's only a matter of time. I have a feeling that this song will be a hit." Qin Zhe and his sister came out and listened to their duet again. "It's okay. There are a few places where the Cantonese pronunciation is not standard, but the rest is fine." Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. There were actually many flaws in the song that his sister sang live. But after the sound engineer's tuning, all the flaws were erased. As expected of a senior sound engineer with a salary of 500,000 yuan. It was worth this price. "I'll practice the pronunciation a few more times later, okay?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Try a few more times. Try to record it tomorrow," Qin Zhe said. "Okay." Qin Bao Bao pouted. She was a little reluctant. Time was a little tight. She had always been a lazy person and hated working too fast. When she was the assistant to the general manager of a foreign company, she often complained to Qin Zhe that it was tiring work and she couldn't relax. There were always endless phone calls, endless guests, and endless documents to review. The company hired her as the general manager not because of her outstanding ability, but because she was too beautiful. She was a dazzling super flower vase that was used to entertain customers. In this society where women were favored over men, beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. For an assistant, the prettier the better. Most of the time, an assistant also had to work as a personal assistant. But not every company did this. There were still many legitimate companies and decent people, such as Qin Zhe. His sister's previous company was one of them. It was a company with a good reputation. With her character, if the general manager showed a hint of, "Why don't you work as my personal assistant and I'll give you a raise," his sister would immediately quit. Seizing the opportunity, the two composers came over and humbly asked, "Boss Qin, how long did you write this song? How long did it take?" Qin Zhe looked at them. The composers acted like they were listening to a big shots lecture. 2 or 3 days, Qin Zhe said. It can't be said that I only spent 10 minutes to copy down the lyrics and the song, and I even copied the soundtrack of the song. But this, 2 or 3 days, was still a blow to the two composers. One of the composers was unwilling to give up and asked, "How did you write it? Where's the inspiration? Can you tell us about the creative process?" "Inspiration came out when I hit my head," Qin Zhe said. The composers were speechless. They couldn't learn the big shots operation, they couldn't learn it. The composers held their pierced hearts and left. A certain singer said in a half-bitter, half-serious tone, "Boss Chin, your song is too good. If I can sing your song, it'll be hard not to become popular." After saying that, she blinked her eyes that were covered with false eyelashes and stared at him. Chin Zae smiled and didn't make any promises. 30 points were still points. There were only two things in the world that he was willing to spend points on. The first was his sister, and the second was money. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin needed songs, Chin Zae would be happy to write songs for them, but they didn't need them. Sister Ziwei's authentic Beijing accent could make Chin Zae doubt life. Su Yu sang well, but she didn't like singing. On June 15th, the two movies were completed. They passed the review quickly and were given the green light for the whole process. They would be released at the end of June. Chin Zae deliberately used Nan Man Pei's connections to talk to the Shanghai VIP. Using the Wang family's connections might be more authoritative and effective, but before the Wang family completely accepted him as their son-in-law, Chin Zae didn't want to do such a thing. During this period, the media, the internet, and video advertisements were unprecedentedly strong. It was far better than the publicity of "If I Become Memories." Chin Zae didn't even frown when he spent money on publicity. Even the small TV on the subway played the trailer of A Journey to the West regularly at 7:00 every day. Plus the popularity accumulated by Qin Bao Bao's live broadcast. In the past few days, comments and posts looking forward to A Journey to the West could be seen everywhere on the internet. The trailer looks great. The special effects made my eyes light up. The siblings finally released a new movie. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, isn't it a bit too fast? It will be released at the beginning of next month, only half a month. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. I didn't expect Qin Bao to be so beautiful in ancient costume. She's like a fairy in a painting. I love her. Am I the only one who thinks Guanyin is more beautiful? That temperament is simply otherworldly, and it makes me feel maternal love. Motherly love. Qin Bao Bao is the most beautiful. Whoever refutes me will die. A small number of people were pessimistic. I heard that this script was written by Chin Zae. Did he become arrogant after If I Become Memories became popular? Is he the only one who knows how to write a script? But the special effects are really good. It's definitely a 5 yuan special effect. In the social environment where 5 yuan special effects were popular, 5 yuan was already a high praise. At the end of June, the premiere was held in Shanghai. The crew invited the major media and some big names who were professional film critics. Some of the audience were given away by Qin Bao Bao through a lucky draw on Weibo, some were sold to the public by the company, and the rest were given to Chin Zae and his sister's friends in the entertainment industry. Chapter 482. At the venue of the premiere, the cast of A Journey to the West appeared under the expectant eyes of the audience and media. Chin Zae and Qin Bao walked in front, followed by Li Wei and a few other important supporting roles. The supporting roles of the second film were not present. Although the two films were released only a week apart, it was unheard of to have two premieres at the same venue. This was the premiere of the first part of A Journey to the West. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also came, but they did not go on stage. They sat in the first row of the audience. They lacked experience in dealing with the media and the stage. "Where is everyone's applause?" the host asked loudly. Immediately, the applause was thunderous. In fact, there was no need for the host to remind them. The moment Chin Zae and Qin Bao appeared on stage, the audience screamed. Those who could attend the premiere were all fans of the two. Of course, there were also fans of Li Wei and a few other stars, but the number was smaller. The reporters took turns to ask questions. The stars led by Chin Zae answered in an orderly manner. They were all experienced actors and could handle it. As for the newcomer Feng Rui, he was silent the whole time and became a foil. Chairman Chin, I have exclusive news. Our A Journey to the West crew only took 2 months to shoot 2 films. Everyone knows that slow work produces fine work. Is there any guarantee of quality for the A Journey to the West crew to shoot so quickly? Or is this just a special effects film? A reporter asked. This question should be asked to the director, but everyone present knew who was the core of the team. It's true that slow work produces fine work, but speed and quality are not necessarily proportional. There's also a saying that goes, if you read more than 10,000 books, you can write like a god. As long as there's enough preparation in advance, shooting can be done quickly. What you see is the shooting time, but you don't see our company's preparation for this film. Chin Zhe held the microphone and answered slowly. Since it was a premiere, they had to rely on the media to help promote it. At the same time, they had to deal with their difficulties. Whether in terms of investment or production, this film will be Tian Fang's best work, my best work, or Qin Bao's best work. Chin Zhe said confidently. What are your expectations for the box office? Of course, it will also surpass Tian Fang's previous works. Currently, my ideal box office is 3 billion. Chin Zhe nonchalantly tossed out a bombshell. Qin Bao looked at him in surprise. The other actors were also dumbfounded. Not to mention the reporters below the stage and the audience. There was a small commotion below the stage. *T. Everyone had the same thought. Mou silently covered his face. If I Become Memories only grossed 2 billion yuan at the box office, which was already super amazing. Both the box office and the reputation were excellent. What kind of concept was 2 billion? This was a box office exclusive to famous directors, and it was not a box office that was commonly used. With this movie alone, Mou's net worth had increased by several times. A box office of more than 3 billion was exclusive to Hollywood blockbusters. If a domestic movie could occasionally break the 3 billion box office, it would be a big event that would shock the industry. The reporters excitedly took notes. Chairman Chin, did you write the theme song for the movie? Yes. Will Qin Bao be the lead singer, or will you sing? 2 people singing a duet. Why did you arrange for 2 movies to be released one after the other? Not only us, but the entire industry can't make sense of your actions. This was the question that the reporters were most concerned about. The industry was at a loss, and so was the audience. They needed first-hand information. Chin Zhe thought for a moment. Because I can't break the chapter. If I break the chapter, I'll be cursed. The reporters and audience. Chin Zhe explained, foreshadowing is to prepare for the climax. If the gap between the two is too long, the emotions accumulated in the foreshadowing will be forgotten. But A Journey to the West is different from other movies. For other movies, every movie has its climax. Some movies even have completely different plots from the first and second movies. But A Journey to the West is different. There is no end to the second movie. Watching the first movie, it will feel boring. The reporters quickly took notes. A reporter flattered, Chairman Chin, you always do things in a bold and unconstrained way. This might be the reason for your success. There are a lot of rumors about your rise on the internet. There was once a post that revealed that you were unknown during your university years, but after you graduated, you suddenly rose to prominence. Were you pretending to be low-key before? Also, can you share with everyone your success story? The topic changed to Chin Zhe himself. There is no such thing as a sudden rise. University is a place to learn. There is no need to show off. What you learn is the real gain. And society is a place to fight. I can't keep a low profile. I'm just in the right place, using the right way of doing things. There is no shortcut to success. It depends on hard work and talent. Just like how I set a small goal to earn 100 million in a month, and then I succeeded. The audience thought, what a terrible line. If we set a small goal like that, would we also succeed? Seeing that they couldn't get any information from Qin Zhe, a reporter asked Qin Bao about Qin Zhe's performance when he was young. Qin Bao lied through her teeth. My brother is the best. He has been very smart since he was young. He is very talented in all aspects. My father often told me that if I was half as smart as my brother, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. So that's how it is. Everything depends on talent. Qin Zhe's mediocrity in the past was not really mediocre. He was just keeping a low profile. Bao Bao, what are your expectations for the box office? The reporter asked. Qin Bao Bao naturally followed Qin Zhe's words. My expectations for the box office are the same as his, Qin Bao Bao said. Following that, the reporters asked a few more questions one after another. For example, when would Qin Bao Bao release a new album and when would she hold a concert? In everyone's impression, Qin Bao Bao was a singer and not a movie star. Although the few movies she acted in were very successful and her acting skills were recognized by the public, she had only just become famous. However, she had only been famous for a short time, and her songs had left a deep impression on everyone. Qin Bao Bao dawdled for half a year and had been in the film and television industry. This made some of her fans very dissatisfied. The haters kept criticizing Qin Bao Bao, saying that she could not sing anymore. They said that she did not have the professional ethics of a singer. When she saw that the film and television industry was more profitable, she plunged into the film and television industry to make money. If Qin Bao Bao was also a composer, they would say that she had lost her talent. But the composer was Qin Zhe, and he had been releasing works intermittently. The work for the second half of the year is to tour the country and prepare for the new album, Qin Bao Bao said. It was another big news. The reporters buried their heads and took notes. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the audience, accompanied by the shouts of the security guards. Stop him. Hold him down. Everyone on the stage looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a guy nimbly dodge the security guard's interception, rush to the stage, and hit the host with the courage of a football player. Then he pounced on Qin Bao Bao. The accident came too fast, like a tornado. The women did not even have the time to scream. The guy rushed to the stage and pounced on Qin Bao Bao in just a few seconds. He looked like a greasy otaku, but he burst out with amazing speed. Qin Bao Bao was stunned the whole time. She did not react like everyone else. When she saw the otaku, he had already pounced in front of her. Just as the panic in her heart surged, Qin Bao Bao felt her waist tighten, and then she was pulled into someone's arms. Beside her was Qin Zhe. While Qin Zhe hugged his sister, he kicked the crazy fan to the ground. Chapter 483. An unexpected turn of events happened quickly and ended even faster. The fan, who was holding his stomach and retching, could not get up again. The security guards who caught up quickly held him down. Only then did the audience below the stage react. They all stood up and whispered to each other, asking about what had happened. It was chaos. What happened? That person suddenly rushed up. Was he going to hug Qin Bao? This is King obscenity. How can he do that? He's too crazy. Qin Zhe's kick was so cool. I love him. Luckily, Qin Zhe blocked it. Otherwise, my goddess would have been taken advantage of by that guy. Send him to the police station. This kind of person must be sent to the police station. CK, how did this kind of person get in? The audience was discussing. The reporters' eyes were shining. They could write another 2,000-word article. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and said softly, "You're not scared, right?" Qin Bao Bao pouted. Bao Bao was scared to death. Are you okay? Are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. Qin Bao Bao immediately stopped acting coquettishly and smiled gracefully. I'm okay. Don't worry. A security guard walked over and whispered, President Qin, should we hand this person over to the police? Mou was furious. What's wrong with you? You can't even watch a person. Are you that professional? The security guard bowed and apologized. If he was handed over to the police, the matter would blow up. It would be bad for his and his sister's reputation. Moreover, the other party did not succeed. Qin Zhe shook his head. Ask him to leave. He thought to himself, you want to molest my sister? If it weren't for the occasion, would have beaten you up. The fat otaku was taken out by the security guard. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me. This kind of person should be arrested by the police. Why call the police? He didn't do anything. The police will at most criticize and educate him. Zhe's method is very correct. Instead, he can show his grace and earn a good reputation. Even though you can see that he is almost gnashing his teeth. Wang Xian said, as long as Zhe is by his side, there won't be any big problems. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him. Suyu narrowed her eyes. Of course, I have confidence in my boyfriend. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Suyu smiled, well, we all have the same good taste. Wang Zijin sneered. Don't flatter yourself. There are many women who like him. Suyu's thoughts, Sima Zhao's heart was well known, but Wang Zijin was not afraid. She was not afraid of anyone who was scheming. It was guaranteed that Suyu would never be able to eat it, and she wouldn't be able to get it even if she became an old woman. Humph. Suyu said in her heart, but the only woman who slept with him was me. Just you wait. When I have something in my belly, I'll show off in front of you every day. This time, if you and Qin Bao dare to steal my baby, I'll beat the shit out of you and Qin Bao. Qin Zhe saw that the situation was a little chaotic, so he raised his microphone and said with a smile, there was an accident just now. That fan was really crazy. I'd like to advise everyone to be rational and not do anything extreme. Let's forget about what happened just now. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have been charged with sexual harassment. There was a burst of applause. After the premiere, the first part of A Journey to the West was played. This was a more important step in the premiere. In the past, when we watched movies, before the movie was released, there were some highlights, and there were good or bad rumors everywhere. These were all uploaded from the premiere, which would have a good publicity effect for the movie. You're so confident about this movie. Huang Yizong, the boss of Star Art, also came to the premiere. He sat behind Qin Zhe. Do you know how much I spent on special effects? Qin Zhe turned his head. It's definitely n times more than any of your company's special effects movies. You're bragging. The cost is so high. Aren't you afraid of getting it back? How much did you invest in total? Huang Yizong was curious. Not as much as you think. I just changed the salary of the lead actor into the funds for special effects, Qin Zhe said. Your and Qin Bao's salary for 2 movies added together should be more than 200 million. You spent so much money on special effects. Did you get scammed? Huang Yizong was shocked. What kind of special effects did you make? It's too exaggerated. I didn't say that I'll spend all of it on special effects. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. The movie is starting. Wait a moment. Huang Yizong said, if your movie becomes popular, lend me the director of your company. I remember that the director of the previous movie, If I Become Memories, was also this director. Why? You want to steal my director? Qin Zhe glanced at him. We're friends. This is too hurtful. Huang Yizong denied. Up to you. If you can, go ahead. Qin Zhe shrugged. I'm afraid you don't know why the movie became popular. Mou was a very good director, but If I Become Memories was popular. One reason was because of the original movie's fan base, and the other was because of his and his sister's acting skills. If it were any other director, as long as their skills were up to par, they would also be able to make the movie. As for A Chinese Odyssey to the West, the script was written by Qin Zhe. During the filming, he was equivalent to another director. All the scenes were discussed with him by Mou. Qin Zhe could only pass if he was satisfied. Huang Yizong smiled slyly. You lend me the director, and I'll lend you the company's popular female stars. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 3 piercing gazes fall on him. He was stunned and realized that they were directed at him from Qin Zhe's left and right sides. On Qin Zhe's left sat Qin Bao, on his right sat Wang Zijin, and on his right sat Su Yu. The 3 extremely beautiful women glared at him fiercely. Huang Yizong was speechless. Qin Zhe said seriously, Don't test me with those flirtatious women. I've never cared about them. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very upright. Mr. Huang, if you think I'm that kind of person, then our friendship is over. Huang Yizong thought to himself, You're king guy who can talk to me about the top 10 famous weapons and various sword experiences. Don't you think you're too shameless to say such things? But when he saw the fierce gazes of the 3 women, Huang Yizong understood. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he suddenly felt sad as if he had met a confidant in a foreign land. His little wife at home was insatiable, and the old man had been out of the sword world for a long time. Behind every old man who couldn't move his bicycle was a tigress who was like a juicer. Brother Qin was even worse. There seemed to be 3 of them. No, not counting Qin Bao, this was the elder sister. There were 2 of them. Wasn't the elder sister scary? Don't F*ck, don't F*ck, just kidding, Huang Yizong said. Huang Yizong was quite envious of Qin Zhe's luck with women. The 2 on his right were both great beauties. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he could tell that they had an unusual relationship with Qin Zhe based on the silent battle just now. But they didn't seem to be Tianfang's artists. Huang Yizong was a very particular person. He never flirted with those around him, so he didn't sleep with Qin Bao. But he didn't think that it was bad to flirt with those around him, so he thought that Qin Zhe must be a wanton person who loved freedom in private. No wonder there were no rumors of Qin Zhe sleeping with anyone in the circle. It turned out that he had 2 great beauties around him. If it were him, with 2 great beauties around him, he would definitely crazily attack day and night. How would he have the time to flirt with those flirtatious women outside? After the movie ended, everyone left. The movie would be screening in 2 days. And tomorrow was Qin Bao's birthday. He remembered that his elder sister had invited a lot of friends for her birthday last year, mainly her university classmates. Among them, her closest friend was Chen Qinghong, who was welcome to contribute, and Zhangye, who Qin Zhe had been thinking about for a while, who was already married. At that time, Qin Zhe was just an ordinary young man. Among his elder sister's female friends, only Zhangye liked to hang out with him. The others didn't really care about him. Later on, he turned over a new leaf. Although they agreed not to use this word, he soared into the sky. His elder sister's friends would call him every few days and send him well wishes. But at this time, Qin Zhe didn't want to talk to them anymore. And Zhangye, who used to joke around with Qin Zhe casually, rarely contacted him after he became famous. A person's character could be seen at a glance. Now that he thought about it, Zhangye actually had a good impression of him at that time. If Qin Zhe's EQ was higher, he might have been able to poach her. But his elder sister didn't agree. Qin Zhe still remembered his elder sister's fierce expression and the deep fear in her eyes when she said, "I don't agree." If his elder sister didn't agree, Qin Zhe wouldn't be willful. Later on, Wang Zijin came to the house. Forget it, he would talk about this later. This year, his elder sister's birthday was more low-key than previous years because her status was different. She didn't treat anyone or hold a party. Even though she only needed to make a phone call, countless good friends would rush to send her gifts. His elder sister only said, "boring," and rejected Qin Zhe's idea of holding a big party. So she held a birthday party at home and invited Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye. His parents also came. His grandfather sat on the sofa and drank tea. Bao Bao was in his left hand and a teddy Su in his right. After all, his grandfather liked the teddy Su more than Wang Zijin. Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye sat on the other sofa. In the kitchen, the smell of Qin Zhe's cooking and the sound of Qin Ma's kitchen knife cutting vegetables came out. "Dad, Ace is so annoying. If I didn't remind him yesterday, he would have forgotten my birthday." Qin Bao hugged her father's arm and complained. "He can't even remember my birthday. Why would he remember yours?" His grandfather snorted. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She couldn't say, "We are different, different." Then her grandfather would ask, "What's different?" She still couldn't answer. "Uncle, where were we just now?" Suyu smiled very sweetly. "We were talking about bills. The maximum limit is 3 million. Her grandfather said. "Yes, our company is doing this. Now we can only make electric bills. Paper bills are dying, and there is no profit. It's a pity. But government intervention is sooner or later, because bills are easy to push and push up the economic bubble. If it's like before, it's tens of millions of yuan at a time. Even if the country's economic system is huge, it can't last for a few years." Suyu spoke with assurance, and the topic was led by her. Qin Bao Bao quietly rolled her eyes. This Suyu, she didn't invite her. She came shamelessly and took the opportunity to crazily brush up the old man's favorability. She rolled her eyes again at Wang Zijin. "You can be more careful. My father's heart is with Suyu. Do you still want to hook up with my brother?" But Wang Zijin saw through her trick and didn't take the bait. She greeted Qin Bao Bao's best friend with the posture of the hostess. Chatting with two strange women and a strange man was not awkward at all. In fact, they were not strangers. At least they had met once. Not long after they came to Shanghai, they sang together. "By the way, Qinghong, do you have a boyfriend?" Wang Zijin asked. Chapter 484. Wang Zijin heard about Chen Qinghong's experience from Qin Bao Bao. When she talked about it, she was very angry and stamped her feet. She said that Chen Qinghong was a stupid woman who only knew how to study. If others treated her well, she would give her heart out. She was sold and counted the money for them. Wang Zijin rarely saw her heartless best friend so angry, so she remembered it in her heart. Chen Qinghong shook her head awkwardly. Her temperament was similar to Su Yu's, a cold beauty, but she was a real cold beauty, and Su Teddy was a fake. In fact, she didn't intend to come. After all, she said so many shameful words in front of Qin Zhe. "I can sleep with you for 2 years, I can take birth control pills by myself, and so on." Now thinking about it, her face was still burning. When they met just now, if Qin Zhe showed any disdain or ridicule, she would turn away in shame. But Qin Zhe smiled and nodded at her as usual. At this time, she had to admire Zhang Ye's vision. A long time ago, Zhang Ye said to her, "Bao Bao's younger brother is good, a warm man." At that time, Chen Qinghong said, "It's just the humble style of most mediocre people." Now looking at it again, she knew that Zhang Ye's vision was sharp. What boyfriend? Let's talk about it later. While you're still young, enjoy a few years of leisure. When you get married and have children, it's tiring and bitter, right, Qinghong? Qin Bao Bao said. Chen Qinghong nodded and smiled reluctantly. Dad, you see, most of the girls at my age are not married. What's the hurry? You can talk to Mom later and ask her not to bother me. Qin Bao Bao took the opportunity. In Shanghai, 26 years old, it was really not old. Unlike in small cities or villages, it was a matter that made parents very anxious if they were not married by the age of 25. In first-tier cities, the age of marriage for men and women were 27 or 28 years old, and men were 30 years old. This was most of the phenomenon. Of course, there were people who got married before the age of 30. There were many people who were still single in their 30s and 40s. In the countryside, can you imagine? They would be gossiped about by their neighbors and scolded by their parents. Your mom can't be bothered with you right now. She just wants Ace to find a girlfriend and get married as soon as possible, Grandpa Xing said meaningfully. That bastard of a son, immersed in the world of hugging left and right and unable to extricate himself. Until now, he still hadn't given a definite answer. Zhangya rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Qinghong doesn't have a boyfriend. Why don't you introduce her to Qinzai? The air suddenly froze. Among the 5 women present, except for Zhangya herself, the other 4 all looked pale. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, Go, go, go. Qinghong doesn't match my brother. Don't try to match them up. She paused for a moment before continuing, besides, I'm not even married. Why would he get married? Wang Zijin immediately said, Getting a girlfriend doesn't mean getting married immediately. Qin Bao Bao glared at her and said righteously, Even if it's a girlfriend, I can't stand it. Qin Ma was here, so she didn't dare to say this. But Grandpa Xing was fine. Grandpa Xing loved his daughter as always. In the past few years, I've been focusing on my career. I'm not in a hurry. Grandpa Xing agreed. Zhangya smiled and said, Don't waste your time until you're old. Wang Zijin couldn't help but take a look at her. Was she a sensible person? Qin Bao Bao ignored Zhangya and pretended not to hear it. She complained to Grandpa Xing, Dad, you only know how to follow my words. You don't have the final say in the family. You've responded to me like this all these years. When did you persuade my mom? Su Yu's sweet smile froze on her face. What? Listening to the meaning of these words, Uncle Qin's right to speak at home is not as important as Aunt Qin. Then, is it too late for me to change the target now? Grandpa Xing felt that he was humiliated by his daughter. He waved his hand and said, How can you talk like that? In the kitchen. Qinzai waved the spoon and held the pot gently. The flame was raging. Where did you learn all these fancy things from? Mother Qin chuckled as she chuckled. Self-taught. Mom, you and Dad raised a daughter who can't take care of herself and threw me to live with her. If I don't learn these things, how can I live? Qinzai complained. Live. Qin Ma looked at her son strangely. Maybe she shouldn't have agreed to let him move to live with Bao Bao. Fortunately, Mom, you came to help me. Otherwise, I would be in a hurry to copy so many dishes by myself. Qinzai said inside, Your daughter almost killed me yesterday. Qin Ma was stunned. What's wrong? Did you two quarrel? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Although her son and daughter often quarreled, they never really got angry. No one doted on her sister to this extent. I forgot about her birthday. Yesterday, she came to my room in the middle of the night and asked me mysteriously what day it was tomorrow. I couldn't give her an answer. Qinzai complained, Your daughter is getting more and more unreasonable. Dad won't beat her, but you can't spoil her. Last night, his sister asked him what present he bought. In the end, Qinze was confused and said blankly, "Oh, it's your birthday tomorrow. I forgot. I'll transfer you 1 million later and buy you a present." He was almost killed by his sister. His sister cried and choked him, saying that she wanted to strangle the heartless maggot and then kill herself. In the end, not only did she not strangle him to death, but she also slept in his bed for a night. Qinze woke up in the morning and took his sister to buy a diamond necklace. He couldn't remember which big boss said, "No woman can resist the temptation of jewelry." "You're living here again?" Qin Ma said faintly. Qinze, oh my god, he accidentally let it slip. My sister Ziwei is here. I miss her. Qinze explained. Oh. Qin Ma reluctantly accepted this reason. For dinner, Qinze cooked a table full of dishes and opened a bottle of Maotai and a bottle of red wine. He wanted to open a bottle of champagne for Grandpa Qing to try, but Grandpa Qing said that he wasn't used to it. Red wine was for women. Chang'e had to drive, so he didn't drink it. The effects of the premiere yesterday are out. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head, bit her chopsticks, and slid her fingers on the phone. What do you mean? Qinze asked. See for yourself. Qin Bao Bao sat next to him and pushed the phone to him. A relatively famous Weibo VIP wrote a film review. After watching A Journey to the West, I realized for the first time that domestic special effects can be so exquisite. In this market where 50 cents of special effects prevails, I see no less than Hollywood blockbusters. It's a feast for the eyes. That's why it's good to be young. Qinze's youth gives him a vitality that many directors don't have. He hasn't been corrupted by the profit-oriented market. We all have this quality in us, but it will slowly disappear with the passage of time. In terms of special effects, I give full marks. Then, let's talk about the plot. This movie seems to be the theme of A Journey to the West, but the Monkey King only appeared at the beginning. There was a battle with special effects, but there was nothing after that. Maybe Qinze wanted to break through the usual thinking of A Journey to the West. Unfortunately, he didn't do it well enough. The plot is a bit dull, and there are many funny and bad points. When I watched it, I laughed like a fool. But after watching it, I couldn't remember anything special or memorable. This makes me very disappointed. Qinze wants to rely on comedy and special effects to reach 3 billion at the box office. To be honest, I don't think he can do it. Hundreds of words were written. It was quite pertinent. Netizens replied below, "I'm looking forward to it. I'll watch it when it's released. The reviews are quite attractive. I'm looking forward to it being released." Dull plots are a characteristic of domestic dramas. It doesn't matter. As long as the special effects are good and it's funny enough, it's worth watching. To put it bluntly, it's just a fast food movie. Qinze can't escape the mold of a commercial film. But it's enough that the special effects are good. I'll support it when it's released. For my Bao Bao. After reading the reviews, I'm very disappointed. I don't particularly like funny movies. I told you it wouldn't work. Qinze's script. I can tell he's an amateur at first glance. I don't want to watch it now. It's different from what I imagined. It was alright. It was within Qinze's expectations. The first movie was a bit dull. Although he changed the lines and some details of the plot to make the movie more suitable for the current market, the plot was indeed not very good. It was already good enough to have such a response. At least it wasn't a one-sided bad movie. It's within my expectations. Qinze nodded. With such reviews and word of mouth, can we reach 3 billion at the box office? Qin Bao Bao pouted. Our last movie's word of mouth was through the roof. From the time it was released to the time it was taken off the shelves, it was overwhelmingly good. The first movie was just a foreshadowing. "It's not bad to have such an effect," Qin said. "You should be more careful. Don't boast. You'll embarrass yourself when the time comes," Qin Bao warned. "Don't worry. 3 billion is a conservative estimate. Who knows, it might hit 5 billion. Qin boasted. Although she knew he was boasting, Qin Bao was still very happy. She happily picked up food for him. "A's is the best. Sister will give you abalone." Qin stewed the abalone seafood soup for 2 hours. It was tender, juicy, and extremely delicious. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Qin also picked up food for his sister. "Sister is so nice. Eat chicken." He put a piece of chicken into his sister's bowl. The others ate in silence. They couldn't interrupt. Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye were even more emotional. In just a year, Qin Bao had become the queen of the internet and an A-list celebrity. Qin was a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. They were in 2 different worlds. They could only look at it but not touch it. The only gratifying thing was that Qin Bao looked at them and spoke in the same tone as before. She didn't become arrogant because of her wealth. Both siblings had very good qualities. It was because of the Qin family's upright and strict education. "There's one more thing. Someone is slandering us on the internet. At the premiere, you kicked that fan. It was magnified and the haters started the momentum," Qin Bao said. She handed the phone over again. Qin took a look. It was an online article. It said that during the premiere, a fan rushed on stage to hug Qin Bao but was kicked away by Qin. Every word of the article revealed the intention of slandering Qin. What made him disappointed was that the netizens followed the trend and attacked Qin out of some dark psychology. Qin frowned. "Someone is slandering me. Forget it. This kind of person always exists. Don't pay attention to it." Later, let Tianfang clarify on the official Weibo and put up the live video. After the real name system on the internet, it didn't seem to have improved the phenomenon of unrestrained abuse and slander. It was still the same as before. Even a celebrity who had been doing charity and had no scandals had people slandering them, not to mention Qin. After dinner, Chen Qinghong, Zhang Ye, and the others said goodbye and left. Suyu didn't leave. This girl was smart. After knowing Uncle Qin's position in the family, she very snobbishly turned to Qin Ma and volunteered to help Qin Ma wash the dishes. Qin was speechless. He wanted to tell her not to embarrass herself but was too embarrassed to say it. After she finished washing, his mother would do it again. That would be awkward. Look at Sister Ziwei. She was so tactful. She never puffed herself up at something she wasn't good at. Qin walked to the balcony and looked at the river. "System, this is the first anniversary of our integration." Qin lit a cigarette and looked at the night sky. "The flow of time to me is negligible." The system responded. "But for me, too many things have changed in the past year." Qin let out a faint sigh. It was hard to imagine that a year ago, he was still an ordinary and even mediocre person. If there was no system, he and his sister were destined to live a peaceful life and look at each other. They would have their own family and children. They would bury the feelings they shouldn't have deep in their hearts. They would go through their youth and enter their old age. Qin knew in his heart that this was almost an inevitable ending. But the system changed him, and at the same time changed the fate of many people. The system once said that without it, his sister Qin Bao would be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The meaning of the system's words was the most beautiful woman he could come into contact with. It was impossible for him to come into contact with someone like Suyu. Thank you for giving me a chance for a passerby to counterattack. Qin exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and in his mind, the scene of the original basketball court appeared, and he remembered what he had said. I never thought that one day I would blow up the whole audience. Chapter 485. In the living room, Qin Bao ate some fruits while Wang Zijin sat upright and chatted with the old man. In front of the old man and Qin Ma, Wang Zijin restrained herself well. Qin finished a cigarette and returned to the living room. Qin Bao grabbed his hand, sniffed it, and said in disgust, "It smells like smoke." She took out a few wet tissues and carefully wiped her brother's fingers. In fact, from many details, it could be seen that Qin Bao and Qin got along differently from ordinary siblings. Women were naturally sensitive and delicate in this aspect, and men generally tended to ignore these details. The old man did not feel that there was anything wrong. Smoke less. You're so young, but you're like an old smoker. What will happen in the future? Lung cancer patients are basically old smokers. The old man scolded his son as usual. You scared me. I had to smoke to calm myself down. Qin took out a cigarette box. The old man pretended to hit him, and he quickly pulled his sister into his arms to block him. Qin Bao let out an ouch and took the opportunity to lie in his arms. The old man loved his daughter, so of course, he could not bear to hit him. He glared at him fiercely. This brat was getting more and more naughty. He did not dare to be like this before. After being scolded by the old man, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Now that he had money, he was arrogant. He did not want to admit it. Qin Bao took the cigarette box from her brother's hand, threw it in a perfect parabola, and threw it into the trash can. Lung cancer. She glared at her brother. With the old man supporting her, she could throw a tantrum. Qin did not dare to hit her butt. Qin secretly pinched her butt. His sister grimaced in pain, but she did not dare to make a sound to let the old man know. There were always people on the internet who said that smoking was a slow suicide. Smokers had a much higher chance of getting lung cancer than non-smokers. Of course, that was true. However, lung cancer was not the only danger of death. Many people died before they could smoke. Even more people who didn't smoke would die of some kind of cancer before they even saw a heavy smoker get lung cancer. For example, liver cancer. There was a saying that 8 out of 10 cancers came from the liver. As for liver cancer, drinking accounted for a large proportion of it. Therefore, it was better to smoke than to drink. At this time, Siu walked out of the kitchen, looking embarrassed and unhappy. But when she saw everyone looking at her, she quickly hid her expression and revealed a cold and elegant smile. Finished washing the dishes? Wang Zijin teased. Auntie was reluctant to let me work hard, so she let me out. Suyu smiled. Qin thought, it turned out that my mother was the same as me, afraid of overworking Suyu. The old man glared at him. What are you standing there for? Go in and help your mother wash the dishes. Qin was at a loss when he received Grandpa Xing's gaze. He nodded and entered the kitchen. After Qin entered the kitchen, the old man pretended to drink a few mouthfuls of tea and said with a smile, I'll go in and boil some water. Dad, let me help you. Qin Bao said. Although she said so, her buttocks didn't move. The old man knew his daughter's hypocritical virtue and looked at her angrily. Entering the kitchen, the old man put down the teacup and cut his son's scalp without saying a word. Qin's ears and eyes were clever, and he ducked and dodged. Dad, why did you hit me? Qin said angrily. You dare to dodge, what's wrong with me hitting my son? The old man said angrily, Suyu and Wang Zijin, how do you choose? You can't just leave the two girls hanging. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it in the long run. Qinze was perfunctory. The old man was angry and cut his scalp again. Don't do this with me. How long have you been thinking about it? You haven't come up with a result for half a year. I want to marry both of them. Qinze simply decided to go all out. I think you don't know how to write the word die. The old man was furious. When the father and son talked, they both lowered their bodies, although the living room was far away and it was impossible to hear. Then I choose Wang Zijin. Qinze said perfunctorily. No, you think about it again. Think about it and then say it. The old man frowned. Then I choose Suyu. Qinze said casually. Continue to think about it. Think about it. Qinma said unhappily. Qinze, he shrugged, see, you also think it's difficult to choose, and you hit me. I just want to marry both. The old man was exasperated. Why don't you just marry three? Qinze said happily, Dad, you are really my father, okay? The old man cut his scalp. This is a multiple-choice question, and it's a single-choice question, not a multiple-choice question. You can only choose one of them. The old man said. Dad, you're just jealous, right? Qinze asked suspiciously. The old man raised his hand again. Marriage is a big event, the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. Wang Zijin, such a girl with character, wants to take Qinze back to the Wang family, hoping to get the approval of her family. Qinze has always been an honest child in the eyes of his elders, and he must consider his parents' opinions. Mom, what do you think? Qinze said. In fact, he knows what to do. It's nothing more than a showdown, but the time is not yet right. His so-called showdown is not as simple as a showdown with Su Yu and Wang Zijin. Because once he has a showdown with Su Yu and Wang Zijin, he can never avoid someone. At that time, he can only show his cards and show a bigger card. Qinma was silent for a long time. When Qinze thought she would say, I think Zijin is a good child. But he heard her sigh. Mom, to tell you the truth, both girls are good. It's a pity for you to marry whoever you give up. If you have the ability, you can marry both of them. Mom is very happy. Yes, it may be unfair to them, but as a mother, I just want to give all the good things to my son, which is the most real truth. Qinze didn't speak and stared at his mother silently. As long as I don't marry your daughter, you don't object to me marrying anyone. Dad, I will deal with this matter. I have a sense of propriety. Qinze whispered, you don't have to worry about me. When I figure it out one day, I will choose by myself. Now I don't dare to show my cards to you. The old man pointed at him with his finger and warned, take care of yourself. He left with the cup. Mom, it's okay. He wanted to say that he met Su Yao when he was shooting. But in his mother's opinion, he shouldn't be Su Yao, so his mother will think nonsense. All the entanglements, all the troubles, will be borne by him now. At least until that moment comes, he will bear it alone. On the first day of the screening of A Journey to the West, as expected, the reviews were average. Some praised it for being funny, some praised the special effects, and it was a domestic movie with a conscience. As expected, thanks to the previous publicity, the box office of the day ranked first, with 50 million yuan. On the second day of the screening of A Journey to the West, some negative reviews began to appear on the internet. On the third day of the screening of A Journey to the West, all kinds of negative news suddenly erupted. Countless posts on a famous movie website, major forums, and Tieba all expressed their disapproval. The rating slid from 7.6 to 6.5. A Journey to the West, a movie that became popular with special effects and hype. Starting high and going low, A Journey to the West box office drops to 5th place. Even special effects can't save a domestic lousy movie. A Journey to the West. Box office of 3 billion. Mysterious confidence. All the major media outlets rushed to report. The first movie of A Journey to the West was not outstanding. The early publicity made many audiences full of expectations. Then, when they entered the cinema, the movie was not bad, but it did not meet their expectations at all. So, a kind of anger of being cheated surged. Coupled with the constant negative comments on the internet, it immediately attracted the netizens' attention. Oh, A Journey to the West, a lousy movie. Netizens who had never seen a movie could also confidently say that it was a good movie. On the official Weibo of A Journey to the West, netizens' comments could be seen everywhere. It is indeed a lousy movie. When I saw the movie reviews at the premiere, I knew it in my heart. The plot is pale and powerless. Other than the special effects and being slightly funny, there is nothing else outstanding about it. The movie is really good, but it is too far away from my expectations. It is too far away from your publicity. F***CK, isn't the female lead Qin Bao Bao? How did it become Li Wei? The female lead who only appeared for 3 minutes, I laughed my pants off. What kind of rubbish is this? Is Qin Bao Bao the female lead or a cameo? The plot is a mess, I can't understand what it is trying to say. The script was written by Qin Zhe, no wonder. I think if the script was changed to a professional screenwriter, coupled with special effects, this movie would be quite successful. Those who said that A Journey to the West was good are slapped in the face. At the premiere, Qin Zhe even said that the box office would be 3 billion. 300 million would be a blessing. Trash. Lousy movie. Tianfeng Films. The CEO's office. Qin Bao Bao scrolled through Weibo, frowning and saying hatefully, "Someone must be slandering us." Obviously. Beside her, Qin Zhe drank tea with a serious expression. On the first day of release, the reviews were okay and the box office was good. From the second day onwards, there were more and more slandering articles. On the third day, it all exploded. We're just setting the pace for them. The netizens are following blindly, and the plot of the first movie is indeed not rich enough, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip. I've already asked the company to hire an internet water army, but we lost the initiative. The audience's impression of the movie being bad is deeply ingrained and difficult to change. I'm afraid that the people slandering us behind the scenes will turn against us and spread rumors to clear our name. It will be even more disadvantageous. After saying that, she saw Qin Zhe lowering his head to send a message to Wang Zijin. Jealousy erupted. She pinched his ear and said angrily, "Sister is discussing serious matters with you. Be careful." Qin Zhe put his arm around his sister's shoulder, and his sister resisted symbolically. He said, "That's why I want to put the release of the 2 movies together. I've seen before." When writing the script, the first movie itself was a foreshadowing. When the second movie is released, the box office and reputation should have a period of explosion. Believe me, I've personally reviewed every aspect of the movie. The special effects are good, the lines are humorous, and the plot is touching. It will definitely be far better than If I Become Memories. If you don't get the Best Actress award this year, I'll livestream myself eating **T. Do you still remember our bet? Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked. I remember. Qin Zhe nodded. Hey, if you win, what do you want me to do? Of course, I want you to do it. Qin Bao Bao gave him a karate chop. Let's get down to business. Don't talk nonsense. Then if you win, what do you want me to do? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and giggled. I don't want you to do it. His sister laughed out loud. Qin Zhe didn't get what was so funny, but since his sister laughed, he could only laugh along. All of you are F***ing laughing. Chapter 486. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa, holding her stomach as she let out a series of bell-like laughter. She wore a pair of dark-colored pencil pants, a blue off-the-shoulder long-sleeved shirt, and a halter top. It was a casual and refreshing outfit. When she lay on her side, a shallow gap was revealed between her jeans and the blue long-sleeved shirt. Her well-proportioned and firm lower abdomen and cute belly button were revealed. The inadvertent exposure of her body was far more attractive than the various costumes. Before the concert, run more events, Qin Zhe said. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly, I'm so tired from running around with you to shoot a movie. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Qin Zhe glanced at her. Up to you. I remember that an international luxury brand approached us, intending to let you endorse it, right? What's its name? He asked. Dior, the quarterly spokesperson, China region, Qin Bao Bao said lazily. You didn't take it. Of course I did, Qin Bao Bao sneered and said, taking this kind of endorsement is not as profitable as doing a few commercial performances. Although the brand is big, the endorsement fees are stingy. The endorsement fees they give to the foreign superstars are several times more than ours. Do you know why? Because many female stars in the entertainment industry would rather take the endorsement for free. It's the same principle as shooting artistic films that are good but not popular. It's to improve your level. We had a preliminary discussion, but we didn't sign the contract. Later, a female star approached the brand and almost didn't want the endorsement fee. The brand contacted us and asked us to lower the endorsement fee. If I was willing to endorse at a very low fee, they could consider asking me for the endorsement next season. I told them to get lost. Who wants to rely on them to improve their fame? I won't do something that doesn't pay me, Qin Bao Bao kicked her brother. Help me get a lollipop. I want an orange-flavored one. She was able to rise rapidly and become an A-lister within a year. Even in the entertainment industry where newcomers replaced the old very quickly, it was rare. The key was that her foundation was very stable. Some young stars who rose quickly and became popular for a while would be forgotten by the audience and replaced by newcomers if they didn't have good works for a long time. But Qin Bao Bao would not be forgotten. Even if she left the entertainment industry, her name would not be forgotten. The career longevity of stars was closely related to their works. When people ordered songs in the KTV or downloaded songs online, they could see Qin Bao Bao's name through the songs. This was also why many Hong Kong singers and celebrities who had disappeared for many years were still remembered by the audience after so many years. Therefore, in Baby Qin's eyes, an international brand endorsement contract that ordinary female stars could only dream of wasn't that attractive. Who cares if it's a Dior or an Audi? It's not as popular as her single. You're good at eating. Qin Zhe opened the drawer and took out an orange-flavored lollipop. Her sister's a woman, of course, of Qin, and Su, Qin and Zhe of. She liked to eat sweets and high-calorie foods, and it was easy for her to accumulate fat. Qin Bao Bao had been a glutton since she was young. When she was young, she did not have money to buy food, so she would ask her brother to steal her parents' change. Look, as she ate, her 36D was born. But she was better than most girls in one aspect, she kept exercising. Before she became a star, she had a gym membership card and a VIP membership card of a yoga club. She would go there every few days to exercise. She did not do it every day, but she never stopped. Later, she became a star and started to practice dancing. Her slim waist became slim. Her figure was better than before. Her legs were long, her waist was thin, her breasts were big, and her butt was perky. She had these characteristics in the past, but some details of her body were not as perfect as now. Qin Zhe called his assistant and asked her to inform the public relations department to hire the Internet Water Army to promote the movie. He wanted to start a silent battle with the online defamation. Then, he informed MOU to hold the press conference for the second part of A Chinese Odyssey, tomorrow. MOU was not in the company at this time. He was drinking with some friends in the industry. There were 4 or 5 screenwriters and directors. MOU was not a professional director. He majored in art and loved photography. After he graduated from university, he used up all his savings to take up photography jobs. He wandered around the world casually to take up photography. DSLRs were poor for 3 generations, but photography ruined his life. He was poor in his early years. By chance, he worked as an art assistant for a film crew. During that time, he participated in the filming of a movie. From then on, he officially stepped into the film industry. The person who brought him into the film industry was also his best friend. His surname was Liu, a famous director. He was the guarantee of the box office. That was in the past. In recent years, after a few bad movies, the box office flopped and his reputation declined. Director Liu was no longer as glorious as he used to be. Liu Zhini drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Mo, you have to be more careful. You have no shares or status in Tianfang, and you have to take the blame for bad movies. You have to film whatever the boss tells you to film. The reputation you worked so hard to build is gone in the blink of an eye." Everyone else agreed. After achieving a certain level of success in the directing industry, working for others was something that a mediocre director would do. The big directors in the industry either held shares in an entertainment company or set up their own studio to work alone. With connections, experience, and reputation, it was not difficult to pull in investors. Half a year ago, MOU was considered a mid-tier director. His professional skills were not bad, but he did not have any good movies. He could only survive by relying on an entertainment company. So be it. Reputation is like a castle in the sky. I don't need it. MOU smiled lightly. After If I Become Memories became popular, MOU's net worth increased several times. Simply put, no matter where he went, he was a small director. But now, there were many entertainment companies privately contacting him, wanting to poach him. "Did Tianfang promise to give you shares?" a scriptwriter asked. MOU shook his head. There was a wave of boos. "I know my own standards. I'm not as good as you guys make me out to be." That movie became popular because of the actors and CEO Qin's song. MOU said, "Get to the point, get to the point." Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao are siblings. The male and female leads in the movie are also siblings. And the song at the end, don't you think it was a stroke of genius? Adapting a novel has its advantages. The actors' acting skills are indeed good. The scriptwriter smiled and said, "Recently, the internet has been criticizing your Journey to the West. CEO Qin in your company must be worried sick." I don't know if he's worried sick, but I'm quite worried. Previously, CEO Qin asked me if I should get a bonus based on the box office, but I rejected it. "I'm really King smart," MOU said. Not everyone can be a scriptwriter. Now, people who have a little bit of writing skills think they can be a scriptwriter. They've made one bad movie after another scriptwriter said. Liu Zhini said, "It's a pity that they invested hundreds of millions." Sigh. The topic of their conversation basically revolved around Journey to the West. During this period, Journey to the West had been trending frequently, but it was not positive. This time, they're leading the conversation. MOU drank a mouthful of beer and handed out cigarettes to everyone. "We have a lot of connections and good news. Do you have any news? Who's messing with me?" The sound of lighters being lit could be heard. Everyone smoked, shook their heads, or frowned. Actually, it's easy to guess. It must be the company behind this batch of movies that were released at the same time. Mou clicked his tongue and said, I just don't know which one. Leading the conversation to slander was very common in the entertainment industry. It should be said that it was common in all walks of life. When If I Become Memories was released, it was not that there was no slander. It was just that the quality of the film itself was too good and could withstand it. However, Journey to the West was caught and its small flaws were magnified infinitely. After a moment of silence, Luciani suddenly said, It's done by Dynasty Film and Television. No wonder the box office of Demon Subduing Records is so good now. It has a good reputation and good box office, pushing Journey to the West down. A director suddenly realized. Is it reliable? Mou poured him a drink. Dynasty Film and Television was a big company. In the entertainment industry, it was a behemoth on the same level as Star Art. Tian Fong could not compare at the moment. Luciani nodded. It's reliable. I won't say the details. It's not convenient. Brothers, don't go around telling others. Otherwise, I'll be very embarrassed. The industry is not big, but we'll see each other all the time. Everyone laughed. A lot of things were not secrets in the industry. For example, a certain female celebrity was taken in by a boss. Or a certain celebrity offended someone. Who wanted to mess with that person? However, a lot of rumors in the industry usually did not go out of the circle. The outside world rarely knew about it. A big mouth would offend people. If it did not affect one's personal interests, no one would be willing to be a thankless whistleblower. Mou's phone on the table rang. The caller ID showed, CEO Chin. Hello, CEO Chin. Mou picked up the phone. Chin Zai's words were concise and comprehensive. He told him to come back and hold the press conference for Journey to the West 2 in the afternoon. CEO Chin is a little anxious. He wants the press conference for the second movie to be brought forward. Mou grabbed the clothes hanging on the chair. I'll leave first. Mou rushed back to the company and knocked on the CEO's office door. Come in. Chin Zai's voice came. He pushed the door open and entered. He saw the two CEO Chin sitting on the sofa next to each other. They seemed to be watching a movie. Go and prepare. Remember to inform us when you're done. Chin Zai said, be more attentive to the media. Remember not to be stingy with red packets. Mou thought for a moment and said, CEO Chin, there's something I don't know if I should say. Chin Zai glanced at him. Say it. I heard from an old friend that Dynasty Entertainment was the one who paid for the Water Army to defame us. Chapter 487. Royal Entertainment. Chin Zai was stunned. Yes, the news is reliable, Mou said. Chin Zai pondered for a moment and then realized that it was not strange. The Exorcist, which Royal Entertainment invested in, was released at the same time as A Journey to the West. On the first day, it was suppressed by A Journey to the West. Since the plot of A Journey to the West was average and not ideal, and Chin Zai boasted that the box office would be $3 billion, of course, they would take advantage of the opportunity to make things difficult for them. Royal Entertainment. Qin Bao was furious. She sneered and said, The Exorcist is only slightly better than a lousy film. We can also pay the Internet Water Army to defame them. The key is that they are very low-key. They are not as high-profile as us. They have 10 yuan special effects and a box office of 3 billion. Even if we defame them, the effect will not be as good as them defame us. This is called setting a death flag, Qin Zai said. Who asked you to brag? Qin Bao complained. Arts are poor, science is a nerd. We are only left with the hobby of bragging. Qin Zai sighed. Qin Bao also sighed. I will post on Weibo to promote it, although I will be ridiculed by the haters. Qin Zhe said gratefully, thank you, sister. Behind every successful brother, there is a sister. Qin Bao Bao said happily, you are welcome. Behind every successful sister, there is a brother. Mou was speechless. Are you crazy? Business flattery. Then, Boss Qin, I will go out to work. Mou chose to die. He left the CEO's office with a heavy heart. Not only was the public discussion heated, but Tianfang was also talking about a journey to the West. They were all talking about the failure of the company's investment. It did not matter if the investment failed. Tianfang was used to it. The key was that Boss Qin boasted in front of the media, which was a slap in the face. The company's employees were also embarrassed. On the other hand, the crew members were extremely frustrated. Compared to If I Become Memories, which was just for fun, it was extremely popular. On the other hand, A Chinese Odyssey, which had taken a huge amount of money and 2 months of painstaking effort to film, was a flop. For the past 2 months, the entire crew had been working hard. Everyone had high hopes for the movie. After Mou left, Qin Bao Bao continued watching the movie and licking her lollipops. Qin Zhe found a piece of A4 paper and wrote down the total box office earnings for the past few days. He estimated that after the second movie was released, the box office earnings would reach 6 billion within a month. That's right, not 3 billion. 3 billion was the box office earnings for a single movie. If the total box office earnings of 2 films were to reach 3 billion, how difficult would that be? He calculated for a while, but to no avail. The box office of the first movie, which could have been used as an important reference point, was categorized as a bad movie because of the rhythm. The box office plummeted. If this trend did not change, even the screening rate would drop in the future. Without the screening rate, how could the box office be sold? This was just like writing a novel without any recommendations. For example, the unlucky guy who sold the newspaper had more than a dozen recommendations on other authors' websites and apps, but he didn't even get a single recommendation after his novel was published. It was simply a tragedy. Therefore, Qin Zhe did not have a good estimate of the box office. What are you writing? Qin Bao Bao glanced at it and inadvertently glanced at her name. Nothing. Qin Zhe folded the paper. Let me see. Qin Bao Bao reached out to snatch it. Qin Zhe dodged and put the paper into the shredder to be destroyed. In boredom, he casually wrote a poem, Sister in Heaven and on Earth. Always prepare a wet tissue for the next movie. Sharpening the knife to the wife. Day and night sharpening the gun battle teddy. It was not a poem. It was written from the heart. The standard was a little low and not very elegant. This kind of poem definitely could not be seen by his sister. Otherwise, the office would be turned into a chest murder case. Sneaky. Qin Bao Bao glared at him and threw this matter to the back of her mind. She asked, do you want to go against Dynasty? Let's smear their reputation too. Didn't I just say that there's not much point in doing this? Dynasty. I can only say that there's still a long way to go. Qin Zhe shrugged. Just remember it first. That's the use of a small notebook. Today, a certain someone plotted against me once. If there's a chance, I'll get back at him. Yesterday, a certain someone gave me 1,000,000 yuan. Next time, if there's a project, I'll give it to him first. 3 days ago, a certain someone gave me a little honey. It's very smooth. Later, I'll help him cover up the illegal content. Qin Zhe's phone beeped. He had received a message. Old Master, come back for dinner with Bao Bao tonight. Old Master was probably in class or had something on hand. He rarely sent messages. Qin Zhe, Dad, didn't we just have dinner together? His sister's birthday had just passed. Old master, your uncle and cousin are coming over tonight. They want to talk to you about something. Qinze, they want money, right? Old master, how can you say that? Your cousin wants to start a business. He wants to borrow some money from you. Qinze, got it. As long as it's within 2 million yuan. Actually, his uncle was not his biological uncle. He was old master's cousin. Within 3 generations, Qinze only had 2 aunts. There was a saying that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. As long as a man was not a lone wolf, he would have to deal with all kinds of relatives after he became rich. Qinze was not a very independent person. He did not mind suffering a small loss. When he made money, he did not mind letting his relatives benefit from it. Of course, it was not right to treat him as a money tree. Qinze knew what to do. Old master, what do you want to eat? I'll get your mom to buy it. Qinze, I'm always casual. It's not like you don't know. Old master, ask Bao Bao what she likes to eat. Old master did not know how to cook, so he did not know what his daughter liked to eat. He was not like Qinze, who had to deal with his sister's mouth every day. Qinze, cock, s. After sending the message, he suddenly reacted. Qinze, it's because of the input method. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, let mom buy asterisk asterisk asterisk. Qinze, dad. Qinze, dad, let me explain. But old master did not respond for a long time. Damn, father, you have to listen to my explanation. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Bao Bao. She blinked and looked at her brother curiously. Suddenly, Ace felt as if his body had been hollowed out. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the premiere ended. That night, all kinds of flattering articles and comments appeared on the internet and fermented. Previously, the big shot who commented on the movie on Weibo and said that it was a special effect of A Journey to the West, but after receiving the red packet that night, he posted another long post on Weibo. This afternoon, I attended the premiere of A Journey to the West too. After watching the second movie, I finally understood why Qinze wanted to release the 2 movies at the same time. It's because A Journey to the West is incomplete without the second movie. It's incomplete, and it's not worth mentioning. I still insist on my previous opinion. The first part of A Journey to the West was really ordinary. The plot was pale, and after watching it, it was boring. But now, I have to add that there's a reason for this. It's all used to pave the way for the second part. Trust me, after watching the second part, you'll change your opinion of this movie. After the first part's pave, the second part's plot has obviously taken a qualitative leap. Qin Bao Bao and Qinze's acting is impeccable as always. The special effects of the second part are also online. The ending is very exciting, very exciting. Even when I sit in front of the computer and write this review, I'm still thinking about the final ending. It's a thought-provoking and memorable ending. And that ending song. Yes, it's a new song, Qinze's original song. His status on the internet was not low, and he had countless fans. Plus, he was the film reviewer for A Journey to the West too. Many viewers were looking forward to it, hoping to see specific information about the second part from him. The comments were divided into 2 groups. True fans, I also support the second part. As long as it's Qin Bao Bao's movie, I'll support it. So, the second part will be very exciting. Like I said, Qin Bao Bao only appeared for a few minutes. How can there be such a female lead? I've already bought the tickets. When it's released the day after tomorrow, I'll go and watch it. What's the ending? Can you spoil it? Anti-fans, forget it. We'll know what the second part is like after watching the first part. I won't watch it even if you beat me to death. Tell me, How much did you charge them? Tianfang Film and Television is starting to clean up the mess. Unfortunately, the first part is too trashy and can't be cleaned up. A trashy movie that insults the great sage equaling heaven in my heart. No, the great sage equaling heaven is just a bystander. It's just a vulgar movie in the guise of a journey to the West. Qin Zhe better not write a script. What kind of trashy movie is it? It's a waste of such good special effects. Trashy. I'm not watching it. Nowadays, people are doing things for money. I can't even find a sincere film reviewer. Nonsense. You can only enter the premiere if you have connections. The essence of the premiere is to flatter the movie and advertise it, you know? Middle of the Road, Qin Zhe's new song. I'm looking forward to it. I don't want to watch it. I'll watch it when I have the resources on the internet. Reporting from the melon-eating masses. The next day, the public opinion that was pulled back with great difficulty became one-sided again. All the major apps pushed messages, mocking and ridiculing the second part of A Journey to the West. All kinds of smears were written. The articles were written clearly and logically. They said that a few $100 million was invested in this movie, but in the end, the quality of the movie was only 10 yuan more than the trashy domestic movies. It was Qin Zhe's first time as a screenwriter, and he fell flat on his face. Although there were fans defending and trolls flattering, the negative comments were in line with people's dark hearts. After all, in this year, Qin Zhe had risen in the entertainment industry too quickly. There were many people who were envious, jealous, and hated him. Everyone was happy to add insult to injury. There were still 2 days before A Journey to the West 2 was released. Words about it were everywhere on the internet. Although the trolls were abominable, they also helped A Journey to the West accumulate a lot of popularity and topics. On this day, A Journey to the West 2 was released. Chapter 488. At the film studio 2 miles away from their parents' house, the siblings, wearing caps and masks, and Wang Zijin accompanied their parents to the cinema. After buying the tickets, Qin Zhe bought a cup of coffee for his sister, a cup of Coke for Sister Ziwei, and 2 bottles of mineral water for his parents. Why don't you drink? His sister held the coffee and wore a mask. I'm not thirsty, Qin Zhe said. He estimated that his sister would drink half of the coffee at most and then throw it to him. Sister Ziwei was the same. So he only needed to drink his sister's juice. The family sat in the lounge area, waiting for the movie to start. There were still 10 minutes to go. The topic of A Journey to the West was too popular on the internet. Grandpa Xing had been listening to his colleagues in the office every day for the past few days. Occasionally, in class, there would be bold students who would raise their hands and ask, Miss Qin, does Qin Zhe have the confidence to reverse the box office in the second movie? Qin Ma was the same. When she chatted with the aunties in the community, the aunties would always talk about A Journey to the West and say that their son had lost a lot of money. Did A Journey to the West really invest hundreds of millions? Now that A Journey to the West 2 was showing, Grandpa Xing called his children to go home and watch it together. Of course, there was no problem. Although A Journey to the West was a romance with a mythological theme, the whole story was very pure. The male and female protagonists had no sex scenes, and even the kissing scene was only at the end. Although the ending was a kissing scene between him and his sister, Qin Zhe only needed to say that he was a stunt double. 10 minutes later, the tickets were checked. Qin Zhe chose a seat in the corner, trying to make himself and his sister less eye-catching. The attendance was not as high as expected. Only about half of the seats were filled. Is there only so few people? Qin Bao pouted and looked unwilling. This was the premiere. If the attendance was not full on the first day, it meant that the movie was at best. Of course, there was a comeback later, but the reality in front of her made her sister very depressed. I was affected by public opinion. There's no other way. I was already mentally prepared. Qin said as he sat next to his sister. When he turned his head to take a look, the scale of his sister's chest was really big. It looked like a mountain ridge from the side and a mountain peak from the side. Then he turned his head to look at Sister Ziwei's chest. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Being a B-rank big shot was already not bad, but compared to his sister who was a D-rank, and a peak D-rank at that, there was a huge gap. As for that teddy poodle, the little lotus flower had just revealed its sharp edges, and tears flowed down its cheeks before it could speak. Hey, let's watch Demon Subduing Record next door after this. Well, if the film is boring, we'll leave halfway through. Actually, I didn't want to watch it, but I'm Qin Bao's diehard fan. I have to support her movie. Qin Bao just needs to focus on singing. What's the point of filming? She's already been stuck in a few successful movies and can't pull herself out. She's putting the cart before the horse. Qin too. Can't he just focus on writing his songs? Or if you want to be an actor but insist on becoming a scriptwriter, you won't even be able to recoup your investment of hundreds of millions. He's too arrogant. But the box office of Journey to the West will probably give him a heavy slap in the face. Only us fans can support him. Look, the attendance is so low. A few gays in the front row were chatting away. The movie started. The movie started in a beautiful village. Outside the village, there was an inn. Qin Bao played Zixia. She appeared in an ancient costume, looking beautiful. Leading a small donkey, she walked to the entrance of the inn and raised her charming oval face. Happy Inn. Immediately, a waiter took the reins of the donkey and led it away. Qin Bao entered the inn and saw the old innkeeper lighting an oil lamp. The oil lamp had no wick, but the old innkeeper was enlightened. Zixia raised the corner of her mouth and smiled brightly. Innkeeper, you can't light it like this. There's only oil and no wick. The innkeeper sighed. That makes sense, but the wick of the lamp in front of the Buddha's seat is gone. Where can we buy it? As soon as he finished speaking, a few streams of light shot from all sides of the inn and went straight for Zixia. Zixia dodged, and the place where she was originally standing exploded into sawdust. In the shot, the dust and sawdust were particularly realistic. The special effects of this shot alone were very well done. Several people in the inn showed their true selves. Zixia pointed her sword at them and teased, "Oh, it's Erlangchen and the four heavenly kings." Zixia, you and your sister were originally two intertwined wicks in front of the Buddha's seat. Not only did you secretly descend to the mortal world, but you also went around telling people that you would marry anyone who could pull out your purple and green sword. You're simply ignoring the laws of heaven and treason. This sentence pointed out the background and true identity of the female lead. The audience watched with relish. Suddenly, they found that the second movie was quite good. The opening was good, the special effects were good, the story was good, the lines were not awkward, and the acting was good. You wrote the script. Forget about the wicks turning into monsters, I saw the movie review yesterday. This Zixia and the Monkey King fell in love. The old man was a little confused. He usually watched movies that were more rigorous, or speculative, or literary, or humanistic. As for those special effects films, he didn't watch Vajra, Spider-Man, or Avengers. It was a script written by his son, so he subconsciously looked at it with a critical gaze. What logic does a mythical drama need? Qin complained. Whether it's mythical or sci-fi, it can't be separated from logic, the old man said. Qin muttered, like attracts like, it's the truth of heaven and earth. Different species falling in love is more exciting. What did you say? Nothing, I'm just reciting a poem. What poem? Qin muttered, young people don't know the taste of sorrow, love to go upstairs, love to go upstairs. My sister's name is Floor, want to say but stop, want to say but stop. Where the iron pestle props up the flowers, the spring silently flows. The old man frowned. What are you muttering about? The movie continued. Xixia Fairy met Joker in the Five Elements Mountain and accidentally burned the soles of his feet, giving him 3 moles. It was also at this time that Joker looked at the demon-revealing mirror, and he no longer saw himself, but a monkey demon. He knows that he is Sun Wukong. In the dark cinema, a girl shouted loudly. As the plot progressed, Joker unintentionally pulled out the purple and green sword, and he and Xixia began a 500-year love and hate entanglement. But at this time, in Joker's heart, he always felt that Bai Jingjing was his true love, and ignored Xixia's affection. Xixia was disappointed and left alone. Later, Joker, who was alone, met the reincarnated Tang Sanzang, and then met the Bull Demon King. At this time, the Bull Demon King didn't turn against Sun Wukong, and because of the Moonlight Cash Box, Joker traveled to 500 years ago. In terms of logic, Qin Zai's journey to the west was clearer than the original. The Bull Demon King was very happy to catch Tang Sanzang, and he prepared to eat Tang Sanzang's meat at the wedding. He not only invited Sun Wukong to eat Tang Sanzang's meat, but also married his sister to Sun Wukong. So beautiful, which star is she? Damn, a super beauty. I haven't seen her before, is she a newcomer? The audience exclaimed. Is it Suyu? The old man said with a smile. In the face of the funny part of the movie, the old man, who didn't smile at all, showed a rare smile. Well, this wedding dress is very beautiful, and it suits you very well. The old man laughed. Maybe in the old man's heart, Suyu is already his daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin looked at the old man bitterly. Qin Bao stared at her father and retorted, I don't think it suits, like a fox spirit. On the big screen, Xixia, the Bull Demon King, and Xiang Xiang stood together. I object to this marriage, a monster said. What are you saying? Joker said angrily. They are a match made in heaven, and you have no right to object. The old man suddenly looked at his daughter. Although he didn't want to admit it, in comparison, Suyu was cold and beautiful, and his daughter was charming and enchanting. His daughter was obviously the fox spirit. At this time, Princess Iron Fan rushed over from afar. At the same time, Joker and Xixia reunited in the small courtyard. If you take half a step forward, I will kill you. You should do that, and I should die. There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late for regrets. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God gives me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to that girl, I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. In this way, Joker won Xixia's heart and tricked her to help him get the Moonlight Treasure Box. Xixia Fairy, who was deeply in love, was betrayed and even sold for money. This part was a little exaggerated, so the theater was full of laughter. Qin Zai said in his heart, laugh, I laughed too at that time. I hope that by the end, you will still be able to laugh. It really doesn't make sense, Qin Ma said sullenly. This part of the plot made her very uncomfortable. In other people's eyes, Joker and Xixia were her son and daughter, but in her eyes, it was her son and daughter. Seeing her son coaxing her daughter with a few words, she was very tired. How is it not logical? Mom, you can't say what others say. Qin Bao Bao shook her mother's arm and said pitifully. While talking, the theater was full of low laughter again. It was Joker and Princess Iron Fan whispering. I remember, in the first movie, Bull Demon King said Sun Wukong seduced his sister-in-law, ha ha ha. That's too much of an imagination, I was caught off guard. At midnight, Joker wanted to meet Princess Iron Fan secretly, but he was caught by Sand Monk and Zhu Beiji to save Tang Sanzang. This part was different from the original. It had a thrilling theme and gorgeous special effects. Sand Monk and Zhu Beiji finally took Joker and Joker through many difficulties and met Tang Sanzang. At this point, the plot finally reached a small climax. The master and disciples failed to escape and were intercepted by the Bull Demon King and his sister. The whole process was full of high-energy special effects, and the fighting was intense and gorgeous. The audience watched with relish. Because of Shangxiang's soul transfer technique, Qingxia and Joker's souls were exchanged. "You won't dislike me, right?" Zhu Beiji said affectionately. "Of course not. Ugh, you obviously dislike me. Okay, we're done here. Give me some time, I'll get used to it after vomiting." The theater was full of laughter. Chapter 489. In the following plot, Joker fell off the cliff and accidentally saved 3 bandits. Zixia, Tang Sanzang, and the others were captured by the Bull Demon King. This time, the Bull Demon King, who had broken up with Princess Iron Fan, showed his ferocious fangs. He was no longer hypocritical and gentle. He forced Zixia to get married 7 days later, or he would kill Tang Sanzang and her sister. Zixia agreed immediately. When Qingxia asked her why, Zixia sat by the table and rested her chin on her hand. Her expression was full of anticipation and happiness. "The person I love is a peerless hero. One day, he will ride on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and marry me." Her acting was explosive. Under the candlelight, her sister's face was gentle like jade. Her sparkling eyes were full of expectation and tenderness. On the internet, Zixia's acting was called a liar. "Qin Bao Bao is really beautiful. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue acting." Yes, I like her more and more." Murmurs of the audience came from everywhere. The voices were very soft, relying on Qin Zai's sharp ears and eyes. This was one of the reasons why he deliberately chose to sit in the corner. He was afraid that the audience would see his sister's beauty and blurt out, "Cute, I want." Or something like that. Qin Bao Bao pushed half a cup of coffee to Qin Zai. "Sister can't drink anymore." Wang Zijin glanced at her and pushed a Coke over. "Sister can't drink anymore either." Qin Zai nodded. He took a sip of coffee and then a sip of Coke, indicating that he was happy to serve his sisters. "Look, sister is here." Qin Ma, as a mother, she suddenly felt very tired. On the other side, Joker brought 3 bandits to the Water Curtain Cave. The bandits were grateful for his kindness and became friends with him. "I must miss Jingjing too much." "Yes, you called Jingjing 98 times when you fainted." "Oh, Jingjing is my wife." "There's another one called Zixia." "You called her 784 times." "Ha!" They knew that Zixia was the female lead, but seeing this, the audience was still a little surprised. Before this, Zixia had always been in love with Joker, and Joker had only used her without any feelings. Therefore, the audience thought that Zixia was a love-struck fool. They didn't see Joker showing any interest in Zixia at all. After that, Joker met Bai Jingjing in the Water Curtain Cave, who had become his disciple. After 500 years, they met again. Joker successfully moved Bai Jingjing, and the two of them held their wedding in the Water Curtain Cave. In the distant Demon Ox Palace, a wedding was also being held. On the eve of the wedding, Joker sat in the Water Curtain Cave in a daze, recalling the past with Zixia. He confessed that he had been deceiving Zixia, but Zixia had told him to let it be. He was like a moth that knew it would get hurt, but he would still pounce on it. A moth is so stupid. Zixia thought so. "I transmigrated from 500 years in order to save Bai Jingjing, find her, marry her, and make up for the debt and regret of 500 years later." That was what Joker thought. Therefore, he denied that he liked Zixia. He had to like Bai Jingjing. That way, everything he had done would be meaningful. Loving someone required a reason. He had done so much for Bai Jingjing, so he loved Bai Jingjing. That was the reason. Zi Xia was just someone he knew. He had deceived her and used her before. Now, he felt a little guilty. After all, she was going to marry the Demon Ox King. She was marrying someone she didn't like. That was all. The theater was very quiet. Everyone looked at the big screen in silence. Through the plot, dialogue, and memories, Joker's inner conflict and confusion were vividly expressed in front of the audience. Of course, the wedding didn't take place. The bride ran away on the day of the wedding and left a letter for Joker. Bai Jingjing said, "Your conscience tells me that the person you love the most is not me, but another daughter." Joker could deceive himself, but he couldn't deceive his conscience. But when the truth was revealed, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. The letter left by Bai Jingjing made Joker see his conscience. And the moment when Lady Chun was killed, he had an epiphany. Yes, he loved Zi Xia. That woman left a drop of terror in his heart. The cave lit up, and the dignified and beautiful Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. "This is Zijin." Qin Ma smiled. "Yes. Auntie, I'm just an extra," Wang Zijin said. She secretly pinched Qin Zhe. This was the role that Wang Zijin forced herself to play. Sister Ziwei got 2 extra roles for herself through a dirty deal with Qin Zhe in private. 5 minutes of extra roles, so satisfying. I want to remind you again. After putting on the collar, you are no longer an ordinary person. You can't touch the lust of the mortal world. Otherwise, the collar will tighten. Understood. Finally, what do you want to say? There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late to regret. The most painful thing in the mortal world is this. If God gives me another chance, I will say to that girl, I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. Putting on the collar didn't mean that he had cut off the mortal world, but that he couldn't save her if he didn't put on the collar. The same line, the laughter from before. But now, the audience didn't find it funny. This was a love drama in the guise of a myth. Similarly, it was a tragedy in the guise of a comedy. In the wedding in the Bull Demon Palace, the Bull Demon King forced Zi Xia to marry him and drink wine. When the beauty was in trouble, she was waiting for the hero to save her. Look at this old trick. Hey, they have already gone through the wedding ceremony. Zi Xia is now the Bull Demon King's woman. Qin Zhe heard a girl whisper behind him. Many people would inadvertently overlook some key lines when watching movies. They paid more attention to the plot. When the female lead was in trouble, the male lead appeared on colorful clouds and swept away the demons with the golden cudgel. How touching. In the end, the lovers would definitely get married. In this era where the audience was increasingly unable to accept tragic endings and where commercialization was so serious that it only catered to the audience's tastes, there would definitely be a reversal in the later stages. Sun Wukong would definitely not abandon Zi Xia. But soon, the audience with such thoughts were disappointed. Not only did Sun Wukong not save Zi Xia, he even humiliated Zi Xia with all kinds of words. Looking at Zi Xia's aggrieved and disappointed expression on the big screen, Qin Bao Bao's fans felt their hearts ache. The battle between Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King could be said to be the most expensive part of the whole movie. It was full of high-energy special effects and spectacular fighting scenes. Through the production of 3D special effects, every scene cost Qin Zhe a lot of money. If no one led the rhythm, the special effects alone would be enough to earn a lot of praise. Not bad, the old man praised. Qin Ma, who had no interest in fighting and killing mythological dramas, watched with great interest. The audience in the screening hall exclaimed from time to time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. The 15 minutes of high-energy special effects were coming to an end. The Bull Demon King was no match for the great sage. In desperation, he took out the banana fan and fanned the entire Bull Demon Palace into the sun. Qin once thought of fanning the entire city into the sun. Later, he learned that if he did that, the cost of a city and a palace would be several times more expensive. The moment the Bull Demon King's fork pierced Xiao's body, the screening hall was filled with low cries. It was as if they couldn't believe that the heroine was dead. Is the heroine dead? Ah. That's too ridiculous. How can the heroine die? Sun Wukong is so heartless. She will definitely be resurrected later. Sun Wukong will cause havoc in the underworld. On the big screen, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, hugged Xia and felt her life rapidly fading away. As she said, she was no longer an immortal, so it was difficult for her to escape the pain of reincarnation. His face was blank, and the camera zoomed in on him. His face was clearly expressionless, but the audience looked at his dead eyes and felt a sense of grief. The person of my dreams is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on the 7-colored clouds to pick me up. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I couldn't have guessed the ending. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, held her hand tightly, but the band on his head became tighter and tighter. Their hands gradually separated. The woman in the phoenix coronet and robe drifted away with the wind and fell into the mortal world. On the screen, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, held his head and cried to the sky in pain. This close-up lasted half a minute. Sun Wukong's expression changed from blank to crying. The change of expression was very exciting. Unlike other movies, where he roared to the sky to express his sadness and madness, he was really crying, wailing in despair. In the end, due to his emotional loss, the band tightened and Sun Wukong completely collapsed, turning into an ugly ape with ferocious fangs. This was the most explosive part of Qin Zai's acting in the entire movie. At this moment, the huge theater was silent. There was no laughter or ridicule. Everyone looked at the screen in silence. Soon, Qin Zai heard the sobbing of the girl who was watching the movie with her boyfriend behind him. Not hearing her boyfriend's comforting words, Qin Zai turned his head and found that the man's eyes were also red. Afraid of being seen by others, he stiffened his body and tried to pretend to be expressionless. He sensed Qin Zai's gaze. It seemed that Qin Zai had already turned his head. In the theater, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the air. The movie wasn't over yet. Let's continue watching. After escaping through the moonlight cache, Sun Wukong woke up and found himself in an inn. The four of them were passing by and wanted to stay there. Why did he appear here? Sun Wukong himself didn't know. When he woke up, he was already on the way to the Buddhist scriptures. When he asked Zhu Beiji about the Demon Ox Palace, Zhu Beiji was at a loss. He opened the door of the inn. The sun was shining brightly outside, and people were weaving in and out. Everything that happened 500 years ago, everything about Xia, seemed to be just a dream. The four of them left the inn, went out of the city, and set foot on the road to the west. As they approached the city gate, they saw a crowd in front of them, looking up at the city tower. Wukong, go take a look. Yes. On the city tower, a man and a woman were confronting each other. The woman was extremely seductive, her skirt fluttering in the wind. The man was handsome and tall, holding a sword in his hand. Seems like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize that now. I already have a lover. We won't end up together. Let me go. Okay, you can go, but you have to kiss me. The people below the city tower were jeering. If you reject me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I won't kiss you even if I regret it. I can only blame fate for not meeting you sooner. The camera gave the woman a close-up. her stubborn expression and sad eyes. Below the city tower, the great sage equaling heaven stared at her in a daze. Just then, music started playing. Past, never to return. Red, red, fallen leaves, buried in the dust. As soon as the music started playing, everyone got goosebumps. Their emotions were stirred up by the music. They shuddered uncontrollably. The beginning and the end are always the same. You wander on the horizon, beyond the clouds. The great sage, heaven's equal, stirred up a demonic wind and leaned over the man. He walked toward the purple clouds, as if he had walked through 500 years. Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. The two of them kissed on the city tower. The man and woman embraced each other in the applause of the people below. The great sage, heaven's equal, turned around resolutely and set foot on his journey to the west. The past and the past, love and hate, were left behind. Blind dates are unapproachable. Or should I believe that it's fate? Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Many people's hair stood on end as they stared at the man and woman kissing in the movie. That person looks so strange. I saw it too. TSK, he looks like a dog. He looked like a dog. The audience looked at the back of the great sage, heaven's equal. They felt like their hearts had been stabbed. A very complicated emotion welled up. Sadness, confusion, melancholy. Chinze turned around and saw his sister crying again. The movie ended. The lights in the theater lit up. The dozens of audience members were immersed in the ending and couldn't pull themselves out for a long time. Chapter 490. On the way out of the theater, Chinze and Qin Bao put on caps and masks. They lowered their heads slightly and did not look at the passers-by. It was the right thing to do not look at the passers-by. If you looked at them, you might be recognized. After all, the people who came to support the premiere were all fans. In the 1990s, this was also very dangerous. When Chinze was in junior high school, the gangsters in the school were more arrogant. If you looked at them a few more times, they would ask you fiercely, "What are you looking at?" At this time, it was best to lower your head and not speak. If you replied, "I'm looking at you," at that time, it would be a declaration of war. Chinze encountered such a situation when he was in junior high school. Later, it stopped because he often fought for his sister and made a name for himself. The gangsters did not dare to shout at him like that. "Why are you crying again? You have a fragile heart." Chinze lowered his voice and whispered in his sister's ear. She cried once at the premiere. At that time, she had put on makeup. Fortunately, his sister usually did not put on makeup. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao pinched the back of his hand. Along the way, the audience who had left the theater were talking about Journey to the West. It was very good. I cried. This is the most moving movie I've seen this year. Before this, it was If I Become Memories by Qin Bao. You mean the man in the ending is Joker, right? No, they just look alike. I think the ending is perfect. Joker and Zixia are together, and Sun Wukong goes to find the scriptures. It's best to look at his back. It makes me a little sad. A group of internet trolls said that Journey to the West is a bad movie. I feel that it will be popular. Journey to the West can be filmed like this. What's the song at the end called? It could be foreseen that in a few days, Journey to the West's reputation would skyrocket. At that time, the whole internet would be talking about this movie. It would not be the doubts and defamations of the past few days, but praise and flattery. Yes, flattery. Chinze had already prepared 3,000 Navy soldiers. When they went downstairs, Wang Zijin dragged Chinze to buy egg tarts. Qin Bao Bao and her parents got into the car. "Give me 10 egg tarts," Wang Zijin said to the waiter. Qin Zhe paid the bill and took the paper bag from the waiter. Wang Zijin poked her head into the bag and took out an egg tart. Biting it in her mouth, she held Qin Zhe's arm with her other hand and went out. The night breeze was cool, and it lifted her hair. Wang Zijin was 1.65 meters tall, reaching Qin Zhe's shoulders. This height ratio was perfect. With the golden height ratio of a couple and the fact that she was holding on to Qin Zhe's shoulder, they looked like a couple no matter how one looked at them. "Hungry?" "Yes." Wang Zijin removed the egg tart from her mouth and frowned. "It's too sweet. It doesn't taste good." She handed the half-bitten egg tart to Qin Zhe's mouth. Qin Zhe opened his mouth helplessly. In addition to the juice, he was occasionally responsible for solving the food that his sisters couldn't eat. This scene was seen by the old man and Qin Ma in the car on the side of the road. Qin Ma smiled. "I told you that Ace and Zijin are a good match. Look, what a match." They saw it, and Qin Bao Bao naturally saw it too. She frowned and felt suffocated in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. "What match?" "Mom, you can only lie through your teeth," Qin Bao Bao said loudly. "How can you talk to your mom like that?" The old man glared at his daughter, then turned his head and argued with his wife. "I think Suyu is more suitable." "You're not suitable," Qin Bao Bao said again. The old man looked at his daughter in amazement. He couldn't believe that his beloved daughter dared to say such a thing to him. "Dad, I don't have a good relationship with Suyu." Qin Bao Bao realized that she had lost her temper and explained awkwardly. "I've heard from Zhe that you can become popular just by playing games. You're already a big star. Can't you be more magnanimous? Look at Ace. How much has changed during this time? And Suyu, talented and capable, can support a company by herself. Look at you. You're still the same. You don't look like an elder sister all day long." The old man reprimanded his daughter. Well, Suyu, who was not even a dozen years old, was more important than her daughter. Looking at her mother again, she was looking at Wang Zijin with appreciation. Qin Bao Bao felt that she had been abandoned. Her parents' hearts were not with her, and her brother was going to be taken away by the wolf. After watching the movie, she was already in a panic. The ending of Joker and Zixia made her particularly uncomfortable. Because in the movie, the two roles were played by her and Qin Zhe. Now hearing her parents' words, she was even more uncomfortable. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red, her nose was sour, and her tears rolled down. She quickly glanced at the car window. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came over. When they were close to the car, Wang Zijin quietly let go of her hand. "You've watched the movie 2 or 3 times. Why are you still crying?" Qin Zhe saw his sister's red eyes and complained. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao roared like an angry female leopard. Qin Zhe was stunned. His sister rarely got angry with him like this. Even if she was angry, she would wipe her tears and cry to accuse him, instead of yelling like this. Qin Zhe said weakly, "I won't talk about it. Let's go home." Qin Ma looked at her daughter and then at her son. She frowned. After sending his parents home, Qin Zhe drove his sisters back. Surprisingly, Qin Bao Bao didn't sit in the front passenger seat. She sat in the back seat in a fit of pique. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little bit solemn. Wang Zijin didn't know why her best friend was angry, but she could feel her frustration and irritation. Wang Zijin was a smart person, so she didn't take the initiative to start a conversation. Qin Zhe was even more dumbfounded, but he knew in his heart that he must have been too intimate with Sister Xian at the entrance of the store, which made her unhappy. But this time, his sister's reaction was a little bit too big. When they got home, Qinzhe entered the password, took out the key, and opened the door. Behind him, his sister, who was carrying a bag, was playing with her phone. Wang Zijin was also playing with her phone. The atmosphere was not right for the three of them. They went into the house to take a shower and wash up. Qinzhe waited in the room for half an hour, but his sister didn't knock on the door. If the mountain doesn't come, then I'll go to the mountain. So he sneaked into his sister's room. Qin Bao Bao wasn't asleep. She was leaning on the bed, reading a book under the bedside lamp. Why did you come in? Of course, she didn't give him a good look. Qinzhe lifted the quilt and got on the bed. She kicked him down. If my sister doesn't let me get on the bed, then I'll force myself on her. After a few more kicks, Qinzhe finally got on his sister's bed. What's wrong? You've been pulling a long face since we came back from the movie. Qinzhe and his sister sat on the bed together. Nothing. Qin Bao Bao was reading a book out of boredom. The book she was reading didn't look like a romance or literature. The cover had a background of cherry blossoms and a string of sandalwood prayer beads. This kind of book was probably Wang Zijin's. His sister would occasionally borrow it to read. Nothing. Why are you pulling a long face in front of me and Sister Ziwei? Qinzhe said softly. What did I do to make you angry? No, you're so nice. Why would I be angry? Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically. Everyone says that I became famous because of my younger brother. I'm a leech attached to my younger brother, sucking his marrow dry. I'm completely useless. Qinzhe scratched his head. Isn't that the truth? Qin Bao Bao lost her cool in a second. She grabbed the book and smashed Qinzhe's head. She shouted, Qinzhe, why don't you die? It would be fine if she vented it out. She was afraid that if she kept it in, it would cause internal injuries. Anyway, I'm a black-hearted maggot. Why should I die? Qinzhe fought back. Get lost, get lost. Qin Bao Bao kicked him under the quilt. Qinzhe lay on the bed and rolled a few times. Is that enough? If it's not enough, I'll roll again. The bed was big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep on. There was plenty of space for him to roll in various positions. The corners of Qin Bao Bao's mouth curled up, but she quickly suppressed it and rolled her eyes. What happened next was easy. Qinzhe had been coaxing his sister for more than 10 years. It wasn't difficult. After a series of sugar-coated bombs, his sister was no longer angry. Although her mouth was full of disbelief and exaggeration, her eyes were rippling with happiness. Move aside. I'm going to sleep, Qin Bao Bao said. Qinzhe and his sister were very close. Oh, good night. Qinzhe lifted the quilt and left. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Bao Bao frowned. I'm going back to sleep. Qinzhe looked at her blankly. I told you to move aside. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Oh. Qinzhe was even more confused. Didn't I just leave? What's the meaning of this? I told you to move aside. Qin Bao Bao emphasized. She was gritting her teeth. Qinzhe thought for a while. I didn't learn Flash. Why don't I use Sprint? Qin Bao Bao grabbed a book and threw it at him. She screamed, get lost. Qinzhe quickly left. After leaving his sister's room, he didn't go back to his own room. He tiptoed into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin's hair was tied up. She leaned against the headboard and put her phone on her stomach. She was watching a movie with her head lowered. She was so cute. Sister Ziwei patted the spot beside her happily. Qinzhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, hugging her and gnawing on her. Wang Zijin pushed him away. She panted. "What's wrong with your sister?" "She's throwing a tantrum." Qin Zhe said, "She's not targeting you. Don't mind her." "Then why?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Yeah, why?" I forgot to ask." Wang Zijin, for the first time, she felt that Qin Zhe was unreliable. In fact, his sister didn't need a reason to be angry. Or rather, Qin Zhe never cared about reasons. Usually, when his sister was angry, Qin Zhe would coax her without a word. As for why she was angry, it didn't matter. "What's the use of having you?" Wang Zijin hit his arm with her small hands. "Qin Zhe, I'm not sandwiched between my sisters. I'm sandwiched between my mother and my daughter-in-law." If it weren't for his sister's inexplicable sulk, he would be sleeping soundly in bed right now. But his sister suddenly got angry. She didn't give Wang Zijin any face along the way. And he, Hei's king, was his sister's lubricant. He had to coax her from both sides. This way, the family atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. "Sister Ziwei, stop looking. Let's go to sleep." Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. "Okay." Wang Zijin turned off the phone screen. Can you quit the software?" Qin Zhe said. "Wang Zijin. I have OCD. Seeing you turn off the screen but not the software, I feel so uncomfortable." Qin Zhe looked constipated. Wang Zijin turned on the phone screen again and exited all the software. Qin Zhe realized that she never exited the software. She had exited more than a dozen of them. When Wang Zijin turned off the app, Qin Zhe felt refreshed. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin hadn't been intimate for a long time. Smelling the faint fragrance of her body, he kissed Wang Zijin carefully, from her forehead to the corner of her eyes, from her cheek to her soft lips. Slowly moving down, his hot lips explored her snow-white neck. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Zijin's panting became louder and louder. Gradually, she became aroused. Her fair skin was dyed with a layer of intoxicating red. Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing. He turned over and pressed Wang Zijin on top of him. "Sister Ziwei, do you have abalone when eels are hungry?" Wang Zijin's eyes were like silk. She shook her head. "We've all met your parents," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin wanted to fall in love but was afraid of being f***ed by Zijin. She said shyly, "I'm not ready yet." Qin Zhe said, "You've taken a long time to prepare." Wang Zijin bit her lip and pushed his chest with both hands. She was unusually firm. Qin Zhe said, "How about this? You can change your mind. It's not me sleeping with you, but you sleeping with me. Would that be better?" He suspected that Sister Zine had some sort of mental illness. Wang Zijin threw him a coquettish look, her eyelashes trembling slightly. "Let's talk about it after we get engaged, okay?" Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing, but salted fish say would. "Sleep, sleep." Qin Zhe got down from her and held her soft body in his arms. Although he enjoyed the campus romance with Wang Zijin, it was always limited to cuddling. Occasionally, he wanted to promote the plot. The engagement felt so far away, but Qin Zhe had a hunch that it wouldn't be too long. Even if they didn't get engaged, he felt that the current balance couldn't be maintained for long. This was a man's sixth sense. Chapter 491. On the second day after Journey to the West was released, there were many comments praising the movie on the internet. The most touching movie of the year, unexpected ending, the great sage, heaven's equal, and so on. All kinds of apps and computer websites were crazily pushing articles and news. On a well-known movie review website, Journey to the West 2's rating was as high as 9.0, Even Journey to the West one's rating rose from 5.8 to 7.5. Whether it was long reviews or short reviews, they were all praising the movie and complaining that the movie made people cry and cheated them of a few pounds of tears. The popularity of the movie suddenly rose. Some of them were paid by the Internet Water Army and some were fans of Journey to the West. Many people were stunned. Wasn't it a bad movie? Wasn't it said that there were no highlights except for special effects? Overnight, after the release of Journey to the West 2, everything changed. Is it the Internet Water Army? It must be the Internet Water Army. F***ck, I see people praising Journey to the West everywhere. How much did Chin Zhe spend to hire Internet Water Army? He's too rich. Tisk, what's the use of hiring Internet Water Army? The quality is poor. No matter how many Internet Water Army there are, it's only for a period of time. It's just like when the first movie was released, it's just to build momentum. Just wait and see, the trend will change again in a few days. Unable to accept the sudden change in reputation, it was definitely the subconscious reaction of some netizens. They felt that Journey to the West was hiring Internet Water Army to improve its reputation again. Not long after, the Internet Water Army that was criticizing Journey to the West jumped up and down on the internet. They posted on Weibo and forums that Journey to the West 2 was terrible, not good, and was a bad movie just like the first one. They also shamelessly and maliciously lowered the rating of the movie review website. Dynasty Film and Television is determined not to let us have an easy time. Qin Bao Bao was furious. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. Beside her, Qin Zhe was brewing tea. His expression was calm and his tea brewing technique was not fast. Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with a knife, destroying the image of an expert that he had created. The ordinary-looking assistant's lips curled up and he tried not to laugh. Sister Ziwei said that making tea can train one's temperament. It can also be used in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But I don't know any of them, so I can only make tea. Think about it, when we summon our subordinates or discuss business with our clients, we put an incense stick in the office and boil tea with the smoke. How cool would that be? Qin Zhe said. Do you think we should let the Water Army fight back? The elder sister rolled her eyes. There's no need for that. The last time the fake reviewers attacked us, the comments online were all over the place. But it's different now. You've seen it for yourself. There are countless netizens who support our movie, and the number will slowly increase. Quality determines everything. For a truly good movie, it's useless to discredit it. The market is the best tool to test the quality of the product. Qin Zhe poured the red tea into the bone porcelain cup, causing steam to rise. Try it. Taste your ass. I've already drunk 2 cups. Qin Bao Bao gave him another chop. Qin Bao Bao, who lost her temper yesterday, was already dead. Today, it was the elder sister who was flirting with her younger brother. Qin Zhe raised his head, glanced at the ordinary-looking assistant, and said in a flat tone, "Tell the marketing department to release the new song, Love of a Lifetime." The ordinary-looking assistant nodded and left the office. As Qin Zhe said, the market was the best tool to test the quality of the product, and it couldn't be covered up by the low-level Water Army. After a few days of fermentation, Journey to the West gradually had an irresistible trend. The box office skyrocketed, and its reputation skyrocketed. First, they constantly saw various clips, articles, and posts on the internet. Then, they suddenly found that a new song had reached the top of the top music charts. The name was Love of a Lifetime, the theme song of Journey to the West. The theme song was an important reference for the popularity of a movie. Regardless of the movie, in the field of music, Qin Zhe's productions were the best. This was the consensus of everyone. There were hundreds of new music reviews every day. I've been playing this song on repeat for several days. Every time I listen to it, it makes me cry. It's too exaggerated. It's good, but it's not that exaggerated. Why are there so many tears in the comments? I don't feel it. You haven't seen Journey to the West, right? Go and watch it. I cried directly in the cinema. The clicks were getting higher and higher, and the box office was getting higher and higher. In just a week, the box office of Journey to the West was firmly in first place. The real explosion of reputation and box office was a week later, when a video went viral on the internet. The video was shot with a mobile phone. In a certain screening room, the camera first froze on the big screen. Joker and Fairy Xixia were hugging on the city gate tower, and then the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was leaving alone. The background music was Love of a Lifetime. The camera turned, and in the auditorium, a woman was lying on the seat and crying. Her crying was heart-wrenching and extremely mournful. A few minutes later, she really couldn't control it. The security guard of the cinema came in and helped her out. This video went viral on the internet, and the popularity of Journey to the West was pushed to the peak. What the F***CK, she's crying. 666, I mean this ending is tear-jerking. The last time I cried was when Qinze played the piano in If I Become Memories. Journey to the West is mighty, Qinze is mighty. I feel much better. It turns out that I'm not the only one crying. There are even more crying. Ha ha ha. Is it that exaggerated? I'll go and see. I've already bought tickets. I'll go with my boyfriend tonight. If only there was a MV version of this plot. I'll definitely watch it every day. I'll never get tired of the theme song. The video went viral on the internet, and there were countless comments. In the office, Qin Bao watched the video on his mobile phone and was stunned. It's too exaggerated. Qin Bao himself played Xixia Fairy. He was completely immersed in the role and didn't cry out loud. Did this touch the soft wound in the girl's heart? If it's not exaggerated, how can it be popular? Qinze picked up his teacup and sipped. Today was the day he worked in Tianfang again. In a week, he worked in Baozi for 3 days, 1 day in Tianfang, and 1 day in Amethyst. He had a lot of harem, and he couldn't split himself. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had no objection to this, because Qinze's profession was in Baozi after all. If they knew about the dirty sex deal between Qinze and Su Yu, they would definitely sharpen their knives. What do you mean? Qin Bao was stunned. That's a shill, Qinze said. Qin Bao suddenly realized. How could anyone lose control of their emotions like this? It's not like their parents died. What an unlucky child to cry in public. What's the point of the water army? The internet war will always stop on the internet. This kind of low-level marketing model has no novelty at all. Qinze said proudly. Qin Bao cooperated and kissed him on the face. 2 weeks after Journey to the West 2 was released, the box office had exceeded 2 billion. Under the chain effect, the box office of Journey to the West 1 also began to rise from a sluggish state and reached 1 billion. The two movies' showtimes were more than 50%. Before the second movie was released, the showtimes for Journey to the West were only 15%. This meant that for every 100 movies in the cinema, more than half of them were Journey to the West, and this proportion was still rising. Not only were the domestic movies of the same period unable to lift their heads, but even Hollywood blockbusters were unable to resist. As for The Exorcist, which was ranked first in the domestic box office, it had dropped to 5%. Maybe 1 or 2 showtimes a day, or even lower. Journey to the West was completely popular, and even the actors in the movie were also popular. Qin Bao's current fame and value, even those big names who had won the Best Actress and Best Actor awards several times were lower than her. With solid acting skills, Li Wei's value skyrocketed, and there was a faint trend of her becoming an A-list movie star. This was only a matter of time. Perhaps before Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, she could become a real A-list movie star. This made the young woman, whose acting career had stagnated for many years and had even begun to decline, so excited that she almost burst into tears. In this entertainment industry where the new disliked the old, one's value and age were inversely proportional. The older one was, the faster one's value fell. She originally thought that being a B-list movie star was the limit, but she didn't expect that she could go further. Li Wei increasingly felt that jumping ship to Tianfang was the wisest choice in her life. Now, she was probably willing to recommend herself to Qin Zhe as long as he hooked his finger. In addition, the newcomer Feng Rui gained the most. She became a hot new star in one leap. She had her own Tieba, her own fans, and her Weibo followers skyrocketed. She became a model of overnight fame, once again telling the newcomers in the entertainment industry that as long as they produced a good film, it was not difficult to become famous. How could one get a good film? It was very simple. Just hook up with Qin Zhe. It didn't matter if you wanted to go the film and television route or the singer route, as long as you hook up with Qin Zhe. It was that simple. Among the newcomers in Tianfang's backup artists group, there was a rumor that Feng Rui hooked up with Qin Zhe and slept with him. That was why she was able to make a name for herself. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. How could a newcomer like her get such an important role? Wasn't it to sleep with him? Yes, sleep with him. What a dirty deal. The blockbuster, The Exorcist, which claimed to have a $500 million investment, was in an awkward situation after 2 weeks of glory. At Royal Entertainment. Should we spend more money to hire the Internet Water Army? The director of The Exorcist found the head of the marketing department, his face full of unwillingness. This momentum can't be stopped. The head of the marketing department shook his head and sighed. Then let's use our connections to increase the screening rate. The director gritted his teeth and said, our current screening rate is already compromised by the cinema. If we want to increase it, we have to reduce the screening rate of Journey to the West. If Journey to the West can make money, why should they reduce the screening rate? No matter how good our connections are, can it be more important than making money? Moreover, our connections are okay in Shanghai, but outside of Shanghai, who cares about us? Just the screening rate in Shanghai, it's almost the same whether we raise it or not. The head of the marketing department shook his head. Of course, the director knew this. The screening rate was based on market demand, but he couldn't accept it. He wasn't the kind of director who set up his own company and made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Relying on Royal Entertainment, the resources he received were on par with his own performance. The investment for this film was not small. Although it was nicknamed $500 million, it was actually $300 million. The investment was not small. But half a month after it was released, the box office of The Exorcist had reached $500 million. All of this was because of the impact of Journey to the West. This time, they really suffered a loss. As the director, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. In the future, when the company planned to film new films, it would be difficult for them to choose him first. The company's funds are no longer supporting the use of Internet Water Army. Another film we invested in will be released next month. Also, the company has 2 singers. One is holding a concert, and the other is releasing an album. They have to start preparing in advance. I can't chat with you anymore. I'm busy here. The head of the marketing department ordered him to leave.